Love is in Sight by Gina Greene. Chapter 1, January 1st, 1891. Abigail wondered whether Louis and Catherine had been hanged or if they were still in prison. What a morbid thing to be thinking about while sitting in a church waiting for a wedding to begin. She shook her head as if to toss the bad thoughts aside. This wedding between her friend and boss Clarissa to Andrew Rule was partially her doing. Not that she had helped them to fall in love, but she'd sure helped them to stay alive. Abigail had had one of her feelings, this particular one being that Clarissa, Andrew, and Andrew's mother, Marlena, were in danger. And luckily, Abigail's ability to see and feel things that others couldn't had helped catch Louis right when he was attempting to smother Marlena in her sleep. Abigail shook her head again. "Stop it," she hissed to herself. Today was a day of celebration, a celebration that Clarissa and Andrew had waited to have until the first day of the new year. They wanted to start fresh and leave the horrors of last year behind them. There were murmurs around the church, and Abigail looked up to see almost 5-year-olds Calvin Dunbar and Elizabeth Bauer walk down the aisle towards Andrew and his best man, Adam. They were the ring bearers, and they looked adorable. Calvin wore shorts and a suit jacket. His sturdy legs were encased in black socks to just below his knees. He walked with a swagger, and many in the church held their hands to their mouths to hide their smiles and muffle their chuckles. Elizabeth was dressed in pink, her favorite color. Abigail smiled and looked over at Pearl and winked at her. Both she and Pearl had worked on the dress. Elizabeth held on to Calvin's arm, and every now and then jerked him back to her side as he seemed to want to roam and greet everyone. He held up his thumb to the crowd to show the ring he was responsible for. Murmurs of approval of a job well done wafted through the church. Not to be left out, Elizabeth lifted her thumb too and smiled broadly, showing a missing tooth. When they finally reached the groom and his best man, Elizabeth stood in front of Andrew, and Calvin stood before his Uncle Adam. There was a rustling in the back of the church. Abigail glanced back and saw Marlena being escorted by Matthew Manning to her seat in the front pew. Marlena looked beautiful in a rose-colored gown. Abigail could see Marlena smiling at her son, who looked at her proudly. Almost totally healed from her terrible brush with death, Marlena was walking without her cane. Abigail shivered, thinking again of the brother and sister duo, Louis and Catherine, who had almost succeeded in killing Marlena and getting Andrew to marry Catherine so they could steal all of Marlena's money. It had been important to Abigail that she had been listened to and thus was able to save Marlena. Abigail sighed. She had not been able to save her own husband. No one had listened to her back then, and Darren had been killed in an accident at the mill while she stood in the mill's office telling his boss that her husband was in danger. It hadn't even been a year since his death. Abigail was pulled out of her sad musings when she saw Samantha Brown, Clarissa's best friend and maid of honor, walk down the aisle. How romantic it all was, she thought, as she saw Adam watch his wife approach. The love that shone in his eyes made Abigail smile. She looked at Sam again. One would never know that she was 5 months pregnant. She still looked svelte. She was still giving riding lessons, too. She was obviously not letting being with child get in her way. And as Adam was the doctor, Abigail guessed he knew when she needed to slow down. When Sam reached the front, Elizabeth stepped over to her and stood next to her. Sam smiled down at the girl and gave her a wink. Everyone in the church stood, and then Clarissa, dressed in an all-white lace gown, headed down the aisle. She smiled happily, and Abigail could see that she and Andrew had eyes only for each other. Again, Abigail looked over at Pearl. They had worked on the wedding dress, too. Pearl mouthed the word beautiful, and Abigail nodded and smiled at the older woman. She, Pearl, and Clarissa had had hours of fun and frustration sewing up the gown Clarissa had designed for herself. It had all paid off. She looked like an angel. Everyone sat, and before Pastor Blake could begin the ceremony, Calvin piped up. "You look real pretty, Clarissa. I told Uncle Adam he should marry you, but he married Sam." Calvin looked at Sam, who stood next to Clarissa. "You're pretty too, so it's all right." The church erupted into laughter. Jason and Joe were slapping their knees and laughing loudly. Emma and Mary Sue jabbed their husbands with their respective elbows. "Hush, you two," Mary Sue whispered. "Let's show some dignity." But the two could barely contain their mirth. Finally, Jason and Joe sobered up, but it took a while for the titters around the church to subside. Pastor Blake looked from the two men to the two women next to him and saw that they had not pulled themselves together yet. Tears danced in Clarissa and Samantha's eyes, and Andrew and Adam were both patting Calvin on the shoulder, trying to get him to pipe down. Pastor Blake coughed. "Now that we've established the beauty of both women, can we proceed?" "Go ahead, Pastor Blake," Elizabeth said. "Calvin won't say nothing more." Elizabeth wagged her finger at Calvin in admonishment. Everyone broke into titters again. Emma and Mary Sue elbowed their husbands again. The children obviously got their disruptive and mischief-making skills from their daddies. Abigail looked around the church again as Pastor Blake waited for everyone to settle themselves. She had only been in Elizabethtown for a short while, and yet she already felt a part of it. She looked over at Emma and Mary Sue, who had finally gotten their husbands quieted. It was nice to have Jason Dunbar as the new mayor. He was so light-hearted and kind, and with Emma being the first lady of Elizabethtown, it was a win-win situation. Both Jason and Emma gave so much of themselves to the town and everybody in it. John Drake had been a great mayor, too, but he had wanted to retire and spend more time with his new wife, Sarah, and her son, Benji. Mary Sue was John's daughter from his first wife, Lydia, who had caused all kinds of grief for the town. It was a long and ugly story, but it did bring Mary Sue and Joe together. Joe used to be the sheriff, but gave the position up to work full-time at his stud farm. He and his partners were making a name for themselves throughout Texas. Abigail saw Doc Carver lean close to his wife Carla and whisper something in her ear. Carla giggled and swatted him playfully on the arm. Abigail hoped Clarissa and Andrew could have as long and happy a marriage as the Carvers. Doc was Adam's mentor, but he did a little doctoring now and then, but he was also involved in the stud farm. A movement to Abigail's right caught her attention. 13-year-old Jenny was waving at 13-year-old Benji Drake. Abigail smiled. Jenny was a happy, bubbly girl who had befriended Benji and wanted to do everything that he could do. Abigail had seen them race down the street, and Benji had barely hung on to win. Jenny's older sister, Rose, jerked down on her arm and whispered something to her that had her hunching her shoulders and quieting down. Rose, Abigail thought, was a complete contrast to her vibrant sister. She was shy and quiet and always had a watchfulness about her. She was only 18, but seemed so much older. She didn't smile often and kept to herself. Abigail frowned when she looked at Helen, the two girls' mother. Helen, along with Rose, had been working at Clarissa's shop for over a month now. Helen, too, was cautious and jumpy. She was nice enough, but she and her daughter didn't join in on all the lively conversations and gossip that Clarissa, Pearl, and Abigail loved so much. What had happened to Helen and Rose to make them so jumpy? And why was Jenny so carefree? It was odd and a little sad, thought Abigail. She sensed something was wrong, but unless imminent danger was near, her ability to see or feel things was weaker. Abigail had kept her sight a secret, as she didn't want to be labeled a witch or oddball and be ostracized by the community. Even now, after having helped Marlena, only a handful of the townspeople knew of her ability, and they seemed to be keeping it a secret. Abigail smiled. They cared about her and wanted her to be able to live a normal life in Elizabethtown, and she was grateful. She wanted to stay here. Pastor Blake cleared his throat. "Dearly beloved," he began. Abigail looked at Clarissa and Andrew and saw that they were holding hands and looking at each other, ready to tie the knot. Abigail sighed. She was happy for her friend and boss. Chapter 2. Daniel held his month-old daughter, Isabella, in his arms and looked down at the new headstone at his wife's grave. Jessica Marie Mason, 1865 to 1891. There were no tears flowing. Daniel had none left. As a solo parent of an almost 5-year-old boy and a 1-month-old daughter, his grief had to be contained. Charlie still thought his mama was coming home. He cried every night when she was not there to tuck him in. Daniel had left Charlie with the neighbors as he came to say goodbye to his wife. He didn't want his boy's last remembrance of his mama to be a cold headstone at a cemetery. Bella stirred in his arms. He readjusted her and gave her a kiss on the top of her head. Instead of being bitter and resentful that the birth of his daughter had killed his wife, Daniel was grateful to have his sweet baby girl who was part of his wife. He would be sure that Bella knew all about her beautiful and brave mama. Daniel looked down at the grave again. "I've come to say goodbye, Jessica. I can't stay here and raise our children by myself. I'm going to Elizabethtown to stay with my brother and his wife. I need help, Jess. I know you understand. You know I want to do what's best for the children." Daniel kissed Bella again and hugged her thin little form to him tighter. "I sent your parents a letter that you had passed. I know you didn't want any contact with them ever again, but I thought they should know. You are their daughter, even though they were terrible parents. I didn't tell them where I'm going. I will abide by your wishes and keep our children away from them." Daniel looked around the cemetery. It was a small one, with lots of trees shading the headstones. It was calm and serene. He was glad Jess had such a beautiful resting place. It would be painful not being able to come and visit her, but the children came first. He had to get help so that he could get a job and provide for them. He hadn't worked since the day Bella was born. He'd had to take care of her in every way, feeding her with goat's milk, changing her and washing her nappies, and walking her at night when she was fussy and wouldn't sleep. Daniel was exhausted. Poor Charlie needed more of his time, too. Jessica had been an attentive mother. Daniel sighed. His heart hurt. It seemed the pain would never go away. He looked back down at the grave. "Goodbye, Jess. I love you." And now the tears did come. Abigail and Pearl were having a morning cup of coffee before starting work. They were in charge today because Clarissa and Andrew had gone into Austin for a short honeymoon. Neither one could be away from their work for more than a day or two. Clarissa had a large shipment that needed to be ready to send to the East Coast in 1 week's time, and Andrew owned and ran the bank in town. Old Man Withers, who used to own the bank, was filling in for Andrew. Andrew needed more help, but as of yet had found no one who exactly fit the position. "That dress was the most beautiful dress I have ever seen," sighed Pearl. "Clarissa looked like an angel in it. She has such an eye for design." "That she does," Abigail agreed. "She was beautiful. I'm so happy for her. She deserves a wonderful man like Andrew." "Yes, I do believe that they will be very happy together," said Pearl. "I think when you almost lose each other because of someone else's evil, it just makes your bond that much stronger." Abigail shivered. The thought that the town almost lost Marlena, Andrew, and Clarissa was too much to take in. True, they're going to value every moment together. If I could have one more day with Darren, I would tell him what a wonderful man he was and how much I loved him and appreciated his goodness. Pearl patted Abigail's arm. "I'm so sorry, dear. You two were so young. Life is so unfair at times. You are a caring and loving woman and only 25. When the time is right, you'll find someone again. I don't see you being alone for the rest of your life." Abigail was shaking her head. Before she could speak, the door to the store opened, and Helen and Rose entered. "Well, good morning, ladies," Pearl said, as she rose from the table. "Can I get you both a cup of coffee?" Helen gave a smile. "That would be nice. Thank you, Pearl." She and Rose hung up their sweaters and bonnets in the back room and came back out and sat at the table with Abigail. "Did you two enjoy the wedding?" Abigail asked. "It was lovely," Helen said. "It was like a beautiful fairy tale," Rose whispered in awe. Abigail looked at her in surprise. Normally Rose showed little emotion. "It was a fairy tale wedding," Pearl agreed, as she set 2 cups of coffee in front of the women. "And we all had a part in it," she continued. "That lovely dress would not have been finished without the 4 of us." All 4 women smiled at each other and nodded in agreement. "I love that they chose the first day of the new year to get married," Abigail said. "It allows them to leave behind the ugliness of last year and start fresh." Clarissa and Andrew were adamant about that. They were not about to let Louis and Catherine taint their day and their new lives together. "And there's no way Andrew will forget what day his anniversary falls on," chuckled Pearl. "My poor Arthur still struggles to remember our wedding day. October 12th is just another day in the year." Abigail raised her eyebrows at Pearl. "He does not forget your anniversary," she admonished Pearl with a smile on her face. "How is Arthur today?" "It's one of his better days," Pearl answered. "He was actually whittling away when I left this morning. His rheumatism flares up during the cold weather, so I'm glad today he's managing his pain. The poor man can barely walk. When his hands don't allow him to do his woodworking is when I'm afraid he'll give up." "Poor Arthur," Abigail sighed. "Is that what's wrong with Florence Mason? That wonderful woman's hands look like claws. Edward, that dear man of hers, takes such good care of her." "I believe she does have the same malady as my Arthur," Pearl said. "It's a horrible and painful disease. When I visited Flo last week, she told me Doc Brown was using splints to help straighten her fingers. He also has her switching from warm compresses to ice chips. It seems to relieve some of the pain and swelling. She loves to knit, but her fingers just won't let her any more." "I don't know how I would stay sane if I couldn't sew or knit," Helen said as she set her coffee cup down. "It brings such peace when my world is making me sad or scared." Abigail looked at Helen curiously. Her face was pinched and her eyes had a far-off look. What a strange statement, Abigail thought. Sad? Scared? Helen and her girls were an enigma. They had shown up in town only a month ago, with no male relations in sight. No one knew where the girl's father was, and no one knew where the family came from. They were a tight-lipped group. When Helen had come into the shop when she saw Clarissa's Help Wanted sign, Abigail had felt a coldness wash over her. She had studied Helen, but the woman had been so quiet and unassuming, Abigail thought perhaps her senses had failed her. But now, a month later, she knew something was amiss. She hoped Ellen would eventually open up and let them help her. Abigail wondered if opening up herself to Helen might help the woman. "I know what you mean." She looked from Helen to Rose. "When Darren died, I had no one and nowhere to go. I was frightened and so sad. I just wanted to curl up and die, too. But as soon as I walked into this shop, as soon as I picked up a needle and thread, as soon as I was able to create something beautiful out of a mere piece of fabric, I started living again. I saw there was a reason to keep going. Watching the piece slowly develop into a dress or blouse or skirt was like watching myself heal with each stitch." Rose was looking at Abigail intently, as if she was trying to absorb the words into her skin. Her head nodded slightly, and then she looked towards her mother, as if to see if her mother understood what she was feeling. A single tear tracked down Helen's cheeks. Rose grasped her mother's hand, and the two women sat stricken in their chairs. Abigail and Pearl glanced at each other in concern. Pearl was the first to find her voice. "Helen, dear, You and Rose and Jenny are safe here. We, Clarissa, Abigail, and I are your friends now. When you're ready to tell us your story, when you're ready to accept us as friends, we will be here for you." Abigail nodded and reached across the table and put her hand on top of the two women's clenched hands. Again, she felt a wave of coldness. Something bad had happened to this family. She was sure of it. This town is a healing place. There are so many good people here, people who want to help, and people who will protect the women of the town. You've chosen a good place to come to." Abigail sat back and looked at the two of them sympathetically. Rose whispered, "Jenny chose this town. She liked the name. When she was a little girl, she had a doll named Elizabeth. She insisted that this is where we needed to live." Helen nodded, and a small smile broke out on her face. "She was adamant," Helen agreed. "She cried and stomped her feet and demanded that this is where we should go. It's hard to say no to Jenny when she gets something into that head of hers." Pearl smiled. "That girl's a whirlwind of energy. I've seen her with the Drake boy run into the riding school every day after school. They were both hootin' and a-hollerin'." Now Helen's eyes smiled, and there was a warm glow. "She's having the time of her life. Benji works for Samantha after school, and Jenny started tagging along. She loves to ride. I went to Samantha and I told her to send Jenny back home whenever she became too much of a burden. But that wonderful woman told me Jenny could come any time. She said that my Jenny was helping a frightened little girl learn to ride." There was pride in Helen's voice. "She said Jenny has a way with animals and children." Abigail smiled. This was the most animated she'd ever seen Helen. "Well, Jenny's in good hands. Sam's an animal whisperer. She also has a way with animals and children. Do you know that that beautiful woman came to this town dressed as a boy and worked at the Dunbar Ranch and at Hank's stables and the stud farm for months before anyone figured out she was a girl?" Helen and Rose both stared at Abigail in disbelief. "Samantha? Doc Brown's wife?" Helen sputtered out, shocked. "Impossible!" "It's true," Pearl said, grinning. "Clarissa was the only one who knew her secret. Sam might have gone on fooling us all for who knows how long if it hadn't been for the fire at the stables where she got hurt. Doc Brown saved her and then discovered she was a woman when he was bandaging her up. Can you imagine?" Pearl was chuckling. "Can you imagine the look on his face? How I wish I'd been a fly on that wall." Both Helen and Rose were giggling. "Mrs. Brown was a boy?" Rose couldn't believe it. "She was," Abigail said. "She can outride and outshoot anyone in town. As we said, Jenny's in good hands." "Oh, my," Helen mumbled. "But why did she need to dress like a boy in the first place?" Abigail answered her. Like Clarissa, she too was being forced by her father to marry a man she despised. She ran away, made a life for herself, and fell in love with Adam Brown. A fairy tale come true. Rose let out a soft breath, and her hands went to her heart. How romantic. Pearl stood and picked up her and Abigail's cups. "Very romantic, but it's time to get to work, ladies. Don't want to disappoint Clarissa." Rose stood and took her and her mother's cups and followed Pearl into the back room to clean up. Abigail could see that Helen's demeanor had lightened up some. Perhaps someday soon she would open up to them. Abigail hoped so. Chapter 3. Daniel sat with his brother Edward and sister-in-law Florence in their front parlor. Both children were napping. Charlie normally needed no nap as he was almost 5, he liked to announce. But the trip to Elizabethtown had been long and arduous. 2 days and 2 different trains had finally allowed them to reach their destination. Daniel was tired too, but so happy to see his brother and Flo. It had been just after Charlie's birth that they had last seen each other. Flo sat in her rocker, and Daniel saw that her hands were bandaged. Edward had written him that Flo's disease was steadily worsening. Daniel felt awful for her and his brother, and felt guilty for setting yet another burden at their feet. "I should go stay at the hotel," Daniel said. He had enough money to last him a few more weeks. As long as he found a job, he would survive. But what would he do with the children was his biggest problem. He had had no idea that Flo was doing so poorly. There was no way that she could care for a 1-month-old. "You will do no such thing." Flo stopped rocking and looked at Daniel in earnest. "A hotel is no place for a baby and an active little boy. The downstairs room is yours. It will be a little tight for you three, but we'll make do. Besides, having the little ones in the house will brighten this place up." Edward nodded in agreement. "You're staying with us, brother. We've missed you, and you need us during this sad time. It's not good for you to be alone. You need your family." Daniel's heart ached. He was back with his brother, his only family. "I've missed you both so very much. Thank you for taking us in. Jess would be so grateful to you. She loved Charlie and already fell in love with Bella before she'd even been born. Her only wish was for her family to be together and be happy." Flo leaned forward and patted Daniel's knee with her claw-like hand. Her warm brown eyes were filled with regret. "I know I may be of little help, but by God, I'm going to do all I can for your babies. Edward and I were never blessed with little ones." Flo looked to her husband, who smiled at her sadly. She looked back at Daniel. "Having you and the children here makes my heart glad. I just so wish it was under different circumstances. Poor Jess, such a dear girl." Daniel swallowed the lump in his throat. "She loved you both very much. She was so happy to call you family, especially as she cut off all communication with her own family." "We never heard the full story about that, Daniel," his brother said. "Jessica was always closed-mouthed about it. What the hell did they do to her? It must have been pretty bad, because Jessica was not a hysterical, flighty woman by any means." Daniel sighed and rubbed his eyes. "I never met her family. She'd already been estranged from them. Jess was the oldest child. Her brother was born about 13 months later. Apparently, having the firstborn be a girl was a great disappointment to her father. Thus, the quick birth of the second child, a boy. Her father wanted a son to follow in his footsteps and take over the business. Her father owns the biggest coal mine in northern Texas. Samuel became the apple of his parents' eyes, and Jessica was completely ignored. Samuel could do no wrong, and his parents indulged his every whim. He became a mean little brat who tormented Jess incessantly. By the time she was 10, and Samuel was almost 9, he became stronger than her. Jess had to hide from him. If he got into a temper, he would hit and scratch and bite her. Her parents did nothing to protect her. They actually blamed her for upsetting her brother. Jess spent most of her time in her room or in a tree reading books in order to keep herself safe. Daniel could see that both his brother and sister-in-law were appalled by the story he was telling, but they said nothing, letting him continue with the sad tale. If it weren't for her escaping to school, I think she would have gone insane. Daniel shook his head in disgust. Jess was adamant that we treat both of our children equally. She wanted to make sure to foster a happy and loving relationship between our children. She wanted Charlie to be Isabel's protector, the big brother who loved his sibling whether it was a boy or a girl. Flo had tears in her eyes. "That poor little girl. How can parents be that way? It's wrong, it's sinful, and it's disgraceful," she said fiercely. Edward agreed. "It's downright unnatural. Seems to me all animals take loving care of their children except humans. I just don't understand it." And it kept getting worse. Samuel started working for his father when he was 14. Instead of bringing the boy in and having him work his way up and learn the ropes, so to say, George brought him straight into the office and let him be a manager. Jess said her brother became even more cocky and mean. A few of the office staff quit because of him. Can you imagine having a 14-year-old telling you what to do? I wouldn't stand for it. So the boy's 25 now, Edward mused. He must be a nightmare to work for. I predict a bad end to that fellow. His parents didn't do him any favors letting him do as he pleased. That's what Jess always believed. It's another reason she wanted nothing more to do with her family. Her brother was getting more volatile. She left when she was 16 and never looked back. It's been 10 years since she's seen them. They never looked for her, and she never wrote to them. I did write to them to tell them of her passing. I do feel they have the right to know that she died. It can't do any harm, I suppose, said Flo. It was good of you to tell them, even though they probably don't care in the least. What are your plans, Daniel? His brother asked. You can stay with us as long as you like, but we won't be much help with the children. I have to work, and Flo can't manage them physically. I can help some, Flo broke in. I have some good days when my hands behave. I can care for Isabella on those days. Daniel smiled at her. He knew she wanted to help. She loved children. But he had to find someone who could care for Bella every day, and he had to find out if the school had room for Charlie. Thank you, Flo. I want you to be the wonderful aunt you are, and do what you can when you can. But I do need to find a nanny I can pay to watch the children. They're a handful. He looked over at Edward. First, I need to find a job, preferably one that will allow me to come home early enough to spend time with them. The town's been growing by leaps and bounds. I'm sure you'll be able to find something. Well, I'm willing to do about anything, Daniel said, though I'm not really a dig-in-the-dirt kind of guy. I like numbers. I was sorry to have to leave the assay office. The hours and the money were good. I've saved a bit, so I want to help out around here until we find a place of our own. Flo shook her head. You save every cent you have and every cent you make so you can get a nice, clean place to live. You and those babies deserve the best after all you've been through. We don't need a thing from you. We're here for you. Daniel felt a lump in his throat forming again and had to swallow the ache and the tears away. Thank you both so much. It's been the hardest month of my life. I miss Jess so much. I'm grateful to have family to go to. Had it been me who died, I don't know what Jess would have done. She could not have gone home. We would have insisted she come to us, Flo said. We would not have left her on her own. Daniel felt himself smiling. These two were good people. A wail from the bedroom brought Daniel to his feet. He kissed Flo on the cheek, nodded to his brother, and headed into the room to get his baby girl. As Abigail headed back to the boarding house after work, she saw Marlena and Matthew bundled up in jackets and blankets, rocking on the front porch. Isn't it a little cold to be sitting outside? She said in greeting. Cold? Why, it feels like fall instead of the middle of winter, Matthew said. Marlena snorted. Fall-like? Far from it. But it does wake one up. I do wish it would snow, though. It's so pretty when everything is dusted with white powder. Abigail smiled at the two on the porch. They had become good friends and cared for each other deeply. Samantha even hinted she thought her father might ask Marlena to marry him. He was such a good man. He never held it against Marlena that the boarding house used to be a brothel. Marlena had helped rescue Samantha from an uncomfortable situation in that very brothel, and Matthew was grateful to her. Well, I prefer spring and fall, so I hope you don't mind if I keep heading straight inside. Go right on in, young lady. We know you young'uns don't have the stamina we old people have. Now it was Abigail's turn to snort. Old people, my foot. You two are only 46. Please, I hope to look and act like you 20 years from now. Matthew winked at Marlena. I guess we still have a few good years in us, according to Abigail. Marlena smiled at Abigail. Because of Abigail is why I have any years left. Go inside, dear. We don't want to start getting maudlin." Abigail blew a kiss to both and stepped into the warm parlor. Ana Lopez, who had been one of the working girls at the bordello but was now the maid and bookkeeper of the boarding house, sat at the piano playing a soothing melody. Nell, a widow in her early 50s, sat in one of the deep chairs knitting and tapping her foot to the music. Every time Abigail entered this place, she drew in a deep breath of contentment. She was so lucky to be living with all the women who also found refuge here. Ruby Garcia came into the room with a steaming tray of what Abigail hoped was tea. Ruby was the cook and had been with Marlena for over 25 years. "Oh, good. The piano lesson is over. Dios míos, that little Kathleen. She have no ear for the piano. It is painful to listen to." Anna stopped playing and turned to Ruby. "She's not that bad, Ruby. She's just a beginner. You wait and see. She'll play beautifully one of these days." "Ha! Not before my ears fall off the side of my head." Ruby put down the tray and then placed her hands over both ears and shook her head in mock horror. Abigail laughed. Anna loved giving piano lessons, but Ruby had little tolerance for what she referred to as banging on the keys and not playing. Ruby turned to Abigail. "Just in time for tea. Helen and Rose will be right down. Nothing better than hot tea and scones on a cold winter day. Are those two crazies still sitting out on the porch?" "No, we're not," Marlena said as she closed the door behind her. "I'm not crazy enough to miss our afternoon tea. Matthew headed home. He can't handle a room full of gossiping women." "Men," Anna laughed. "If there's not a cigar or cards involved, they want no part of it." "Well, your lovely man never runs out in fear when surrounded by women," Marlena pointed out. "No," agreed Anna. "He doesn't run out, as he is the sheriff, and that would make him look weak. But he does seem to be able to ease out quietly and make his escape." "Poor Wes. We really shouldn't tease him. We couldn't have a better sheriff, and Anna couldn't have a better boyfriend," Marlena said. Anna blushed in pleasure and then came over to the table to help pass out cups and scones. Helen and Rose came downstairs from their rooms above and entered the parlor. "It smells heavenly down here," said Helen. "Did you make your scones again, Ruby? They're my favorites." Ruby smiled at the woman. "I have made them just for you. You and your girls are new here. You get to be spoiled for a while." Rose had sat and was already reaching for a scone. She took a bite and moaned happily. "These are so good, Ruby. Thank you for spoiling us." Beatrice, a young woman who worked at the diner and had a room on the top floor next to Anna's, came into the parlor. "I'm not late for the tea, am I? You know I'm just a girl who loves her men sweet and her scones warm." Abigail rolled her eyes and looked over at Nell, who was rolling her eyes too. Beatrice was a buxom woman in her mid-20s who was obsessed with finding herself a man. There were few conversations with her that didn't involve a man in some way or the other. Beatrice waltzed further into the room, sat herself prettily in one of the chairs, and accepted a cup of tea from Ruby. "It would be better you find a man who is warm and a scone that is sweet," Ruby said, with a hint of sarcasm lacing her words. "Oh, Ruby, you're so right," giggled Beatrice. "I do want a warm man." Now Abigail could see Ruby rolling her eyes. Abigail couldn't hold back a laugh, and when Beatrice looked at her questioningly, she coughed into her napkin, but not before she saw Nell grin at Ruby and wink. The girl was not the smartest bird in the nest. Her feathers were beautiful, her heart big, but a little more common sense wouldn't hurt her any. "I don't ever want a man," Rose whispered into her teacup. "Oh, sweetheart, don't say that," said her mother. Helen patted her daughter's arm. "Look at all the good men we've met here. There are good men out there. Think of your father." "Please don't bring him up. I miss him so much." A tear ran down Rose's cheek. Abigail felt that strange coldness run through her again. She looked from Helen to Rose. "Did he pass?" she asked gently. Rose nodded sadly, but Abigail saw Helen's fingers clench hard on Rose's arm, as if to keep her quiet. "We are so sorry for your loss," said Marlena. "It seems all of us in this room has lost someone they've loved. Life is not an easy road, and sometimes the bumps bounce you right out of the wagon and bruise you all over. But I also know that if you get up and brush yourself off, it gets easier to handle those bumps and hang on to the wagon." All the women nodded their heads in agreement. "I must say," said Anna, "I never thought I'd find myself living and working in this boarding house and dating the sheriff of Elizabethtown. Though my own stepmother tried to destroy me, I came out on top, and he's in prison, and I'm surrounded by all you wonderful ladies." "Exactly," said Marlena. "All you ladies are here now, where we take care of each other and watch out for each other." Abigail nodded. "It is a warm and safe place. I feel blessed." "The only problem, though," sighed Beatrice, "is there are no men here. Have you ever thought of allowing men to board, Marlena? We could have dances in the evenings. It would be divine." Marlena smiled indulgently at Beatrice. "No, dear, men are not allowed. Besides, in order to feel safe, I probably would only allow men over 70 to live here." Beatrice wrinkled her nose in disgust. "Ew!" Nell laughed gaily and said in a silly girlish voice, "That sounds just divine to me, Marlena. I could pick me up a couple of beaux." Nell flitted her eyelashes, as she had seen Beatrice do every time a man was in 20 yards of her. All the ladies giggled, except Beatrice, who looked at Nell in shock. "You would date a 70-year-old?" "Well, I am in my 50s, sweetheart. Any man over 50 is the same to me, old and probably crotchety. Perhaps I will stay single. I vote against men moving in, Marlena." Marlena laughed again. Nell was having too much fun at Beatrice's expense, but the girl did bring it on herself. "All those in favor of keeping the boarding house all women, raise their hands." All the women smiled and raised their hands, even Beatrice, who added, "I don't want some old crotchety old man living here." With that decided, the tea party and gossip began in earnest. Abigail watched Helen closely. She smiled and participated, but there was a tension about her. What in the world was she hiding? Or what in the world was she afraid of? She wondered if Marlena might talk with her. They were about the same age. Marlena would know what to say. Abigail would talk to her later and voice her concerns for Helen and Rose. She felt better having a plan and joined the others in their conversations. Chapter 4. Daniel had slept the best he had in over a month the last 2 nights. Isabella had only woken up once both nights, and as Daniel walked her in the parlor so he wouldn't wake up Charlie, Flo had come downstairs and insisted that she would rock the baby until she fell back asleep. Daniel didn't even hear her when she came back in later and placed the baby in the little bassinet by his bed. Both mornings Flo had been glowing. She had loved holding Bella and being of some use. Edward had smiled at Daniel and mouthed, "Thank you." Apparently, having the children around was already bringing a change to the Mason household. Now it was almost 11 in the morning, on their 3rd day in town, and Daniel was cradling Isabella while he still managed to hold Charlie by the hand. They were walking the town looking for possible jobs. The general store needed someone to help with stocking shelves and cleaning up after hours, but that would mean being gone in the evenings, which didn't work for Daniel. He saw that the hotel wanted a maid, and he had to laugh. Jess said he couldn't even fold his socks properly, so he guessed he wouldn't be maid material. Edward had told him about the railroad and that they were always hiring, but it was long hours and strenuous work. Daniel figured he had time to keep looking. He needed something that allowed him to be with his children. He shook his head and thought how difficult it was to be a mother. He had a newfound appreciation for all women. It was a tough job. When Abigail entered the shop 2 days after the wedding, Clarissa was already there making coffee. "Clarissa, my goodness, You're already back from your honeymoon?" Clarissa looked up and smiled. "I am. Andrew had to get back to the bank. Old man Withers is not as sharp as he used to be. Andrew was afraid that he would okay a loan to a bank robber or even a horse." Clarissa began to giggle. "He's exaggerating, of course, but both of us have a business to run. No rest for the weary." "You look like you're glowing. I'm guessing the wedding night was spectacular?" Abigail grinned at her friend, who was now blushing a deep red. "Oh, Abigail, it was fantastic. I never could have imagined. I love Andrew so much. I'm so happy." "You deserve every moment of happiness you can get. Here comes Pearl. What's first on the agenda today?" As the three ladies settled into their morning work, they chatted happily while getting a shipment ready to send off. "I'm so happy that I hired Benji and Jenny to help out after school 2 days a week. They're such good workers," Clarissa said, as they taped up box number 3. "Yes, and they're such good kids," Pearl said. "They were in yesterday and got all the items folded and put into the correct boxes so Abigail and I could keep sewing." Clarissa sighed. "I know working here isn't as exciting as working at Sam's riding school, but it's good for them to try something different once in a while. Besides, I can tell Helen is thrilled to have Jenny here with her and Rose." "Speaking of them," said Abigail, "did you notice the tension Helen is always carrying around? I'm worried about her. And Rose. I spoke with Marlena last night. She and Nell both noticed that Helen and Rose are under great stress. Marlena promised to try to talk to her. We all really want to help, but we can't until we know what's going on." Clarissa and Pearl both nodded. "There is definitely something amiss," said Pearl. "But as you said, until they're ready to talk, we can only wait and be their friends." Before Clarissa could give her opinion, the door opened, and Helen and Rose walked in, ready to start their work day. A few minutes later, everyone was settled into a comfortable daily routine of measuring and sewing. Charlie was getting tired walking the town, and Bella was getting fussy. Daniel felt himself flagging, though they had only been out a little less than an hour. Then he saw a help wanted sign in a window that looked like a material store. Not exactly his forte, but he should at least check it out. He opened the door and had to literally push Charlie in. "Papa, I want to go play. Can we go home? This is boring," Charlie whined. Bella chose that moment to let out a wail. Abigail looked up from her sewing machine when she heard a baby cry. She saw a frazzled man standing just inside the front door, holding a weeping baby and yanking on the arm of a young boy who obviously wanted to get away from him. Abigail stood and hustled over to the man. Without really thinking about it, took the crying child out of his arms and began to rock it. Now, you sweet little girl." Abigail looked down at the red face framed in a pink blanket. "Are you hungry? Do you need your nappies changed?" She continued to coo at the baby, completely forgetting the others in the room. "She's my sister Bella," the little boy yelled as he covered his ears with his hands, trying to drown out the sound of the wailing child. "Make her stop." Abigail laughed delightedly at the young boy. "Is she always this noisy?" The boy, with his hand still over his ears, shook his head no. "She's usually really, really quiet," he yelled, not knowing everyone could hear him just fine. The man pulled the boy's hands from his ears. "You're not helping by yelling, Charlie." Then he turned to Abigail. "I'm sorry for all this disruption. My daughter is hungry. I have some goat's milk for her right here." Daniel pulled out a small bottle that he had prepared that morning and absent-mindedly handed it to Abigail. Abigail took the bottle, went to the seating area where she sat down with her bundle, and managed to get the baby to drink. The noise level dropped immediately. Daniel just stood and stared down at the young woman who was feeding his child. Her head was bent, so he could only see the top of her chestnut brown hair, but he remembered her startlingly blue eyes when she had walked towards him. Before he could say or do anything, the door to the shop opened, and a young boy ran in, calling out to someone named Clarissa. "Clarissa, I told Mama you'd be back," called Calvin. I was right, and she was wrong, he sang out. Yes, you were right, Calvin. Now stop that noise, said Emma as she entered the store behind her son. Calvin screeched to a stop when he saw Charlie. Who are you? Charlie looked at Calvin with great interest. I'm Charlie. I'm almost 5. I'm almost 5 too. Do you live in Elizabethtown? I don't know you, and I know everybody, 'cause my daddy's the mayor. Well, my daddy's Charlie looked at his dad. What are you, Daddy? I forgot. Daniel smiled down at his son. Right now, I'm just your daddy. He looked at Emma. I'm Daniel Mason. Edward Mason is my brother. My kids and I are new to town. Oh, Edward and Flo, of course. Emma smiled at Daniel. Flo told me about you. She's so excited to see the children. Emma sobered up. I'm so sorry for your loss. Thank you. It's been a trying time, but we 3 are feeling better being around family. Daniel looked around the room. Where did the boys go? He asked in concern. Don't worry, Emma said. This shop is Calvin's second home. Clarissa was his nanny before she opened the shop. They're in the back room playing with some of the toys Calvin keeps here. They're perfectly safe. Clarissa came up to them and introduced herself to Daniel. Yes, they're very safe, Mr. Mason. Welcome to Elizabethtown. Clarissa looked over to where Abigail was now burping the baby and humming to her. She smiled and looked back at Daniel with a keen interest. Who was this poor man with 2 children in tow? What can I do for you, Mr. Mason? Was there something you needed from my shop? No, I saw the help wanted sign. Actually, I'm looking for a job. Oh, dear. Did I leave that sign up in the window? The job's filled. Besides, it was just a part-time position. I would think you're looking for something more? Clarissa raised her eyebrows in question. Well, yes, I am. I've been to a few places, but the hours are too long. I'd be away from my children too long. I shouldn't take up any more of your time. Daniel realized that all the women were looking at him with sympathy and curiosity. I'll just get Charlie and be on my way. What kind of job are you looking for? Clarissa asked before Daniel even took a step towards the back room. That is Emma and I, know just about everyone in town. We might be able to direct you to something that will work for you. Daniel hesitated, then looked over at the pretty woman who still held and rocked Bella. I worked in the assay office for 10 years. I'm a numbers guy, but I can do physical labor too. Daniel felt funny talking to a bunch of women about jobs and his skills, but obviously these women were a very put-together bunch if one of them was the proprietress of the shop and the other was the mayor's wife. Clarissa looked at Emma and smiled. Emma nodded her head in acknowledgement of what Clarissa was thinking. Daniel Mason dressed well, spoke well, and seemed to be a caring and conscientious father. Clarissa looked over at Abigail, who now seemed to be paying attention to the conversation. I think he'd be perfect for the job, Abigail said, looking from Clarissa to Emma. Daniel looked from one woman to the next at a complete loss as to what they were alluding to. When he looked at Abigail holding Bella, his heart twisted. That should be Jess, he thought. A sharp grief hit him so hard his knees actually buckled, and he stumbled and then caught himself. Mr. Mason, Abigail said in concern, and hustled over to him. Are you all right? Are you ill? No, Daniel said, taking a few deep breaths. I'm okay. I just seeing you hold Bella when her mother never got the opportunity, it just hurts. I'm so sorry, Abigail whispered. A wave of sadness passed through her, too. To not have held your own baby, it was inconceivable. Bella stirred and flailed her little arms wildly. I think she wants her daddy, Abigail was able to choke out over the lump in her throat. Daniel took his daughter and brought her up to his face, smelling her fresh baby smell, and then giving her a kiss on her head. All 3 women let out small sighs. Clarissa snapped them all out of their sadness by stating, "You're perfect for the job, Mr. Mason." "What job?" Daniel asked confusedly. "My husband runs the bank in town. He's in dire need of some help. He needs someone who is educated and good with numbers. Plus, my Andrew is a wonderful man who would be more than willing to let you work the hours that would be best for you. What do you think, Mr. Mason? Are you interested?" "Work at a bank? I've always wanted to do that. You really think he might give me a chance?" Daniel felt the heavy burden start to lift off his shoulders. Could this really be happening? Edward had said the town was a place of rebirth, a place to heal and find yourself. Daniel had thought of it as a lot of poetic nonsense, but now he was beginning to wonder. "Of course he'll give you a chance. As I said, he's been looking for help for a while. We can go right over and I'll introduce you," said Clarissa, and she clapped her hands happily. "This will be just one more reason for Andrew to be grateful that he married me." She laughed and winked at her lady friends, who all smiled back at her. "As if Andrew doesn't love you enough already, you greedy wench," Abigail teased her. Daniel had to laugh. These women were delightful. "But I have Bella and Charlie with me, and I don't want you to have to leave your shop," he said in concern. "Nonsense," Clarissa answered him. "I can leave for a little while, and all will run smoothly." "I can take Charlie with us," Emma offered. "Calvin and I are heading to the lending library." "And I'll watch Bella," said Abigail. "You go to that job. Stay as long as Andrew needs you. We will all be fine." Clarissa was already heading to the back room to put on her coat and bonnet. She came back out, shepherding both boys in front of her. Charlie ran to his dad. "Do I really get to go with Calvin to the lending library? Calvin said they're going to have a story hour. It's going to be a story about monsters who eat bad people. Can I really go?" Charlie was jumping up and down in excitement, as was Calvin. Daniel looked at his son, knew there was no way that he could say no. He didn't know Emma Dunbar personally, but Edward and Flo had nothing but good things to say about her and her husband Jason. His son would be safe and apparently very happy. Daniel nodded at his boy, and both Charlie and Calvin whooped in joy. "Come on, Mama, let's go. I don't want to miss the story." Both Calvin and Charlie ran to the exit and shot out the door. Emma chuckled and followed after them at a more sedate pace. "Take your time, Mr. Mason. After story hour, we're meeting up with my friend Mary Sue and her children and going out for ice cream." Emma waved at everyone and left the store. Daniel stood planted in the middle of the store, not sure at all how this had unfolded so quickly. Abigail smiled at him. "Poor man, you're not used to the whirlwind of activity we Elizabethtown women display." She patted his arm. "You'll get used to it." With that comment, she plucked Bella out of his arms and headed towards the back room with a bag of supplies that he had brought with him. "Let's get you all cleaned up, Angel Girl," he heard the woman say. Clarissa took the man's arm and led him to the door. "I'll be back in a while, ladies. Hold down the fort." When Clarissa came back half an hour later, she was smiling smugly. Abigail was still holding the sleeping baby. "How did it go?" Abigail asked. "Did Andrew hire him?" "Not only did he hire him, but he's already training him. Andrew's thrilled, and he begged Mr. Mason to stay a couple of hours so they could figure out a suitable schedule, and Andrew could begin to show him the ropes. I had to promise him that the children would be well cared for. He's a good father. His children are always his first concern." "I'm so happy for him, and so happy you thought of a bank job. He does seem to be a good man, and he's had a terrible month." "Not only is he a good man, but a handsome one, too," Clarissa said, eyeing Abigail and the baby. "For goodness sakes, Clarissa, he just lost his wife. Are you trying to matchmake?" "And you just lost your husband. And no, I'm not trying to make a match. I'm just saying that he's lonely and sad and just lost his wife. He needs help grieving. You might be able to help. You're doing better every day. Do you know that when you speak of Darren now, you always have a smile on your face? The first few months, you were too devastated to even talk about him." Abigail looked at her friend in surprise. She hadn't realized that. It had been 7 months since her husband died. The terrible pain was ebbing, and she didn't have that horrible nightmare anymore. When she thought of Darren, there was sad, but a sweet feeling that ran through her. Perhaps she was finally healing. I still miss him terribly, but you're right. I have memories that now make me smile. Poor Mr. Mason, he still has a long way to go. Bella began whimpering in Abigail's arms. Abigail looked down at the little girl and saw big blue eyes staring into hers. Who did you get those eyes from, sweeting? Not your papa. He has warm brown eyes. It must be your mama. Abigail kissed the baby's head. Do you mind if I go to lunch early? I want to take Bella to the boarding house, get her fed and cleaned up, and put her down for a real nap. Take the rest of the day off, Clarissa said, and smiled a secret smile at the warm brown eyes comment. We have everything under control, don't we, ladies? Helen and Rose, who had continued sewing while all the drama had unfolded, came over to the two women to take a look at the baby. Absolutely, said Helen. You take care of this precious baby who lost her poor mama. She stroked the baby's cheek gently. I remember when Jenny was this young. Even as a baby, she was always active. Do you remember the time I dropped her? Said Rose. I was only 6, and she squirmed right out of my arms. She bounced on the carpet, rolled twice, and instead of crying, she waved her arms and legs around like she wanted to do it again. Rose chuckled into her hand, and again, Abigail was surprised by the emotion she was showing. She was a pretty young woman when she relaxed her face and smiled. Helen chuckled too. That should have been a warning to us that Jenny was going to be a handful. Handful? Rose said in mock horror. How about an armful, legful, and a pure bodyful? Now all the women were laughing. That would describe her, her mother said with a grin on her face. Chapter 5. Daniel couldn't believe his luck. He and Andrew hit it off immediately. The man was a few years younger than he was, but he'd had a lot more life experience, or so it seemed based on the few cryptic remarks Andrew had let drop. Andrew had asked Daniel questions about his children, mentioning that he and Clarissa were hoping for a big brood of their own. And Daniel was elated when Andrew told him that they should be able to come up with a work schedule for Daniel that would suit them both. Daniel liked the feel of the bank. It wasn't your standard rough wood plank building. The wood floors and the walls gleamed, and the safe was a huge black contraption that must have cost a fortune. The desks were big and had been polished until they shone like diamonds. Just like the long counter where the customers did their business, the counter smelled of polish and money. Andrew had already showed him how to accept a deposit and fill out a withdrawal slip, and Daniel had already met a couple of the townspeople who came in to do business. He couldn't wait to start work, but he had to warn Andrew that he needed to find a nanny for his children first, since Flo was unable to care for an infant. Andrew seemed to be more than understanding, so he anticipated no problem. Daniel's spirits were suddenly high, and he couldn't wait to get back to his brother's house and tell him of his success. This was the best Daniel had felt in over a month. Things are finally going into place, Jess, he whispered. I think Charlie even found himself a new friend. Daniel smiled and headed back to Clarissa's shop to pick up Bella, and as he did, he actually found himself whistling while he was walking along the wooden sidewalks. Abigail couldn't stop smiling. Ruby, Anna, and Nell kept taking turns holding Bella. The poor baby was not going to get any rest soon. Oh, you sweet little girl, Nell said, as she smiled down at the child she held in her arms. I was never blessed with a child. I'll never get to be a grandmother either. How I would love a little granddaughter like you, she sighed. She smiled again when the baby made a little gurgling sound. She's trying to talk to me, Nell said. She probably has gas, Ruby said matter-of-factly. Stop that. This sweet little thing does not have gas. She's trying to communicate with us all. Ruby grunted. Andrew has gas and made funny sounds like that all the time when he was a baby. Ruby said, with the knowledge of having helped raise the boy. Marlena entered the parlor, having come from her office downstairs. Andrew has gas. What in the world are you ladies talking about? Marlena asked in confusion and then stopped in her tracks when she saw the baby in Nell's arms. Who in the world is that? Did someone drop a baby off at my doorstep? Abigail laughed. No, Marlena. People are not dropping babies off at your doorstep. This little darling is Daniel Mason's daughter. Mason? Marlena frowned. I thought his name was Edward. Isn't that the name of Flo's husband? And aren't they too old to be having a baby? Daniel is Edward's brother. He's come to live with them. He lost his wife a month ago, and he came into Clarissa's shop looking for a job. Really? How odd. Can he sew? Marlena asked. Abigail laughed again. No, I think he was getting a little desperate, and his son was getting fussy, so he came in hoping that there was something for him to do. Son? He has a son too? And his wife just died? The poor man. Yes, Charlie's almost 5. He's with Emma and Calvin right now. I offered to keep an eye on Isabella for him. Clarissa took Daniel to the bank. We all think he would be perfect for the position there. He needs a job with flexible hours so that he can spend time with his children. How marvelous, Marlena said. Andrew will be thrilled. Marlena eased herself next to Nell and looked down at the little girl. Oh my, look at that perfect skin and those big blue eyes. What a sweetie. I hope I get one of these darlings about 9 months from now. Marlena touched the little girl under her chin and turned to Abigail. So Clarissa gave you the rest of the afternoon off so you could watch the baby? Yes. Now that she has Helen and Rose, everything is getting done so much faster. We can all take a breather once in a while. Abigail went to Nell and took the baby from her. Time for a little nap, so you're fresh and happy when your daddy comes to pick you up. I'm going to take her up to my room, put her on my bed. Let me know when Mr. Mason is here, please. Abigail headed up the stairs. Marlena and Nell watched her leave. What is it about a baby that just lightens a room? Marlena asked. It must be their innocence and utter dependence on us. You just can't help wanting to protect and love them, Nell answered. Abigail's a natural-born mother. I do hope she meets someone special and can have a family of her own. I'm sure she will eventually, said Marlena. She is doing so much better now. She just needs a little more time, and she needs to realize that falling in love again does not mean she would ever stop loving Darren. They had so little time together. Nell nodded. I think I'll go upstairs and take a little nap myself, unless you need help with anything, Marlena. No, you go ahead. Anna and I will be in my office putting a supply list together. Have a good rest. Marlena patted Nell on the shoulder and headed down the hall to her office. Jason, Joe, and Doc were sitting around the table in the barn's office. The small coal stove kept the room cozy. Things were slow and quiet in January, so it was a good time to strategize about the upcoming year for the stud farm. Doc had been helping check on the horses' health during January. Things were looking good. Looks like we've got 10 mares who'll be ready to mate this year, Jason said, as he looked at the list of horses he held. We have 5 studs, and Rascal will be ready this spring. That horse is a beauty, Jason said. He's got speed and is smart as a whip. Mark Watson says he wants Rascal to cover his Goldie. He's already given us a deposit. We've got 4 deposits on Midnight already, too, said Doc, as he looked at the list that he had in front of him. That horse is a gold mine. We can't complain, that's for sure, said Joe. We're booked solid from April all through the summer. Joe looked at Jason. Are Luke and the boys still okay with dealing with the overflow on your ranch? We're going to need a stable at least 3 mares there. Oh, they're looking forward to it. Now that I've cut back on sheep raising, the boys have more time on their hands. Dealing with the horses is much more fun than dealing with sheep. They're all happy about it, said Jason. Papa, yelled a voice from outside of the barn, and then Calvin came racing in, followed by another boy about his age. "Papa, I have a new friend I want you to meet." Calvin came to a stop just inches before slamming into the table. The young boy with him stopped so suddenly his feet almost went out from under him. "Hey, ho," Jason said, as he reached out to steady the boy. "Who have we here, Cal?" "This is my friend Charlie," Calvin said. "Charlie, this is my papa, Joe, and Doc Carver." Charlie ducked his head and whispered a quiet hello. "Well, nice to meet you, Charlie," said Jason. "Are you new in town?" Charlie nodded his head. "We live with Uncle Edward and Aunt Flo." "Edward and Flo Mason?" Doc asked. Charlie nodded. "I'm a Mason, too." "Are you now?" Joe smiled at the boy. "That's a mighty fine name." Charlie grinned at him. "I've had it since I was this big." Charlie reached his hand down to about ankle high. All three men chuckled. Joey Jr. came racing into the barn and ran to his dad. "Mama said I could come out here 'cause there's too many girls in the house." The boy wrinkled his nose in disgust. Joe laughed. "I know how you feel, son. Sometimes too many women can be a lot to take. Have you met Charlie?" Joey nodded his head. "We all went out for ice cream." Doc gave Joey's shoulder a little push. "Did you bring any for us? I'm right fond of strawberry." "I couldn't carry no more," Joey said sadly. Doc laughed. "Well, I guess I'll just have to go and get me some on my way home. Did you leave me any?" Calvin laughed. "You're being silly, Doc. We can't eat that much. Plus, Mama wouldn't even let us because we would get a tummy ache." Jason looked at his son and asked, "Where's Robbie? Did you leave him behind with all the girls?" "Of course we did, Papa. He can't even walk, and he can't crawl fast enough to keep up with us." Jason laughed. "You just give him a little more time, and he will be following you everywhere." Emma and Mary Sue entered the barn, trailed by Elizabeth, who held the hands of the twins, Hannah and Melinda. Mary Sue was carrying 1.5-year-old Judy, who was squirming to be let down. Emma was carrying Robbie, who clapped happily when he saw his father. "It seems the whole gang's here," said Joe, as he got up and relieved Mary Sue of her squirming bundle. As soon as she was in her daddy's arms, she settled happily against his chest. "Oh, sure," Mary Sue huffed. "Daddy's little girl. Now she's all content. Who took her to ice cream? Who changed her diapers? You little Benedict Arnold." Mary Sue pinched her daughter's cheek lovingly. Joe hugged his daughter tighter. "You're my little angel, aren't you?" Judy happily patted both his cheeks and blew little bubbles with her lips. Elizabeth rolled her eyes at her father. "I thought I was your little angel." "You're my big angel and the apple of my eye." Joe smiled at his oldest child. "Apple in your eye?" Calvin frowned. "That would hurt." "It's an expression, Calvin," said Emma. "It means Elizabeth is special." "Well, it's a dumb expression," Calvin insisted. "Who wants to be an apple?" Everyone chuckled, and Jason ruffled his son's hair. "I hate to break up all the fun, but we need to get Charlie back to town," Emma said. "His father will be looking for him. We just stopped by to drop off Mary Sue and the children. Supper at 6, Jason," she said as she rounded up her brood. "Nice to meet you, Charlie," said Joe. "You're welcome to come to the farm any time you like." Everyone waved and left the barn. "I guess we'll get the story of Charlie and his father from our wives later," Jason said. And the men went happily back to discussing horseflesh. Daniel went back to the shop to pick up his children and found only Andrew's wife and 3 other women. There was no sign of his daughter and the blue-eyed woman, or his son and the mayor's wife. He'd been gone almost 3 hours. He felt guilty having left his children with these strangers for so long. Clarissa saw him and walked over. "You must have gotten the job, and Andrew must be very pleased if he kept you so long. Congratulations." "Thank you," Daniel said. I did get the job, and I like your husband very much. He's very generous and is willing to work with me so I can be with the children as much as possible. Speaking of my children, where are they? He looked around the shop again, but they did not appear out of the ether. Abigail took Isabella over to the boarding house to give her a little nap. Emma still has the boys, but she should be back soon. She stopped by to say that she was taking Mary Sue and her children home, and then she would be back. You have about a half an hour. Why don't you go to the boarding house and see if you can pry that sweet baby from Abigail's hands? Daniel smiled. You don't think Bella was too much for her? I didn't mean to be gone so long. Andrew and I got caught up in the work, and the time just flew by. I think Abigail was thrilled to watch Bella, and if she had any issues, there were at least 4 women at the boarding house who could help her. They are probably all fighting over her. Well, just point me in the right direction, and I'll go get her, Daniel said. As he walked to the boarding house, he again counted his blessings. He had a job. He made a new friend in Andrew. He had a place to stay, and Charlie had a new friend. Everything was falling into place. Now he just had to find a nanny for Bella and get Charlie signed up for school. Marlena opened the door to the soft knock to see a handsome man standing on the porch. She smiled and held out her hand. You must be Mr. Mason. I'm Marlena. You look a lot like your brother. Welcome to Elizabethtown. I'm guessing you're here to pick up that sweet baby of yours. Daniel blinked twice at the statuesque lady who stood before him, surprised by her knowledge of him and his family. He took her proffered hand and shook it. Yes, I'm Daniel Mason, and yes, I'm here to pick up Bella. Clarissa told me that she was here with a woman named Abigail. That she is. Come on in. Daniel entered the establishment and looked around the large and comfortable parlor. It was a nice room, big but also cozy. No one was in it, including his daughter. He raised his eyebrows at the woman who stood next to him, studying him closely. This is a lovely room. Is my daughter sleeping somewhere? Abigail took her upstairs about an hour ago. Follow me. I prefer you carry your daughter down the stairs instead of Abigail. Going up the stairs is one thing, but coming down is another. Marlena shivered at the horrible memory of being pushed down the stairs by Louis. Daniel shrugged his shoulders and followed the woman. It seemed odd to him to be concerned about a few measly stairs. When they came to the second landing, Marlena turned right and knocked softly on the first door. When there was no answer, she opened it slowly, stuck her head inside, and found Abigail asleep on the bed with her arm over the sleeping baby. She glanced back at Daniel. They're both asleep. She smiled at him and opened the door wider so that he could see the woman and his daughter. His heart did that sharp, painful twist in his chest again. The vision was a sweet one to look upon, but it wasn't Jess there protecting her daughter in sleep, but a complete stranger. He stepped back and leaned against the wall, taking in a couple of deep breaths. Oh, Mr. Mason, I'm so sorry. I should have realized. I'm sorry. Daniel pulled himself together. It's not your fault. I'm still a little raw. I keep thinking it's all a bad dream and Jess will come back to us. I truly am sorry, Marlena said again, feeling just awful for the man. No, it's okay. This is my new reality. The sooner I realize and deal with it, the better things will get. Abigail woke to voices whispering in the hall. She opened her eyes and saw Bella still sleeping on the bed. Goodness, had she fallen asleep too? She sat up and looked towards the door. She could hear Marlena's voice, but who was that with her? She stood and straightened her hair and her dress and walked out into the hallway to find Mr. Mason leaning against the wall with his eyes closed and Marlena looking sadly at him. Marlena, is everything all right? She asked in concern. Daniel jerked upright and his eyes flew open. Hello, Miss... Call me Abigail. She smiled at the man. You're here to pick up Bella. She's still asleep. Do you want me to get her, or do you want to pick her up? I'll get her, thank you. Daniel entered the room to retrieve his daughter. Abigail looked at Marlena with a question in her eyes. Marlena shook her head softly and then whispered, "Later." Daniel came back out into the hallway, carrying his daughter, and all of them headed back down the stairs. When they reached the front door, Daniel turned and looked at Abigail. "Thank you so much for taking care of my girl. I can't get over how giving everyone is in this town." "I loved every minute of it," Abigail said, smiling and touching the baby's cheek. "Does this mean you got the job?" she asked, looking up at Daniel. Now a genuine smile wreathed his face. "Yeah, I did. I already love it, and I can tell that Andrew and I are going to be good friends." Daniel turned to Marlena. "You have a very kind son. I'm grateful to him for giving me a job. I told him I wouldn't be able to start until I find a nanny for Bella. That would be my job for tomorrow." "There are some young mothers who I'm sure would take in Bella," Marlena said. "But many of them have a brood of their own. I would think it would be better for Bella if you could find a single woman or older widow to help you out. That way Bella gets the attention she deserves after losing her mama." Abigail sighed. "I wish I could help you. I love children, and Bella is such a sweet, happy baby." "You've done enough for me as it is," Daniel said. "Thank you both. I hope to see you soon." Daniel left, holding his daughter close. Abigail sighed again. "I think I'll go into the kitchen and help Ruby with supper," she said. Marlena watched Abigail walk away, her shoulders slumped. A smile crossed Marlena's face, and she hustled over to where her jacket and gloves were. She donned them quickly and headed out of the house. Clarissa looked up to see her friend and partner come into her shop. She smiled and hurried over to Marlena to help her off with her coat. "To what do I owe this surprise visit? You were here just yesterday. I didn't think I would see you so soon again." Marlena gave Clarissa a hug. "I came here for a couple of reasons. First, thank you for sending Daniel to Andrew. I think the two of them will work well together. Second, I have something to run by you." Emma Dunbar and her brood came out of the back office. "Oh, hello, Marlena. You just missed meeting Charlie Mason. His father just left with him." "Charlie's my new friend," Calvin piped up. "We went to ice cream today. I got chocolate and he got strawberry." The twins looked up at Marlena, and Hannah said, "We had vanilla ice cream." Marlena smiled at the girls. "I love all ice cream," she said. Marlena bopped baby Robbie on the nose playfully as he watched the action around him in Emma's arms. "And what flavor did this little man have?" Emma laughed. "He had chocolate, as you can see by the front of his shirt." Clarissa broke in. "I know you didn't come here to talk about ice cream. You have me curious, Marlena. What do you want to ask me?" Marlena looked from one woman to the other. "Well, as you both know, Daniel needs a nanny for Bella." Emma frowned. "He's going to have a hard time of it. I just lost my Sally. She had to go back to Austin to help her mother who fell ill. I've been looking for 2 days for someone to watch Robbie and the twins." Marlena's eyes lit up and she gave a little clap. "Even better," she said. "Even better?" Clarissa looked at Marlena suspiciously. "What are you up to, Marlena?" "I think I have a way to solve Daniel and Emma's nanny problem. But it all depends upon you, Clarissa." "Me? What in the world do I have to do with a nanny problem? You know I don't have time to be a nanny again. Besides, I'm newly married to your son, I might remind you." Marlena laughed. "You were a wonderful nanny, but I was thinking about Abigail. You should have seen her when Daniel came to retrieve Bella. Abigail just deflated and looked so sad it broke my heart. You don't really need her as much anymore now that you have Pearl, Helen, and Rose. Could you do without her for a while? I think taking care of children will help her heal even faster." Clarissa's eyes were sparkling now. "Marlena, you are a genius. Seeing Abigail with the baby today, I could see she's a natural-born mother. And you're right. We have everything under control here. The sewing machines make everything so much faster. I can give her up for a while." Pearl, Helen, and Rose walked over to the women. We can definitely cover for Abigail, can't we, ladies? Pearl asked Helen and Rose. Oh, yes, and I want to stay busy, said Helen. Rose nodded her head in agreement. And maybe she can bring the children by once in a while. That would be wonderful. Marlena turned to Emma. What do you think, Emma? Would you trust your little ones to Abigail? And remember, Ruby, Anna, and Nell are almost always around. Emma smiled. Of course I would trust Abigail. But are you sure she wants to give up her job? She's a wonderful seamstress. That she is. But seeing her with that baby, she just lit up from the inside out. I think it would help her, and it would definitely help you and Mr. Mason. Marlena held her breath. Then we all agree, Clarissa said. Now we have to convince Abigail of the idea. She won't want to leave me short-handed. And Marlena, you are going to need to convince her that having a bunch of children running around the boarding house won't be a problem. Having children around will be a delight. It will be good practice for Anna. And Ruby and Nell love children, even though they were never blessed with any of their own. Then let's make a plan and put it into action, Clarissa said enthusiastically. Chapter 6. Abigail's head was reeling as she and Ruby erected the decorative screen in the far back corner of the parlor where there were no windows. Now it would be nice and dark, a perfect place for little ones to take a nap. 2 bassinets and 2 little mats with blankets were arranged in a small square shape. Yesterday, Abigail worked as a seamstress, and now today she was going to be a nanny to 4 children. She still couldn't wrap her head around how it all unfolded so fast. Both Clarissa and Marlena had sat her down last night and somehow convinced her that she would be doing all of Elizabethtown a good deed if she agreed to take a short break from her job and become the nanny to the Dunbar children and little Bella. Perfect, said Ruby. The babies can sleep here and have some privacy, and we can hear them if they get fussy. Ruby, are you sure you're okay with this? Abigail asked for the 5th time today. You silly girl, have I never not spoken my mind? Those babies are very welcome. And before you ask me again, said Nell from behind them, I can't wait. Abigail looked at Nell and started laughing. Apparently not. Where did you get that basket of toys? I just went into town and did a tad bit of shopping. Nell's cheeks took on a pink hue. A tad bit? Abigail giggled. There can't be another toy or stuffed animal left in town. Nell tutted. Well, normally I would sew up my own stuffed animals, but we didn't get a whole lot of time, and those babies deserve the best. Abigail rolled her eyes. These children are going to be spoiled rotten. Anna and Marlena came into the room, carrying armfuls of blankets. You too? Abigail looked at the 2 women. We already have blankets. What are those for? A little one can never have enough soft blankets, Marlena said. Anna nodded. Look at these 2. They're pink with bunnies on them. Melinda and Hannah love bunnies. We are pathetic, Abigail said, smiling at all the women fondly. You do understand that we need to return the children to their families each afternoon. We can't keep them forever. Daniel sat with his brother in the parlor. It was going on 10, and Flo and the children were already in bed. Daniel raised his glass of whiskey to his brother. To an incredibly successful day. I still can't believe that Clarissa and Andrew stopped by to tell me that Abigail was going to be the Dunbars' nanny and hoped I would let Bella join them. It's like a miracle from God. Edward raised his glass to his brother. It is truly a miracle. If this young woman is to be trusted by the Dunbars, then you can trust her too. I'm happy for you, brother. Now you can start your new job tomorrow. I can't wait. I miss working. I need to keep busy. If it weren't for you and Flo and having your adult company, I don't know what I would do. This is the time I miss Jess the most. We always talked at night when Charlie went to bed. I know you're hurting, but I've seen you smile quite a few times these last few days. You're heading in the right direction, Daniel, and we are all here for you. Any time you need to talk, I mean any time. You just say so. Thank you. And you're right. I have had a few moments of joy lately, and I think there will be more to come. Just seeing how excited Charlie was meeting all those children today did my heart good. I'm going to hit the sack. I have a job, you know. Can't stay up all night chatting. It felt good to say that, Daniel realized as he stood and headed to the room he shared with his children. Samantha smiled as she watched Benji and Jenny taking the horses through their paces. Sam had set the corral with barrels to dash around and low hurdles to jump that were being raised each week. The two young riders whooped with triumph when their horses cleared the hurdles. Jenny was a good rider and was able to keep up with Benji. Both had told her that they wanted to eventually compete in Austin at the rodeo that would be held in June. Sam thought they had a good chance in their age group. Both were committed to practicing each weekend and a few days after school when they finished giving riding lessons to the younger children. An arm slinked around her waist, and Samantha jumped in surprise. "How's the soon-to-be mama feeling today?" Adam asked his wife as he nuzzled her neck. Sam leaned back against him, put her hands over his. They both spent a moment waiting to see if the baby would kick, but he or she was quiet right now. "Is it 1 o'clock already?" Sam asked. "Are you ready for supper?" "It is, and I am. It's been a busy morning. 3 patients needing stitches, 1 broken bone, an earache, and 1 calf delivery. Even Doc had to pitch in today, though I don't think he minded." "It sounds like you deserve an extra big helping of meatloaf. Mabel has a feast prepared. She must have known that you would have a difficult day. I'll get the session with Benji and Jenny wrapped up and meet you inside in 15 minutes. Adam kissed his wife, patted her now slightly rounded belly, and headed inside, whistling. Sam sighed happily and called to the two in the corral. "Time for a break. The barrels need to be put back and the jumping fences taken down. And don't forget to rub down your horses." "Got it, Sam," Benji called back. "We'll get everything put away. See you tomorrow." "Did you see how high I got Starlight to jump? He didn't even clip 1 hurdle," Jenny called out proudly. "I saw. Both of you are doing a fabulous job. Your horses trust you and want to work for you. I'm proud of both of you." Benji and Jenny beamed in pleasure. "You think we'll be ready for the competition in June?" Benji asked. He was practically vibrating with excitement. "If you keep working as hard as you have been, you'll be ready, absolutely. Now get a move on, you two." Sam waved at them and headed towards the house. 45 minutes later, Benji and Jenny were walking back into town, chatting nonstop about horses and the upcoming event. "What do you think we should wear for the competition?" Jenny asked. "Clothes," Benji answered. Jenny slugged Benji in the arm. "Come on, Benji. Shouldn't we wear the same colors so everyone knows that we're on team from Elizabethtown?" "I'm not wearing anything pink, purple, or orange or some other dumb girl color." Jenny stopped and glared at Benji. "Have you ever seen me wear any of those colors, Benjamin Drake? I'm talking about wearing blue shirts, a red bandana, and a tan hat. Something like that." "I can do blue," he said, and then continued to walk on, considering the conversation closed. As they entered town, Benji saw his father crossing the street. He began running towards him, calling out, "Hey, Dad!" Jenny ran after him. John Drake heard his name called and turned to see his son and Jenny running his way. A huge smile broke out on his face. Benji flung his arms around his dad and gave him a big hug and then pushed back and hopped up and down in front of him. "Sam told me that Jenny and me are going to kick butt in the competition in June." Jenny rolled her eyes, and John laughed. "Did she really say kick butt?" "No," Benji admitted, "but that's what she meant." "Well, if Samantha says that you two will be ready and that it's high praise indeed, she doesn't exaggerate, and she sure knows her horses." John ruffled his son's hair. "You just keep plugging along. I predict you'll both win a ribbon." Benji hugged his father hard again. "Thanks, Dad. See you later." John watched the two friends head towards Clarissa's shop. His heart always expanded in his chest when he saw his son and how far he had come since his biological father's death. and he knew that he had a lot to do with it. He never let him down, and he didn't make false promises. Mary Sue and his grandchildren loved Benji to death. He and Sarah were a part of a big family now. He smiled again and continued on his way to the mayor's office. He and Jason met bi-weekly. It was nice being kept in the loop. Benji glanced at Jenny for the third time. She was awfully quiet and sad-looking all of a sudden. "Jenny, is something wrong?" Jenny just shook her head and tramped on, looking at the ground. Benji scrunched his shoulders and glanced at her again in concern. Then he saw a tear track its way down her cheek. What the heck? He wondered to himself. They were just passing the park. Benji grabbed Jenny's wrist, dragged her into the quiet park and towards a bench under a tree. He pushed her down and then sat next to her. "Spill," he said. "What's going on?" Now more tears were spilling from her eyes and dripping onto the folded hands in her lap. Benji didn't know what to do. Girls crying was not in his comfort zone. "Jen, what's up? Come on, tell me." Jenny gave a big sniffle and wiped her eyes. "I miss my dad." "Where is your dad? You never mention him." "He died." "When? How?" Benji asked curiously. "It's a secret. I'm not supposed to know about it." "A secret? That doesn't make sense. Why should your dad dying be a secret?" This made no sense to Benji. He was killed by a bad man," Jenny whispered. Benji's mouth dropped open. He was killed? Like on purpose?" Jenny nodded. "Killed like murdered." And then she was crying even harder. Benji patted her shoulder and still didn't know how to comfort her. Jenny sputtered out, "My mom doesn't know that I know. She and Rose tried to keep it from me, but I heard them talking one night. The mayor from the town we used to live in had him killed." "But why?" Benji asked, shocked. "Why would someone want to kill your dad?" "I don't know," Jenny wailed. "But I know it's why we moved so fast." She took great gulps of air, trying to calm herself. "When I saw you with your dad and how much he loves you, it really hurt." Jenny brushed at her eyes again. "You're so lucky to have such a great family. You're even an uncle already." Benji got a sober look on his face that made Jenny hold her breath. "My real dad was killed too," Benji said quietly. Jenny's eyes rounded. "Your real dad? Mr. Drake's not your real father?" "No, my real father was mean. He hit my mom. We ran away from home, but he found us. He almost killed my mother, but Joe, my brother-in-law, shot him dead and saved my mom." "Benji, that's awful. I'm sorry. I'm crying like a girl, and you lost your dad too." "Don't be sorry. You loved your dad. I was afraid of mine. I guess I just wanted you to know that things get better. My mom and I have never been this happy. I swear it will get better. Look how much fun we're having working at Samantha's and helping Clarissa at her shop. Let's think about the good things and forget about the bad things." Jenny nodded and gave Benji a watery smile. "You're right. Besides, I don't want to make my mom any more sad or worried. She's been through a lot." "That's the spirit," said Benji. "Let's go to Clarissa's and see if they have any of those great scones Ruby makes. I'll race ya." Benji was off the bench in a flash, and Jenny raced after him, yelling that he was a cheater. Chapter 7. Charlie jumped up from the breakfast table for the third time and ran into the parlor to look out the front window. "Charlie," Daniel called, "get back in here and finish your breakfast. Calvin won't forget about you." Charlie raced back into the kitchen. "Papa, I don't want to be late for my first day of school." Flo laughed at her nephew's excitement. "I bet you won't feel that way a few years from now. I always loved school, but your uncle felt it was a big pain." "Calvin says the teacher's really nice," Charlie said. He told me we get story time and we get to color and there's recess and we get to play kickball. Daniel snorted. Is there any actual learning going on? There was a knock at the front door, and Charlie bounded out of his chair and flew to the front door, yanking it open. Jason and Calvin stood on the front porch. You ready for your first day of school, Charlie? Jason asked. I am. Let's go, Charlie cried gleefully. Whoa, son, Daniel came up behind the boy. You need your book bag. He handed Charlie the bag and nodded hello to Jason. You want me to walk with you to school, Charlie? Nah, we got the mayor taking us. Charlie looked up at Jason in awe. Jason laughed. Yeah, that's right. You got the mayor taking you. You're an important new citizen in our town. I got to make sure your teacher knows that. Jason winked at Daniel. Well, it looks like you're in good hands, Daniel said. He gave his son a hug. You have a good day, and you listen to your teacher, and you be on your best behavior. I will. Bye, Papa. Bye, Aunt Flo, Charlie called as he saw his aunt come to the door. You have a wonderful time, sweetheart, Flo called as the three headed down the short path to the street. Daniel shook his head. My God, they grow up fast. He was just a baby a year ago. Flo patted him on the back. Speaking of babies, I hear one wailing. Daniel smiled, headed inside to get Bella ready for her first day with Abigail. Abigail felt strange not going to work. Since she'd arrived in Elizabethtown, she had worked for Clarissa. She would miss the women, but she was excited about taking care of a baby. She probably would never have a child of her own, even if Nell thought that she would find another husband. Abigail could not see herself being with another man. Darren had been her first love, and probably her last love. But she could get her fill of children by being a nanny. Bella was only a month old, and Robbie was only 7 months old. The twins were 3. They would need the most attention. Anna had said that she would give the girls piano lessons. Ruby had groaned loudly and left the room, already holding her ears. Abigail and Anna had laughed gaily at the older woman's grumbling. Nell had said that she would have the girls help her roll yarn into. No one was going to be bored on this first day of the children being at the boarding house. Marlena entered the parlor carrying a large box. Abigail rushed over and took it from her. Here, let me take that for you. This is heavy. What in the world's in it? Put it on the table by the window and I'll show you, Marlena said. Marlena opened the box and Abigail gasped in surprise. Oh, Marlena, what a beautiful dollhouse. When I saw it in the storefront in Austin, I couldn't resist. Just because I had a boy didn't mean I couldn't indulge my own girlhood fantasy with a dollhouse. And now it's going to be put to good use. Do you think Hannah and Melinda will like it? They'll adore it, Abigail said as she placed it on the table. It was a 2-story wooden structure. The entire front was open, so you could see into each room. There were 3 bedrooms upstairs. A beautiful carved staircase led to them. Downstairs there was a parlor, kitchen, and a washroom with a big tub in it. The furnishings were delightful. Bright blankets covered the beds, and a round carpet covered the floors. The kitchen had a small stove, an icebox, and a table with 4 chairs. The parlor had a crystal chandelier and a fireplace. I have another box in the attic that Anna's bringing down. It has the dolls that go with the house. Wait until you see them. Their faces are painted so beautifully. Whoever made this was a talented woodworker. It must have taken forever. There's so many details. Oh, look at the paintings on the wall. Abigail couldn't get over the beauty of the dollhouse. Anna came in carrying the other box, and Nell was behind her. What's all the excitement? Nell asked. Abigail pointed at the dollhouse. Oh, my, Nell said, awed. It's beautiful. Where did you get it? I found it in a shop in Austin over 10 years ago, Marlena said. I just felt compelled to buy it. Then it sat in the attic, waiting for someone to play with it. I was going to give it to Clarissa and Andrew, but now that the twins are coming over, I think it should get some love from them. Well, I'm going to have to crochet a blanket for that sofa, Nell said. There was a knock at the door. I'll get it, Abigail said. Abigail knew it would be Daniel and Isabella on the other side of the door, but she still sucked in a breath. Seeing the handsome man holding his daughter close and looking uncertain gave her a little jolt. Hi, she said, and couldn't help but stare at him. Hi, Daniel said. He looked at the woman and was again struck by those deep blue eyes. He felt like she could look into his soul. Hi, he said again and then cringed. He must sound like an idiot. Are we too early? He asked, grasping to make any conversation. Abigail opened the door wider. No, I'm ready for Isabella. Come in, please. Daniel entered the room and was glad to see other women were present. Come meet everyone. They'll be wanting to help with Isabella occasionally. Your little girl is going to be spoiled, Abigail warned. The more women who care about her, the better, Daniel said. Right now, she has only her Aunt Flo. You've met Marlena, Abigail said. Yes. Hello, Mrs. Rule. Thank you so much for allowing Bella into your home. Call me Marlena, said Marlena. And we should be thanking you. We are all excited to have a baby in the house. Abigail nodded to Nell and Anna. This is Nell, and this is Anna. Hello, ladies. Let me take that sweet girl from you, said Nell. I believe Abigail wants to show you the setup here, so you'll feel secure about leaving Bella with us. Daniel handed over his daughter, and all three women began to coo at her. He had to smile. Abigail was right. Bella was going to be spoiled. Let me show you where the children will be napping, Abigail said, leading Daniel to the far corner of the room. He glanced around the screen and saw 2 bassinets and 2 mats with bright, soft blankets. It all looked cozy and safe. Just leave Bella's bag here. I'll go through it and put the milk in the kitchen when you leave. Daniel set down the bag. When are the Dunbar children coming? Emma likes to spend her mornings with her children. She'll probably drop them off around 11, as she has meetings starting soon after. She'll pick them back up around 3, and then they go to the school to pick up Calvin. Emma wants the girls to get used to the idea that they'll be going to school one of these days. The girls love watching all the students coming out of the schoolhouse. Well, I'll be there at 3 also to pick up Charlie since it's his first day. I'll come by and get Bella a little before that. Starting tomorrow, I'll need you from 9 in the morning until 4. Will that still work for you? Oh, yes, that will work well. I love that I get some time alone with Bella at the beginning and at the end of each day. Don't you worry about us for a minute, Abigail said, and smiled reassuringly at Daniel. Thank you. Now I had better go while the ladies have Bella's full attention. This is the first day that I've spent away from her. Daniel swallowed the lump in his throat. He hadn't thought it would be so difficult to leave his daughter. Abigail sensed that Daniel was struggling. She patted him on the arm. She'll be fine, and you will have such a busy first day of work that it will be 3 before you know it, and you can always stop by if you want to. Thank you. You're right. I best be going. I promised Andrew I'd be there by 9. Abigail went with him to the door, where he turned his head and looked back at his daughter one more time. Abigail gave him a soft push in his back. Go, she's fine. Daniel nodded and headed down the steps. Abigail watched him. What a good father he was. She knew her Darren would have made a good father too. He had been such a kind man. How sad that he'd never gotten the chance to have a child of his own. Abigail sighed and went back into the parlor to wrestle her charge out of the arms of whichever woman held her. Clarissa missed Abigail already, and she'd only been in the shop for an hour. Pearl, how are we going to survive without Abigail? I already have 5 things that I want to tell her. I hope Andrew appreciates the sacrifice that we are making so that he can hire Daniel. It will get easier, and remember, she promised to bring the children often. Plus, there'll be more to talk about if we don't see her every day, said Pearl, putting a positive spin on things. I know you're right. I just don't like change. but it's only for a short while, and we'll have her back." Helen and Rose came into the shop. "It was so odd leaving Abigail behind this morning," Helen said as she unbuttoned her coat. Rose nodded. "It was strange, but you should see her. She was humming lullabies while she set up the sleeping area for the children." Clarissa smiled. "That makes it easier for me, knowing she's happy. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to miss her." "It gives us more reason to go to the boarding house to see her," said Pearl. "I like visiting with Nell. Do you know she's only 3 days older than I am?" "Well, no wonder you two get along so well," Clarissa said. "Sam and I are the same age also. Perhaps that's why we're such good friends. It's lovely having a best friend. It's lovely having all of you as friends. There's always someone to chat with." The women all nodded in agreement and then headed for the sewing machines to begin the day's work. "It's very generous of your wife to allow Abigail to nanny my Bella. Are you sure it's not too much of an imposition on her? I took one of her workers, and you gained one," Daniel asked in concern. "Clarissa will miss seeing Abigail every day. They have become very close. But this was not all put into motion just because you needed a nanny for Bella," Andrew said. "Really?" Daniel said in surprise. "Abigail lost her husband only 7 months ago," Andrew explained. "She's had a rough time with the loss." "I didn't realize," Daniel said. "How could you? You're new here. Clarissa and I owe our lives to Abigail. It's a long story. I'll tell you about it sometime. Anyway, we want to do something nice for Abigail, and that's where you and Bella come in." "I don't understand," said Daniel. "How are we of help?" "My mother came to us and told us how Abigail reacted when you came to pick up Bella yesterday. She said Abigail just deflated and looked terribly sad. You see, Abigail has it in her head that she will never marry again, and therefore never have a child of her own. When she was caring for Bella, my mother said the smile never left her face." "So Bella is supposed to get her to want a child of her own and force her to find a husband?" Daniel asked. "No. I think we're just hoping the baby will help heal her heart. With Bella dependent on her every day, Abigail will feel needed and loved. She has no other family. When Darren died, she was all on her own." Daniel shook his head sadly. "I can't tell you how much it has meant to me to have my brother and Flo in my life. Having family by your side during a difficult time makes you feel like you can get through anything. Charlie's been sleeping through the night ever since we came to my brother's house. He feels safe and loved here." "Exactly. And that's how Abigail needs to feel. Safe and loved, and especially needed. She's surrounded by a bunch of people who are happily married. We all love her, but we don't need her the way Bella does. Clarissa hopes this gives her a reason to try harder to find happiness again. You and Bella came at a good time. For me, too. I'm damn glad you stumbled into my wife's shop. You ready to open the bank? I already see a couple people waiting outside." "I'm ready, boss. Open the doors." Chapter 8. Work had been exhilarating. Daniel had learned so much about banking in just one day. The adding machine Andrew used was just like the one at the assay office, so Daniel was adept at using it. He'd met many townsfolk. Everyone had been kind and welcoming. Well, except Mr. Rivers, who Andrew said was always in a surly mood, and Mrs. Tompkins, who demanded Andrew and only Andrew wait on her. Otherwise, the day had gone smoothly. Daniel had only thought of his children a few times and hoped they were having as good of a day as he was. Now he was heading to the boarding house to pick up his daughter so they could get to the school in time to pick up Charlie. The day had been exhilarating. Abigail had enjoyed every minute of it with the children, as did all the other ladies at the boarding house. Bella was the sweetest baby. Poor little Robbie was teething and had been fussy for a while, but Ruby brought out a cold carrot for him to suck and bite on, and then he was a happy boy. The twins were enthralled with the dollhouse and had played with it for over an hour. This was the happiest Abigail had felt since losing Darren. Now she rocked Bella and waited for her father to pick her up. Clarissa hugged Marlena. "Thank you for coming by and telling me how well things are going with Abigail. She was so sad when she and Darren hadn't conceived in their first year of marriage. Now she's surrounded by children. I knew she was a natural-born mother figure. I'm so happy for her." "She's practically glowing," Marlena said, "as are the rest of us. I think we all feel 10 years younger having children in the house. I best be going. Anna and I need to go over the books this afternoon. Ciao." Marlena waved and headed home. As Daniel walked towards the schoolhouse, he mulled over what Andrew had said about Abigail. He was right about her. She was all smiles when Daniel picked up Bella, and she seemed to be vibrating with joy. It seemed Clarissa's plan was working already. Daniel was glad that he and his family could bring that glow of happiness to someone. As he reached the school, children began to noisily pour out of the rooms. The older children strolled out of the fenced yard into the street heading home. The younger ones ran out looking for their parents. Children ran in circles, whooping and chasing each other. Parents were calling children to them or scolding them for being so loud. Chaos reigned, and Daniel hoped that he would be able to find Charlie. Then he saw Charlie and Calvin come running down the steps. Daniel waved, and Charlie saw him, and he and Calvin ran towards him. "Papa, I got to stand at the front of the class today. Calvin got to introduce me." "Introduce?" Daniel asked, smiling at the two beaming boys. "Yep," said Calvin. "I got to introduce him. I told everyone his name and told them that he was my new friend. And I got to tell them that you're my daddy and you work at the bank and that I have a baby sister named Isabella." "It was great," said Calvin. "But then we had to do math." He scrunched up his nose in distaste. "How awful," Daniel said, playing along. "I hope you got in a recess or two." Charlie was jumping up and down. "We did, and we played kickball. School's so fun." "Mama!" Calvin cried out as he saw his mother come into the schoolyard. "I got to go in front of the class today." "That's exciting. Did you get to introduce Charlie?" Emma asked. Both boys nodded, big smiles wreathing their faces. Emma looked at Daniel. "How did your first day apart from your children go?" Daniel shifted Bella in his arms so she could see all the activity going on around her. "It went better than I could have hoped for. At first, I almost couldn't leave Bella behind, but Abigail literally pushed me out the door. But I had a very productive day at the bank, and Abigail said all went well with the children. The twins haven't stopped talking about the old dollhouse. I couldn't be happier with the arrangement. I got so much done today." Abigail seemed pretty happy with the arrangement too. "So I guess it's a win-win for all of us," Daniel said. The boys were done standing around waiting for the adults to stop talking. "Let's go home, Mama. I'm hungry. I want a cookie and a glass of milk." "Me too, Papa. Aunt Flo said she was going to try to make cookies today. She told me she was having one of her good days, whatever that means," Charlie said. "The children have spoken," Emma laughed. "We best be on our way." Daniel took his son's hand, and Charlie and Calvin waved goodbye to each other. "See you tomorrow morning," Calvin called out. It had only been 3 days, but I already feel like Abigail has been gone for a month, Clarissa said. Helen smiled at her boss. She said she was going to bring Bella in today during our dinner hour. Emma didn't need her today, so it's just Bella and her. Clarissa clapped. "I'm so glad. Now I have something to look forward to." Clarissa looked over at Rose, who was frowning at the sewing machine. "I best go see what ails Rose. It seems she and the machine are in a battle, and the machine's winning." Sarah wasn't sure if it was her place to say anything, but as a mother, she just couldn't stay quiet. The situation just sounded too serious. She needed some answers to questions that Benji's story had brought to her mind. She headed to Clarissa's shop, hoping to catch them at their dinner hour and have a talk with Helen. There had to be an explanation, but Sarah would take no chances with the safety of a child, especially after what she and Benji had been through at the hands of her first husband. She pushed the door open and saw the women sitting around a table spreading out their food. Abigail was there too, holding a baby. Perhaps the dinner hour was not the best time for this, but she really didn't know Helen well, so she thought this was the best approach. Clarissa looked up and saw Sarah Drake standing in the seating area looking hesitant. "Sarah, hello. This is a nice surprise," Clarissa said. "Come join us. Is there something we can do for you?" Sarah glanced at Helen and then back at Clarissa. I wanted to talk to Helen for a moment." Helen looked up at Sarah and saw concern in the woman's face. Immediately her stomach dropped, and she looked at her daughter, who also looked apprehensive. "What did you want to talk with me about?" Now all the women were looking at Sarah. "I wanted to talk to you about Jenny and something she said to Benji." "Did something happen?" Helen asked anxiously. "Is Jenny all right?" "She is physically just fine. It's something she shared with Benji that concerns me." Clarissa could see that Sarah was uncomfortable. "It's obviously something that worries you greatly. Would you two like to use the back room?" Sarah nodded, but Helen shook her head. "Come sit down here, Mrs. Drake. These women are our friends. You have me on pins and needles. It looks like I might need their support." Clarissa could see that Rose's hand had snaked under the table and gripped her mother's. Clarissa looked over to Pearl and Abigail and saw that they too noticed the movement. Sarah sat and looked at Helen. She realized Helen must be close to her own age. Where to start, she wondered. "Benji told me last night that Jenny had been acting differently lately. When I asked him what he meant, he said that she had changed since the day in the park when she cried." "Jenny was crying?" Helen looked surprised. "Jenny never cries." She looked at Rose, as if to confirm that statement, and Rose nodded at her mother. "Apparently, as they were coming back from Samantha's, they ran into my husband. Benji told me that he hugged his dad and told him all about the competition they were training for. Both John and Benji were excited about the news. When the two children continued on their way, he could see that Jenny was upset and crying. He told me he took her into the park and they talked." Sarah hesitated. Helen didn't seem to see where this was heading, which made Sarah more uncomfortable. "Did Jenny tell Benji why he was crying?" Helen asked. "Yes, she told him she missed her father and that he was dead." Helen and Rose both let out a breath and seemed to relax back into their chairs. "Yes, he died only a few months ago. We've talked about it as a family, and I thought Jenny was on her way to healing. She loves it here and has been so happy." "The thing is," Sarah continued, "she told Benji her father had been murdered." Everyone at the table gasped, and then looked at Helen and Rose, who were now horribly pale. "Oh my God, she knows," whispered Rose. Helen sat like a statue. Sarah reached across the table and put her hand on Helen's. "I'm sorry. I didn't know how else to tell you. I felt I had to come to talk to you, especially after what happened to me and Benji. I had to know that Jenny was safe and that this news didn't trigger Benji's memory of his own father's death." Tears were streaming down Helen's face. "My poor baby girl. We didn't know she knew. We kept it from her. She's too young to know the ugliness of it all." "Mama, she must have overheard us talking," said Rose. "That explains why she didn't question us to death when we left the house so late and caught the train to come here." Helen nodded her head, but stayed silent and lost in thought. "Helen, dear," Pearl said, "is it true what Jenny told Benji? Was your husband murdered?" Helen nodded sadly and wiped at the tears on her cheeks. "Yes, he was." "But why?" Clarissa asked in shock. "Matt worked for the mayor of Dallas. He's a very powerful man in Texas. Matt discovered that he was stealing public funds and that he'd had a rival politician murdered. He told me he would have the proof of the mayor's crimes soon, I begged him to leave it be. I knew he was putting himself in danger, especially after he told me he thought the mayor had the sheriff in his back pocket. But Matt was as honest as the day was long. He couldn't just let it go." Helen looked from one woman to the next, and tears were again dripping down her cheeks. And then the sheriff came to the house to tell me that Matt had been killed while taking the money pouch to the bank." "And you didn't believe the sheriff?" Abigail said, and it wasn't really a question. "No. A week after Matt's funeral, while we were at church, someone went through our house. I don't know what they were looking for, or if they found anything. Matt never showed me or told me where the proof was." "And you have no proof the mayor was behind the killing," Sarah said. Again, it was not a question, but a stated fact. "Can anything be done about this? This is an outrage." Helen shook her head. "The mayor even called me into his office pretending to discuss Matt's death and what he and the sheriff were doing about it. But it was really a way to subtly see what I might know. I played it up as being the ignorant and distraught widow. I wasn't pretending the distraught part, but I didn't want the mayor to think I knew anything. I thought I had convinced him, but then I noticed a man following me and watching our house." "That's when she told me what she knew about my father's death," Rose said, "and we started planning our escape. We both agreed to keep it from Jenny. No one could know that we were going to leave." Rose sounded like a different person, Abigail thought, more forceful. It seemed that speaking about the awful crime had lifted a burden from her shoulders. Hiding things from people was a full-time job and a stressful one. You're always afraid of slipping up. And Abigail knew the feeling, since she had kept her heightened senses a secret. "It wasn't until a few days before we left that we told Jenny that we would have to move," Helen said. "I told her we were going to lose the house because Dallas was too expensive to live in now that her daddy was gone. We needed to move to a small city where Rose and I could get jobs and we could find a little house for ourselves." I was surprised that she didn't complain or throw a tantrum. Helen looked at Rose. "You're right. She must have overheard us speaking about the murder. Oh, my poor brave little girl." Helen shook off the awful thought and continued her story. "That's when Rose came up with the idea to let Jenny pick the city. We wanted her to feel like she had some control over her life after she had lost her father. We circled an area of Texas we felt was far enough away from Dallas that we would be safe." "And she chose Elizabethtown," Abigail said, rocking Bella in her arms. "We're all so glad she did. You three are not alone. We're all here to help you." All the women nodded. "But how did you get away without being seen?" Pearl asked. "First, I kept Jenny home from school and sent the teacher a note that she was ill. We couldn't take the chance Jenny would let it slip. We packed up only the clothes that we could carry and a few precious mementos. I knew that a train left Dallas, heading south at 9 in the evening. We were also lucky that a huge storm was brewing. We chose that night when the skies opened up and almost no one was outside. That's the night we left. We were drenched and cold and uncomfortable, but we were safe." Sarah slapped her palms on the table. "Well, now we need to make sure you remain safe. I don't want to frighten you, but you need to stay vigilant. I thought Benji and I were safe, but my husband found me and almost killed me. We are not going to let that happen to you." Helen looked at Sarah in shock. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Now I see why you were so concerned about Jenny and Benji. I think we'll be okay. I'm pretty sure I convinced the mayor I knew nothing. I doubt that he would take the time to hunt down 3 harmless women. It took us days to get here because we took a circuitous route." "You're probably right, but I think you should tell the sheriff," Abigail said. "Sarah's right. It is better to be safe than sorry. You've met Wes. He's Anna's boyfriend, you know, and he and his deputy, Will Ames, can keep their eyes and ears open concerning any strangers that might be lurking around Elizabethtown." "It couldn't hurt," said Pearl. "You should tell the ladies at the boarding house. They'll want to keep an eye out on you, too." "I don't want everyone to make a fuss over us," Helen said. "I especially don't want anyone pursuing the mayor. He's a dangerous man, and I have no proof at all that the mayor had my husband killed." "We understand that," said Sarah. "The horrible man is getting away with a heinous crime. It's unfair and wrong. But we are all realistic in this room. Life is unfair at times, especially to women. But that doesn't mean there aren't good men out there who want to help protect us. That's all that we want for you. Some men who are aware of the situation and will stay vigilant. I made the mistake of keeping my ex-husband's violence against me a secret because I was embarrassed. It almost cost me my life. And Benji would have been all alone. Do you want your daughters to be without a mother?" Helen gulped and shook her head. "I agree with them, Mama. Having a few people know will help keep us safer. We've been so nervous and jumpy," Rose said. "Today is the first day. I feel like we are really a part of this town. I don't want to keep feeling isolated and scared." Helen took her daughter's hand and then looked around the table. "Thank you, ladies. I'm so grateful to you all. I'll speak with the sheriff." Rose smiled and squeezed her mother's hand. Abigail looked around the table at all the women. Each one had had some tragedy befall them. She kissed the top of Bella's head. This little girl has no mama, she thought. She will never know her mother. Being human is not an easy thing. Abigail sighed. Put the ugly behind, she told herself. Focus on the positive. Look at the change in Rose. Already a small sign of hope was coming out of this difficult conversation. Chapter 9. When Abigail returned to the boarding house with Bella, everyone was gone or upstairs in their rooms. Abigail was glad. She needed the quiet time to mull over what Helen and Rose had told them all. She now understood why she had felt a coldness come over her when she first met the two ladies. She had known something bad had happened to them. Losing Darren to an accident had been heartbreaking, but to lose your husband because he was murdered was devastating, especially since the murderer was apparently going to get away with it. She put Bella in her basket near the hearth and lit the kindling. It was cold today. Maybe a warm fire would make the bad feelings she was having go away. Abigail sat on one of the chairs that flanked the fireplace and stared into the flames that were beginning to dance. So much death, she thought sadly. Everyone she knew had lost someone special or knew someone who had committed a crime. Why did so many innocent people have to die? And why did so many evil people get to live long lives? She didn't understand God's role in all of this. Was there really a heaven and a hell? She hoped so, but sometimes it seemed the hell was right here on earth. Abigail sighed. Her grim thoughts were not ebbing. As a matter of fact, she was feeling as if there was still worse to come. She couldn't put her finger on it, but someone was in danger, but apparently not imminent danger, or she would know more. A knock on the door had her jumping out of the chair and her heart beating fast. She looked at the clock on the mantel and saw it was a little after 4. It must be Daniel to pick up his daughter. Abigail took a calming breath and went to the door. She managed to smile when she opened it and found Daniel on the front porch. "Hi, you're right on time. Come in," she said. "Did Bella behave today?" Daniel asked. "She's a good girl every day," Abigail answered. "She's a joy. She's sleeping right now. We had ourselves a little outing to Clarissa's today, and of course every lady had to hold her." Daniel smiled. "She does love attention." "Do you have a moment to sit and talk? Bella should wake up in 15 minutes. She's been asleep for about 45. "I do. Charlie's probably with Calvin or at home with Flo. I'd like Bella to get her regular hour nap in. She'll be fussy otherwise." Abigail took her seat and pointed to the other chair. Daniel sat and looked into the fire. There is nothing better than a warm fire on a cold day. Jess liked a fire so much she would often light one even on cool summer evenings. I agree, and fires can lighten one's mood. The flames dancing and the wood crackling can bring me out of a dark mood. Do you still have a lot of dark days? Daniel asked. Andrew told me what happened to your husband. I'm sorry. I had no idea that you were a grieving spouse also. I was too wrapped up in my own tragedy to recognize that others have had their own troubles too. Abigail smiled at Daniel. Your grief is still fresh. I'm doing much better. It does get easier, Daniel. I never thought it would, but it truly does. Since I came to this town, I've made so many friends and found work that I love, and now I get to take care of children, which is a dream come true, I might add. And when I think about Darren now, I don't feel that sharp pain in my heart anymore. Instead, I remember the good times, the memories we made together. Abigail paused. You are so lucky to have the children, Daniel. You will always have a little piece of your wife in them. That's true. And since we came to this town, Charlie has flourished. He loves his aunt and uncle, is crazy about school, and has a new best friend in Calvin. Charlie and I got invited to the stud farm with Jason and Calvin on Saturday. He can't talk about anything else. I hope I don't have to buy him a horse next. Well, if you do, Samantha Brown could give him riding lessons. She's the best teacher there is. Bella gave out a little cry, and Daniel and Abigail both stood and bumped into each other. Daniel grabbed her arms to steady her. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Abigail looked into the handsome man's concerned face, and a shiver ran through her. I'm fine. I'm so used to having Bella with me, I forgot she was yours for a moment. Daniel laughed and bent to pick up his daughter. Abigail rubbed her arms where Daniel had held her. Was that shiver because of his touch, or was it some omen? Sometimes Abigail hated having the sight, as Marlena and Clarissa called it. But it couldn't be attraction, could it? Granted, Daniel was a good-looking man and an excellent father, but she was still in love with Darren. Abigail's thoughts were ended by the voice of Beatrice as she entered the parlor. Oh my, I'm a girl who loves a man with a baby in his arms. Beatrice glided over to them, fluttering her eyelashes at Daniel. Abigail rolled her eyes and glanced at Daniel. She had to hold in a laugh. He was not looking at the fluttering eyelashes, but at Beatrice's overly ample bust. It wasn't that Beatrice wore her neckline too low. It was that her bosom was so large it could barely be contained by the straining material. Daniel's mouth had fallen open. This time Abigail could not hold in the laugh. Daniel turned to look at her over his daughter's head. Abigail pointed at her own mouth and then at his. Daniel's mouth snapped shut, and pink spread up his neck. Daniel, this is Beatrice, Abigail said in amusement. Beatrice, Daniel, Bella's father. Beatrice moved closer to Daniel and bent forward to look at the baby, and Abigail knew, to show off her impressive cleavage a little more. We just love little Bella, don't we, you sweet baby? Abigail rolled her eyes again. Beatrice had not held the baby once, as she complained they drooled too much and smelled funny. Daniel finally found his voice. Yeah, nice to meet you, Beatrice. I need to go. Charlie's expecting me. See you tomorrow, Abigail. And then he practically ran to the door and exited without looking back. Where is he going in such a hurry? Beatrice pouted. I wanted to get to know him a little. I'm a girl who loves brown-eyed men. Beatrice looked at Abigail. Didn't you say he works at the bank? Abigail nodded, but before she could say anything more, Beatrice was sashaying to the door and letting herself out. Good grief, Abigail said to herself. I predict that woman is going to make that poor man crazy. When Daniel entered his brother's house, he heard laughter coming from the kitchen. He smiled and followed the laughter. Charlie and Calvin were both stirring something in a large bowl, that they had in front of them. Flo was sitting at the table with one hand in another bowl, and Adam was in a chair rubbing something on Flo's other hand. "What in the world is going on in here?" he asked. "Papa, me and Calvin are making cookies." "All by yourselves?" Daniel asked, glancing over at Flo with raised eyebrows. Flo giggled. "I'm supervising from afar. Calvin knows how to make cookies." "I do," piped up Calvin. "I help my mama all the time. I know how to mix the butter and the sugar together, and how to break the eggs, and then you add the flour and the chocolate." "Impressive," Daniel said. "Papa, put Bella in her basket on the counter so she can watch and learn how to make cookies too." Daniel placed the baby in the basket and pulled the blanket over her. He saw that Bella was watching the two boys. "She's watching," he told them. He turned to the table and pulled out a chair. "How's she doing, Adam?" "I've seen quite an improvement since we started using the splints, and Flo's been drinking the ginger tea. Some of the inflammation is going down." "What's in the bowl?" Daniel asked, looking at Flo. "It's warm water and some herbs. Adam already massaged this hand. Look." Flo took her hand out of the water and moved her fingers, making a fist and then straightening them again. "They barely hurt." She smiled happily. "She's a great patient," Adam said. "She's doing all the exercises, soaking her hands twice a day, and drinking her ginger tea. If all my patients would be as diligent, my job would be easier." "Aunt Flo, we have the cookies on the baking sheet. You told us we aren't allowed to put them in the oven," Charlie reminded his aunt. Daniel stood. "I'll put them in." He went to the boys. "Now, you have to let me have a cookie because I helped." "You can have 2 cookies," Charlie said generously. "You can have 2 cookies too, Uncle Adam," Calvin said. "Well, thanks, Cal. If they're as good as your mama's, I'm in for a treat." "They will be," Calvin said confidently. "But you got to give one to Aunt Sam. You can't eat 'em both." "I promise," Adam said and crossed his heart. Adam turned to Daniel. "Andrew told me you're doing a great job. He's so relieved to have someone who picks everything up so fast. I bet he gives you a raise before the month is even up." "I love the job, and he's a great boss. The hours are fantastic. I still can't believe how everything fell into place so quickly." "That's Elizabethtown for you. It's a special place." "That's what everyone keeps telling me. I've become a believer. It is a special place filled with special people," Daniel agreed. Flo winked at him. "I told you so," she said happily. Chapter 10. George sat in his big chair in the coal mine's office. His arm still throbbed, and he was weak as a kitten, but he wasn't about to stay home and let his employees think he was finished. By God, he'd get through this. His heart throbbed even harder. His son was dead, and he had almost died himself. He still couldn't believe Harrison had shot them. He had barged into the office screaming how much he hated them and just started shooting. Samuel had been killed instantly, and George had been shot in the arm before a security man came in and shot Harrison dead. George put his head in his hands. Samuel was dead. His wife was devastated. Hell, he was devastated. He had been grooming his son to take over the business. This business had been in his family for generations. He was not about to sell it and let some stranger run it. He groaned and sat back in his chair again. He was going to solve this problem, and he knew exactly what he needed to do. Jason looked at all the men who sat around the table in the conference room. He smiled at John Drake. When he had walked in, he had headed for the seat at the head of the table out of habit. Having been mayor for so long, it was hard to break the habit of being the boss. John had laughed at his faux pas and waved Jason to the mayor's chair. Joe, Doc, Andrew, Adam, Matthew Manning, and Wes sat in the other chairs. Jason was glad Andrew could attend. Now that he had Daniel working for him, he could take off for an hour. As you all know, Helen's husband was murdered, and she and her girls came here to get away from a crooked mayor. Jason's disgust showed in his face. There's nothing I hate more than a man who uses his power to cheat and hurt others. We have no proof of what he did, so we can't go after him. But we can make sure that Helen, Rose, and Jenny are safe." All the men nodded in agreement. "Let's hope we do a little better job than we did with Marlena, Clarissa, and Andrew," Joe said. "As sheriff at the time, I was not thrilled that Lewis and Catherine almost got away with murder." "I'll second that," Wes said. "As the then deputy, it was downright embarrassing that we couldn't figure out it was the two." Andrew spoke up. "Don't blame yourselves. Lewis was my friend, and Catherine my fiancée, and I had no idea it was them behind all those accidents. You did all you reasonably could except for hiding my mother in a jail cell." Matthew snorted. "Your mother would have had a fit. She was already going crazy having everyone hovering over her trying to keep her safe. I'm just grateful Joe and Wes were there to stop Lewis." "And don't forget Joe," said John. "You were there to save Sarah. Without you, I wouldn't have her or Benji in my life." He turned to Wes. "And without you, Anna would not be here." "Those are good points you're all making," Jason said. "We thought we were looking for a stranger, not a friend. This time we will be looking for a stranger. If the mayor of Dallas tries anything, he'll be sending that sheriff or one of his lackeys our way," Jason surmised. "Do you really think he's worried about 3 women who have moved a couple 100 miles away?" Doc asked. "And how would he even know where to start looking? Helen said they didn't tell a soul." "That's what Sarah said too," John warned. "And her husband found her." "True," Adam said. "I don't want to see anything like that happen to Helen. I still can't believe there are men out there who hurt women." "What do you have in mind that we do?" asked Andrew. "Nothing specific," answered Jason. "We have no idea if the man is even looking for her. First and foremost, I just want you all to keep your eyes open. Any strangers in town asking questions, anyone who seems to be hanging around with no real purpose for being here, needs to be checked out. We just need to be vigilant. Helen has already been here for a month. If nothing happens this next month, I'm guessing they'll be safe." "Depends upon how evil the guy is," Joe warned. "Could be he wants to give her a false sense of security, so she lets her guard down and then he'll strike. He's got a lot to lose. If he thinks she has any proof of his wrongdoings, he's not going to rest." "I'm thinking we should be a little more proactive," John said. "What do you have in mind?" Wes asked. "I'm thinking Jason could send Albert to Dallas to sniff around some," John said. "He's a smart guy, regular looking, won't stand out in a crowd if you know what I mean." "That's a good idea, John," Jason said, nodding his head. "He's smart and cool-headed. I would trust him to ask questions and not make anyone suspicious." "I agree," said Joe. "I'd trust him. He's proven time and time again that he's trustworthy." Jason rose. "Well, let's call him in here and see if he's up for the job." Helen and Rose stared at Sheriff Riggs and his deputy Will Ames in surprise. "The mayor's going to do what?" "Mayor Dunbar is sending his assistant, Albert, to Dallas to check and see what Mayor Wilson and his sheriff are up to. Albert will be very discreet. Jason trusts him completely," Wes said. But why would he do that? He barely knows us. Why would he bother?" Helen couldn't believe what she was hearing. She glanced at Rose and could see that her daughter was surprised too. Wes smiled at the 2 women. They were new to town and didn't realize how things worked around here. Wes had been surprised too when he first became deputy. He had worked in Austin for years. He had enjoyed his time there and was still good friends with Sheriff Dawson. But Elizabethtown was special. It was still considered a fairly small town, and people around here knew each other and took care of each other. "You're part of this town now, Mrs. Holden. We don't take kindly to people who threaten anyone who lives here, especially a crooked public official. That puts all the men in this town on the warpath," Wes said. "But I don't want anyone to put themselves in danger over us," Helen said, and Rose nodded in agreement with her. "Albert won't be in danger. He's not going to confront the mayor or the sheriff. He's going there to look around and listen. See if anyone is looking for you. No one there knows who he is." "Besides," Deputy Wills said, "Albert has relatives in Dallas. He's happy to look into this for Jason and then have a visit with his uncle and his family." Helen had tears in her eyes. "We never thought we'd get this kind of support. We felt so alone, and now we have all these friends who want to help us. It's overwhelming." "There are a lot of people who have come here who have been in danger or who have lost someone. We have had an inordinate amount of evil come here, but we always managed to come out on top. You came to the right place." Wes and Will both rose, as did Helen and Rose. "Thank you both for coming over to tell us the mayor's plan. I feel safer already. It has been horrible strain keeping this quiet and trying to stay vigilant at the same time. Thank you, thank you." Rose nodded her head and glanced shyly at the young deputy. "Yes, thank you, both." "Our pleasure, ma'am," said Will, as he took Rose's proffered hand and shook it. "Pa, you promised!" Charlie cried out. "I know I did, son. But your Aunt Flo can't watch Bella today." Daniel grimaced. He'd forgotten to ask Flo if she could watch Bella for a couple of hours, and Flo had already committed to going into Austin with her dear friend Nell. They were taking the train and going shopping and having lunch together. "I can go with Calvin. He's going to be there." "You are not the Dunbars' responsibility. If you're going to be around horses, I need to be there. They are not toys, Charlie." Charlie's lips were trembling, and he looked ready to burst into tears. It was Saturday morning, and the day they were supposed to go to the stud farm. Daniel couldn't stand seeing his son disappointed. He'd been so happy and carefree this last week. "Why don't you see if Abigail can watch Bella for a couple of hours?" Flo suggested as she came into the room. Charlie brightened up. "Yeah, we can ask Abigail." "Abigail has Bella every day of the week. I can't ask her to babysit on a weekend without any warning." "Why don't you see if Abigail might want to come with you? She can visit with Mary Sue and Emma," Flo suggested. "It won't hurt to ask. She's such a sweet thing, and she loves Bella and Charlie to pieces. She's alone. She might like to go on a little jaunt with you all." Charlie began to hop up and down. "Please, Papa, please. I want to see the horses. Calvin said we could ride one. I want to see Midnight and Thor." Daniel looked at his sister-in-law closely. Why was she singing Abigail's praises so hard? Flo looked back at him, her face expressionless. He said. "I suppose we can stop by the boarding house and see if she's available. But if she's not, you must agree that we wait until the next time. No throwing a tantrum." Charlie smiled a huge grin. "Abigail won't say no," he said confidently. "Come on, let's go," he shouted gleefully. Flo watched as Daniel hoisted Charlie into the wagon and then Bella into her little basket. She had her fingers crossed that Abigail was home and would say yes. Abigail couldn't believe she was sitting in a wagon with Daniel and his children and heading to the stud farm. When she had seen Daniel and the children on the porch of the boarding house, her heart had done a little flip in her chest. Before she could even utter a greeting, Charlie had a hold of her hand and was begging her to come with them so that he could ride a horse. He had told her if she couldn't watch Bella, they wouldn't be able to go because his papa was not going to hold Mary Sue accountable. Abigail had smiled up at Daniel, who was frowning at his son. "That is not the way you ask Abigail for a favor. You don't guilt someone into helping you. And the word I used was accountable," Daniel scolded his son. Charlie gave Abigail a cheeky look and asked politely, "Abigail, can you come with us?" But he couldn't maintain his dignity and began jumping up and down and yelling, "Please, please, please." How could she say no to that? And did she even want to say no? Daniel apologized for the second time, and Abigail told him that she had always wanted to see the stud farm. Abigail was in trouble. She sat with Mary Sue and Emma under a large oak tree near the corral so they could watch the children ride. Abigail held Bella. Mary Sue had Judy on her lap, and Emma was bouncing Robbie on her knee. This was like a dream come true, sitting with friends and her baby on her lap. Abigail swallowed hard. Not her baby, she had to remind herself. She was in so much trouble. She was in love with Bella. She was in love with someone else's baby. She held the baby close and put her cheek on her head and closed her eyes. God, what was she going to do when Daniel took Bella back, when she had to go back to work? Emma looked over at Mary Sue and nodded her head towards Abigail. Mary Sue looked at Abigail and then back at Emma. Both women smiled knowingly. "Abigail!" Charlie called out. "Look, I'm riding!" Abigail looked up and saw Charlie sitting on a pony with Daniel walking next to him, making sure he didn't fall off. Charlie was ecstatic, and Daniel looked proud. "You're a natural-born horseman," Abigail called back. Charlie waved at her happily. Oh, yes, Abigail was in big trouble. This is what a family did together. She looked at Daniel, and her heart did that little flutter again. He was such a good man, a man who had just lost his wife and had a commitment to his children. Oh, Darren, this should have been our story, and Daniel and Jess's story. Abigail sighed and reminded herself that she was living day to day. No lamenting the past and no worrying about the future. Take things day by day. That was her mantra. She felt better and turned to the other two women and asked them what they used to keep a rash from forming on a baby's bottom. Chapter 11. Clarissa couldn't get over the change in Rose. In one 24-hour period, she had gone from fearful and quiet to comfortable and chatty. It was amazing what letting go of a secret could do for the soul. Clarissa looked over at Helen, who was working with Pearl. She, too, looked more at ease. Emma had told Clarissa that Albert was already on his way to Dallas. In a few days, they should have some idea if Helen and the girls were still in danger. The door to the shop opened, and Deputy Ames came in. At first, Clarissa was fearful that something bad had happened, but the young man was smiling. Clarissa went to him. "Well, good day, Deputy. What can I do for you?" Clarissa smiled up at him. "Hello, Miss Rule. I'm just checking in. Sheriff Riggs has assigned me this side of the street as my rounds. I'm to make contact with each store owner and check in often to see how things are going." Clarissa flushed when she heard him call her Mrs. Rule. She was married, she thought giddily. She still wasn't used to being a Mrs. "Well, I'm so pleased that you have been assigned to us," Clarissa said. "I think that it's a wonderful idea." Clarissa noticed that Deputy Ames was glancing over her shoulder and didn't seem to notice that she had just spoken. Clarissa looked back and saw that Rose was at the table talking and smiling with Pearl and her mother. She looked back at Will. He was still staring. Clarissa swallowed a laugh. The boy couldn't be older than 21 if he was a day. But then again, she and Will were close to the same age, she mused. She just felt so much older, having gone through what she had, and being married. Funny how age was really just a number. It was life experience that matured you. Clarissa coughed, and Will looked down at her, and a blush crept up his neck. "Why don't you come and talk to the ladies and tell them what you just told me? I'm sure everyone will be happy to have you looking out for them." "Well, yes, ma'am, I'd be glad to do that." "Deputy Ames, if you call me ma'am again, I'll have to hurt you," Clarissa said in mock outrage. Will laughed. "Just a habit, Miss Clarissa." "Miss Clarissa. I like that. Come on." She dragged Will over to the table, and all the women looked up and smiled at the young man. Clarissa noticed that Rose's cheeks were quite pink at the moment. Interesting, she thought. "I don't understand for a moment how you can be so calm," Adelaide said to her husband. "We've lost our son and our daughter. All my children are dead," and she burst into tears. George was not calm by any means. Did she fail to realize that he too had lost a son and a daughter? Granted, they had not spoken to their daughter in 10 years, the ungrateful girl, but he had kept track of her. Adelaide, you're going to make yourself ill. You must stop crying." "Why?" she wailed. "We have nothing left. It's only us, and all you care about is your stupid coal mine." "That stupid coal mine is what allows you to wear furs and have the best house in town," George said, offended by his wife's dismissive attitude. "What does it matter now?" she sniffled. "It means nothing. Samuel's dead. There's no one to leave it to. All of our friends are talking about us. Everyone's pretending to show sympathy, but I know they don't really care. What is the point of being rich when you have no son to leave it to?" "Adelaide, all is not lost. You must pull yourself together. You can't fall apart in front of our friends and my business partners. We have a reputation to uphold." "What is a reputation worth when you have no one to leave it to? When we have no legacy? All the women in my circle are looking at me with pity," she cried. "I will not put up with that. I will not allow Gloria Simpson to usurp my position. She's been trying to unseat me for years as president of the women's club," she hissed furiously. George grunted in disgust, as if he gave a damn about a bunch of silly women. But he did give a damn about his wife's behavior. He could not have her fall apart. There was too much to lose. There was a rumbling amongst his employees. Apparently, Harrison was not the only man with a grudge against him and Samuel. George had to make sure he kept his men in place. He had to prove he still had the power and ability to run the mine. What bothered him the most was that he was not healing fast enough. He was still so weak and couldn't use his arm at all. He'd fired the last doctor who had wanted to bleed him, stupid fool. He had hired a new doctor, one who had more modern ideas. He would do what he said and get himself back to normal. In the meantime, he needed to set his plan in place. He couldn't tell Adelaide. She was too distraught, and he wasn't sure she would go for the plan. She had never forgiven Jessica for running off and embarrassing her in front of her friends. It was best that he set things in motion before he let her in on it. Daniel sat on the front porch, gently rocking and thinking about the day. The children were in bed, and Edward was giving Flo one of her treatments for her hand. He needed a little alone time. Today had been wonderful, but also disturbing. Charlie had been thrilled with the entire day. Riding the pony today would not be his last ride. He was suddenly enamored with horses. Luckily, Joe had said that they could come any time and ride the ponies, and Mary Sue had reminded him that Samantha Brown gave lessons. Daniel figured that when the weather warmed up, he would let Charlie take those lessons. The other wonderful part of the day was being with the men. Joe, Jason, Doc, and John had all been there. They had told him about their endeavors. The men were having the time of their lives and making good money while they were doing it. Having male companionship was what he really needed. His brother had already helped him so much, as had Andrew. Having the support of all these people made him feel like he could make it. He could provide for his family and do right by them. The disturbing part of the day centered around Abigail. When he had looked over at her, sitting with the other women, holding Bella and smiling and chatting away, a pain had spread through him. But then right after, a warmth. The pain was for Jess. She was Bella's mother. She should be the one talking and laughing. The warmth was because Abigail looked like a mother. She loved both Isabella and Charlie. He could tell. He had been glad that she had accompanied them. Her smiles and happy ways brought him out of his grief. She was so giving and so easy to talk to. Even Charlie was seeing her as a substitute mother. She was the first one that he had called to when he wanted to show off. He had continued to call out to her often, and she was always smiling and encouraging him. Daniel was afraid. What would happen when Abigail went back to work? What would happen when the children didn't get to see her every day? They had fallen in love with her. His children would not be able to handle any more heartbreak. Daniel was torn. He felt he was betraying Jess's memory by allowing Abigail into their lives. But he also knew his children needed a mother figure. Flo was wonderful, and the children loved her. But she couldn't do all the things a mother needed to do. Daniel sighed. What do I do, Jess? I like her. She's so good with the children. But you're their mother, Jess. It breaks my heart you're not here to see how wonderful they are. We made good babies, Jess. God, how I miss you. Daniel closed his eyes and rocked gently, trying to stem the tears. The boarding house the next morning was a chaotic scene. Anna was at the piano with the twins. Nell was keeping an eye on Robbie, who could crawl so fast it was like having a puppy in the house. Abigail was changing Bella, and Ruby was trying to dust the parlor, but she kept putting her hands over her ears when the twins hit a wrong note, which was often. Dios mío, she complained. Can't you at least teach them one at a time? Anna grinned. I'd love to. Would you like to keep one of them occupied? Ruby grinned back. I have something to occupy the little one. Melinda, come help me, please. Melinda got off the bench and went to Ruby. I have an important job for us to do, Ruby said. I need you to help me dust. Melinda looked up at Ruby and nodded. Ruby took her by the hand and went to one of the many tables in the room. Now, I am going to lift the lamp and the books, and you take that cloth and you wipe the table. Melinda nodded again, took the cloth, and when Ruby had removed everything, she wiped the table, moving the cloth back and forth. Well done, my little one, Ruby said as she replaced the items back on the table. Which table do you want to do next? Melinda pointed to the table under one of the front windows. Ruby followed her over to it, and they repeated the process. Anna and Hannah continued with their lessons, and Abigail noticed that the music became a lot less jarring. Robbie was crawling after his sister Melinda as she and Ruby went from table to table. Nell sat in the rocker and let out a big whoosh as she watched the boy from afar. I'm too old for this, she said. Let me have my Bella. I can just rock her. Abigail handed the now clean baby to Nell and then went after the crawling dervish, who probably needed a changing too. Abigail picked the boy up off the floor and zoomed with him around the room. He screeched in happiness, flailing his arms wildly. Abigail's heart expanded in her chest. These children were so happy and so loved. Each one of them was so dear to her. They were a handful, but they brought so much joy. Nell, too, was constantly beaming when the little ones were around. They wore her out, but she enjoyed every minute of it. Half an hour later, Melinda was with Anna, and Hannah was now helping Ruby put the dishes away in the kitchen. Bella and Robbie were beginning to fade. After another half an hour, all the children were down for a nap, and the women were sprawled in the chairs in the parlor. I think if I ever have kids, said Anna, as she stretched her neck, trying to ease the crick in it, I would maybe only have 2. It's a lot of work keeping track of 4. Keep in mind, Abigail said, it's unlikely you would have twins, and you definitely would not have a 7-month-old and a 1-month-old at the same time. I don't think any woman would have 4 babies at the same time. It would kill her. Nell laughed. That's true enough, but I always wanted a big brood. When my husband and I weren't blessed, I hoped that my brother would have a handful, but he only has 1 daughter. My niece is only 13. I do hope I get to be a great aunt eventually, but I wonder. My brother is traveling salesman, and he keeps dragging his Charlotte everywhere with him. How is she going to meet a young man when they're always on the road? He promised me this would be the last year, and he would finally get a job in a shop. I'm pretty sure I convinced him to move to Elizabethtown. That's wonderful, Nell, Abigail said. You'd have family nearby. Ruby, who had just re-entered the parlor, frowned. But you would stay with us, see? No moving with your brother. I would never live with my brother. We get along fine, but I'm 18 years older than him, and if he's still as messy as he was when he was a child, I would go crazy. Everything you own belongs in a designated spot. You don't just drop it anywhere in the house. His mother, my stepmother, used to pull her hair out. I think that must be the hardest thing about getting married, Anna said. I'm used to doing things my way. I like a clean house. What if my husband is a pig, or if he doesn't like how I set up the house? Nell waved a hand at Anna. You train them, dear. Anna frowned. What if they're not trainable? They are not dogs, you know. Nell and Ruby both laughed and winked at each other. There are ways to train a husband, dear, Nell said. You just use your feminine wiles. It's amazing what you can accomplish by giving or withholding yourself. That doesn't sound very fair, Abigail said. I never did that to Darren. Ruby snorted and looked at Nell again. Silly young things. They'll learn. Anna may learn, Abigail said, but I'll never have the chance to. I lost the love of my life. Nell patted her hand. Those who love once are destined to love again. Don't close yourself off to the idea. Just live your life as the best person you can be, and love will come to you again. Ruby and Anna were nodding their heads in agreement, but Abigail shook hers and just looked sad. Chapter 12. Jason looked down at the telegraph that had just been brought to him at the mayor's office. It was from Albert, and the news wasn't good. Our man is up to something. Stop. Met his assistant at the saloon one night. Stop. Our man is angry and looking for someone. Stop. Keep your eyes open. Stop. Both our men are crooks. Stop. Sent this from outside Dallas for safety. Stop. Jason grimaced. He'd hoped the man had considered the women harmless. Helen's husband must have had something very damning on the mayor if he was still pursuing her. Thank God Albert had the sense to send the telegram outside of Dallas. That had to have been quite a chore. The man deserved a raise when he got back. It was time to set up another meeting. He grabbed his hat and headed out to round up the men. I sure don't like to know what Mayor Wilson thinks Helen has on him. The guy must be a really nasty piece of work if he's still hounding a woman and her 2 daughters months after he killed Matt. Wes scowled at the men who sat around the conference table. Albert's not one to exaggerate, so this is definitely a real threat, said John. This really riles me up, said Jason. Emma was just saying that Helen and Rose were feeling so much safer. Now we all know what went down. Now we have to give them the bad news. It can't be helped, Jason, Joe said. They have to be told so they stay vigilant. Remember what happened to Sarah. The other men all nodded. When do you think Albert will get back so we can talk to him? West asked. I want to write up a report. We may have nothing on the guy yet, but if he makes a mistake, I want to be able to nail him to the wall. He should be back in a couple of days, Jason answered. But we need to take some action now. I'm willing to do some extra patrolling, Will said. I touched base with all the merchants on the west side of Main Street yesterday. Everyone's keeping an eye out for strangers. What about the other woman at the boarding house? Andrew said. They might be in danger, too, due to their close proximity to Helen and the girls. I did get my mother a gun, and Matthew taught her how to shoot it, but it still has me worried. It would be pretty bold to attack Helen in a crowded boarding house, Joe said. My guess would be that the biggest danger is when she's walking back and forth from work. That makes sense, Adam said. We need to trade off walking the women home for a while, especially until Albert gets back and we learn more. I agree, said Wes. I'll do the morning shift, since I usually have coffee with Anna at the boarding house. I'll walk the women to work. I can do 2 of the afternoon shifts, offered Will. The other days I'm on duty. I'll do 2 shifts too, said John. I can't shoot worth a damn, but I can carry a gun and look like I know how to use it. The men laughed, and Adam said, That's why I'm not offering. I can't shoot at all. I'll patch up the guy if you all get to him. I'll take the other shifts. Clarissa's shop is right across the street, said Jason. Wes, you going to go tell Helen and Rose? Wes rose. Yeah, I'll be the bearer of bad news. I hope they keep this from Jenny. The girl should be safe. She's too young to know anything. He left the room, followed by his deputy. All right, we have a game plan, Jason said. Let's put it to work. Who wants the first 2 afternoon shifts? Daniel watched the woman he knew as Beatrice saunter into the bank. Try as he might to keep his eyes on her face, her jiggling bosom drew his eyes down. The woman was something, all curves and incredibly pretty. But he liked his women more natural. Jess had been a lithe woman, but strong and capable. She could swing Charlie onto her hip and hold him for an hour at a time. After holding Charlie for about 10 minutes, he could feel himself flagging and his arms tiring. Jess, he sighed. It always came back to Jess. They'd only had 6.5 years together. When would the pain go away? Beatrice had reached him, and he smiled at her. "What can I do for you, Miss Bradley?" Beatrice returned the smile. "I have my weekly payday from the diner that I would like to deposit." She fluttered her eyelashes at him. How did women do that, he wondered. Didn't it make them dizzy? "I'll be happy to help you with that," he said, and led her to the long counter at the back of the bank. "It won't take me but a minute to fill out the deposit slip." "I just love a man who uses his brains at work. Not that you couldn't use those muscles of yours if you need to." She looked at him, up and down. Daniel felt a blush heating the back of his neck. This woman was too forward. She was not his type. And even if she were, he had no interest in hooking up with any woman right now. It would be a betrayal to Jess, and his heart wasn't ready for anything except love for his family. Is there anything else I can do for you?" Daniel asked. She was now leaning on the counter, her impressive breast resting on it. "Well, I was wondering if you would care to get a cup of coffee at the hotel sometime. I'd love to get to know you better." She did that crazy eyelash flutter again. "Thank you for the offer, Miss Bradley." "Call me Beatrice, please. And may I call you Daniel?" "Yeah, Miss Beatrice. I work, and then I pick up my children right after. I really don't have time to partake in your kind offer." "Pooh," Beatrice pouted. "Abigail would be more than happy to watch the children. She never goes anywhere or does anything besides work." Daniel felt his stomach do a little loop. Abigail. Now there was a woman who Jess would admire and be friends with. He looked at Beatrice again. The woman would make Jess roll her eyes and do that funny little snort sound she made when she was amused. "I'm sorry, but I have a lot of responsibilities right now." "Well, good day to you, Miss Bradley," Andrew said as he came up to Daniel's side. "How are things at the boarding house? My mother said you all took a vote on whether to allow men to live there, but it turns out that won't be happening." Beatrice frowned. "Your mother was going to allow old men to move in. I certainly don't need someone my grandfather's age clomping around and smoking those nasty cigars. So, yes, the boarding house is remaining women only for the time being." "I think that's wise," Andrew said. He turned to Daniel. "Can you continue filing those papers we were working on earlier if you're done with Miss Bradley?" "Of course." He turned to Beatrice. "Nice to have seen you again, ma'am. Have a nice afternoon." And with a grateful look at Andrew, he made his escape. Will frowned when he saw Rose walking by herself, heading towards the boarding house late in the afternoon. Had Wes not told them about the threat yet? He had said that he was heading over to the boarding house an hour ago. Will hustled over to Rose. "Good morning, Miss Holden," he said, raising his hat politely and matching his steps to hers. Rose smiled up at the deputy. She liked his face. He had brown eyes and a bunch of freckles spattered across his nose and cheeks. It made him look young and friendly, and he always had a smile on his face. "Good afternoon, deputy." Rose didn't know what else to say. She always got tongue-tied around men. She looked up at the sky, contemplating how to start a conversation. "The weather's quite warm for January, don't you think?" Rose cringed. Really? That's all she came up with? Will looked up at the sky. "It's been a mild winter." They continued to walk together, looking straight ahead. The silence grew uncomfortable. Will was struggling, trying to come up with something. He was such an idiot around women. What was wrong with him? Say something, you idiot. How do you like working at the shop?" he finally managed to say. Rose perked up immediately. "Oh, I love it. Clarissa's wonderful. And working with my mother and Pearl is a joy. I love making clothes. Clarissa has me working on a new idea she has for making the sleeves of a woman's gown easier to deal with when she's working and cleaning. The woman can pull the sleeve back, and then a loop and a button keep the sleeve in place and out of the way. Clarissa's always thinking of new ways to make clothes more functional. Rose stopped talking as she realized she was rambling to a man about women's clothing. A blush of embarrassment began to creep up her cheek. I'm going to have to tell my mother about that. She's always complaining that her sleeves are too tight to roll up and get out of the way. I'm sure she would be one of the first women to purchase one. My mother loves to bake, but it's such a messy job. Rose was smiling up at Will now. That's exactly it, she said. Women's clothes need to be more practical, but they should still look nice. I'm so sick of looking at ugly brown dresses. We should be able to work and look good. I think you always look good, Will said. This time the blush that spread over Rose's cheeks was one of pleasure. Thank you, Deputy. Do you think you could call me Will? And do you think you might like to go to dinner at the diner some evening? Will didn't know where he got the courage to ask her out. He kept walking straight ahead and held his breath. Will, I would like that very much. And please, call me Rose. They had reached the yard of the boarding house, and Rose stopped abruptly and looked at Will. Is that the sheriff's horse? Rose knew that Ruby and Anna always went into town on Wednesdays to visit friends, so he wasn't here to see Anna. Yeah, that's Wes's horse, Will answered. Oh dear, why is he here? Rose didn't wait for an answer and hustled across the yard with Will following after her. The warm glow that she had been feeling was wilting like a flower in the desert sun. Abigail sat by herself in the parlor. Bella was in the little bed, taking a nap. Marlena and Ruby were having dinner with Clarissa and Andrew. Nell was with Pearl for the evening. They were going to the church social together. Beatrice was working at the diner. Anna was with Wes, and Helen and Rose and Jenny were at the Drakes, having dinner as Jenny and Benji had become such good friends. Plus, Sarah was doing all she could to keep Helen from stewing about Mayor Wilson. It had been a heartbreaking scene to see the fear return in both Helen and Rose's eyes when Wes had told them about Albert's telegraph. It had gotten even uglier when Albert had gotten back and told Jason about what he'd overheard at the saloon from one of the mayor's assistants. Albert had followed the man to the saloon and sat behind him for over an hour. The man was drinking heavily and had been very agitated. When his brother had shown up to join him, the assistant had unloaded on him. That's when Albert had heard that the mayor was in an ugly mood and on the rampage because no one had located the Holden women. The assistant had no idea what the mayor wanted with the family, but he told his brother everyone in the office was hiding out and trying to avoid the wrath of the mayor. Things had finally come to a head when the sheriff had come in with some information. There had been a heated argument between the mayor and sheriff that the assistant apparently could not hear clearly, but he knew something bad was about to take place. He didn't want to go back to work the next morning. He told his brother he was thinking of working elsewhere, but he was fearful of what the mayor would do to him. Loyalty was first and foremost expected of all employees. He wasn't sure how he was going to get her away. Abigail was worried. She was having one of her terrible feelings, but she couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from. Sometimes she felt it when she was near Helen, but at other times it was when she was with Daniel. It made no sense, and it was making her feel helpless. Something was wrong. Something was going to happen, but when and where? She let out a sigh. Daniel had stopped by on his supper hour and asked if he could watch Isabella for an extra hour or two, as Andrew needed him to close up the bank tonight. She gazed at the clock and saw it was after 5. He should be here soon. It was time to wake Bella and get her cleaned up before her father arrived. Abigail stood, shook off her foul mood, and went to the baby. Abigail was in the kitchen heating up the stew Ruby had left for her when she heard Daniel call out her name. She went to the kitchen door and called to him to come into the kitchen. Bella sat in a basket on the counter, making bubbles with her lips and watching Abigail intently as she stirred the stew and cut the bread. Daniel entered the kitchen and stopped in the doorway and looked at the domestic scene in front of him. Abigail was leaning over the basket, making silly noises at Bella. The aroma of stew and fresh-baked bread wafted through the air. Daniel's stomach growled. Abigail looked up and laughed. Was that your stomach? Didn't you eat today? Daniel blushed. Sorry, I had a small bite at home, but the smell in here is heavenly. Did you cook? No, this is Ruby's famous stew. I can cook, but not like her. Would you care to join me? Oh, I don't want to get in your way. You've had Bella all day. You need some time to yourself. That is exactly what I don't need. Everyone's gone. This sweet baby and I have been by ourselves for over an hour. There's plenty of food here. Abigail swatted her forehead with her hand. What am I thinking? You have Charlie to take care of. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. You were being kind and thinking of a grown man who stands before you starving and ravenous. Charlie's with Cal and the Dunbars. He's spending the night at the ranch with them. He hasn't stopped talking about it all day. Emma came into the bank this morning to ask if it would be okay for Charlie to join them at the ranch this weekend. Then the boys came in after school, jumping and whooping in excitement about going. So I'm officially on my own tonight because even Flo and Edward are going to the church social. Abigail smiled at Daniel. I'm so happy for Charlie. He's going to have a wonderful weekend. The Dunbar Ranch is beautiful, even in the winter. Bella made a little grunting noise, as if to say she didn't appreciate being ignored. Daniel hurried over to his daughter and picked her up and gave her a smacking kiss on the forehead. The baby gurgled and smiled up at her father. Look, Jess, she's smiling at me. A real smile, not because of gas. Daniel turned to hold the baby up to Abigail, who stood looking at him with an odd look on her face. What's the matter? He asked in concern. You just called me Jess, Abigail answered. It reminds me of what she's missing and how unfair it all is. Daniel swallowed. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. He looked back down at the smiling baby. Your mama should be here to see you, Bella, love. He looked back at Abigail. But since Jess can't be here, I'm glad I could share this moment with you. Abigail felt her heart expand just a bit in her chest. She had thought that perhaps the evening would be ruined and Daniel would become sad and distant. She stepped closer to the man and his child and looked at the baby. Did you smile just for your daddy, you pretty girl? The baby smiled at her and reached up one of her hands as if to touch Abigail. I think she's smiling for both of us, said Daniel. She's happy and safe with two people who love her very much. Abigail had to turn away and pull herself together. This is what she and Darren had spoken of so often, having children and watching each new stage of their lives. Let me get the bowls and serve up this stew. You put Bella back in her basket and take her to the table so she can join us. That was delicious, Daniel sighed half an hour later. Ruby's an artist when it comes to food. What a lovely thing to say, said Abigail. She will be very flattered when I tell her that you said that. Shall we take our coffee into the parlor so Bella can play with the toys on her blanket? Daniel picked up his daughter, and Abigail picked up the 2 cups and followed him. When they were settled, Daniel gave a little laugh. I forgot to tell you about Charlie and Calvin when I came home after supper. What were the 2 of them up to this time? Abigail asked with a chuckle. The 2 boys were beginning to get a reputation around town for their silly antics. The 2 of them were sitting cross-legged on the kitchen table when I came in. Each of them had one of Flo's hands in theirs, and they were rubbing her ointment into her hands. You should have seen their faces. They were taking their jobs very seriously. Cal told me that Adam had been there, but that he had an emergency and he'd asked the boys to take over. Flo couldn't stop smiling. That is the sweetest thing I've ever heard, Abigail said. Edward told me that Flo is feeling the best she's felt in over 5 years. Between Adam's ministrations and having the children in the house, Flo's a changed woman. It makes her happy. I was worried we'd be a burden to them, but now I'm actually worried about finding our place. Flo will miss us. Are you already looking for a place? No, I need to save more money. I'm in no rush. It's been good to be able to sit with my brother in the evenings and talk or play cards. Right now, I think the best thing for all of us is to remain where we are. I think you're right. You need the help with the children, and Flo and Edward need the energy you all bring into their lives." "How about you?" Daniel asked. "Do you need all this energy we bring, or are you ready to go back to work?" Daniel hated asking the question, but he wanted to know for sure that Abigail was okay with taking care of Bella every day. He was afraid she was sacrificing her career for him, and that made him uncomfortable. "I'm only going to say this one more time, Daniel. I love taking care of Bella and the others. I do love to sew, but I can still do some sewing here. Taking care of the children fills me with joy. They have brought love back into my life. I feel like I have a reason to get up every morning. I'm doing something for others, not just myself." "Jess would have loved you," Daniel said. Daniel was surprised that he didn't feel a sharp pain when he said her name. He felt... What did he feel? Like he knew she would approve of what he was doing, that she would not only approve of Abigail as a nanny, but be grateful their children had her in their lives. Having lost her own family, Jess was obsessed about having as many people love Charlie and Bella as possible. There was no such thing as jealousy or too much love. It was all about the security love brings with it. Abigail looked at Daniel in surprise. She hadn't thought of Daniel's wife as a possible friend, but now she saw that she and Jessica would probably have hit it off. The good man that she picked and her wonderful children said a lot about who she was. Abigail closed her eyes. "I'll do what I can for your babies, Jessica," she whispered to herself. "I promise." Abigail opened her eyes and nodded at Daniel. "I think I would have liked her very much, too." "Flo says we find happiness and joy here. She says it will just take a little time. I believe her. The change in Charlie's amazing. He has a picture of Jess next to his bed. He kisses her goodnight, and he no longer cries bitterly. Instead, he tells her all about his day and his best friend Calvin. I know she'll fade away from his memory eventually, but it warms my heart to hear him talk to her. Charlie will never forget her, but he will have a harder time remembering specific things about her. It will be your job to tell him stories about her. I wish I had someone in my life who knew Darren. I'm forgetting things we did together already. It makes me sad, but at the same time, I try to remember just the good things." Abigail looked down at Bella, who was chewing on one of her toys. "Let's talk about something else before we get too maudlin. How was work today? Do you still like working at the bank?" "I do, and Andrew is giving me more responsibility each day. He's a good guy. I really liked him. He saved me today." "Saved you from what?" Abigail asked in concern. "Were you in danger?" Daniel laughed. "Only if you consider Beatrice dangerous." Now Abigail had to laugh. "She could be if you get too close to her and she turns around quickly. You could be knocked to the floor." Abigail slapped her hand over her mouth and then withdrew it. "Did I just say that?" she said, shocked at her own snarkiness. Daniel burst into laughter and then doubled over as he began to cough violently. Abigail jumped up and thumped him on the back until he could catch his breath. "I'm sorry," Abigail said as she sat back down. "I don't know what got into me." "Don't apologize on my account," he said as he pulled his handkerchief from his pocket and dried his eyes. "I'm just a man who loves a woman with a sense of humor." Now Abigail was laughing and then mimicking Beatrice's voice. "Why, I'm just a girl who loves a man who sneezes on Tuesdays." Daniel started laughing and coughing again. You said that just right. You sounded just like her. Oh my, we are awful making fun of the poor woman." But he couldn't stop laughing. Abigail fluttered her eyelashes at him, but then sobered up. "I am truly being awful. I care about Beatrice, but she can be a little annoying at times." Daniel had finally pulled himself together. "She can be. She asked me to go to dinner with her." "Really? Are you going to go?" Abigail felt a small clinch in her chest. No. That's where Andrew came in. I told her I don't have time, but I think she would have kept pressuring me. Andrew came up and asked me to continue filing the papers in the office. He knew I wanted away from her." "That was very nice of him. But speaking of Beatrice, she should be back any moment. You might want to make your escape." Daniel looked at the clock on the wall. Wow, it's already 7:30. I can't believe I've taken up so much of your time. Come on, Bella, my love. It's time to go home and have some daddy-daughter time together. You did not take up my time. It was wonderful to have someone to talk and laugh with, even if I do need to ask God for forgiveness for being so unkind to Beatrice. Well, I personally have not laughed like that in a very long time. Thank you for your good company and the delicious dinner. I owe you a dinner. Daniel grabbed Bella's bag, and then, with his daughter in his arms, left the boarding house. Abigail stood in the middle of the parlor, looking at the door Daniel had just walked through. Dinner? He owed her a dinner? What did he mean by that? She wondered. Chapter 13. The dame was always with someone. What the hell was going on here? It was as if someone knew he was here to take care of her. How could that be? He stalked back towards the middle of town. He'd been here for 3 days already. He figured he'd have the situation taken care of the first afternoon he had arrived. But the damn woman had the sheriff walking her and her daughter to work each morning. And then in the afternoon, some guy or another was taking her home. This was bullshit. He had a job to do. He planned on collecting the money he was promised, and nobody was going to stand in his way. He'd been careful about showing himself around town. He stayed out of the saloon and was camping outside of town. So far, he'd only gone to the general store to pick up a few supplies. But he couldn't risk staying much longer. There was some weird stuff going on in this town. He'd take care of things tonight. Mayor Wilson expected him back pronto. Get it done and get the hell out of there had been his orders. One didn't mess with that man and live to talk about it. Just ask the dame's husband. He took a pull on the flask of whiskey that he had in his coat pocket and headed to his campsite. Helen was feeling the guilt of having everyone watch out for her. At first, she had been frightened when Wes had come by and said the threat against her was real and that the mayor was not backing down. After being frightened, she became angry. How dare the man? He'd already killed her husband and made she and the girls move from a town they loved. Now they had found a new home in a new town. Jenny was having the time of her life, and she'd noticed that the deputy seemed to be spending a lot of time with Rose. They were happy here. She was not going to let that man run her out of another town. She was going to talk to Jason tomorrow. She had an idea that might get Mayor Wilson to finally leave them alone. She was going to stop cowering and start living again. She was also going to let these poor men go. They didn't need to watch her every second. It was asking too much of them. The door to the shop opened, and John Drake was there, ready to walk Rose and her home. Helen sighed. Yes, she would see Jason first thing tomorrow. Have you noticed how quiet Helen has been all evening? Abigail asked Marlena, as they sat before the fire enjoying a glass of port. I have. Living in fear is a horrible thing. I should know. Every time I heard a noise last year, I jumped thinking someone was after me. Abigail nodded at her friend. My hair would have turned gray. No one should live in fear. It destroys your very being. The thing is, pondered Marlena, I was feeling as if Helen was feeling better lately. I know Rose is doing much better. That darling deputy has been paying her a lot of attention. And Jenny seems to have a smile on her face all the time. I wonder what triggered Helen's mood tonight. I wonder if it has anything to do with the men watching out for her. I remember you told me that you were ready to go crazy because Andrew and Matthew were watching your every move when you were having all those accidents. Maybe Helen's feeling the same way, Abigail mused. That could definitely be it. I felt as if I had no freedom to do anything without someone hovering over me. I'm not surprised Helen is sitting out on the porch by herself in the dark. It's where I go to think. Rocking quietly in solitude is soothing. Abigail gave a little shiver. Are you cold, dear? Marlena asked. It's a rather mild evening, but I can put another log on the fire. No, I'm not cold. I just feel so out of sorts. Something feels wrong. It's probably this talk about Helen. I feel awful for her. Marlena looked at Abigail closely and frowned. Abigail, are you having one of your visions? Not exactly. But I've been feeling something is wrong for a while now. It's been odd, because I feel it when I'm around Daniel. Marlena smiled. I'd say that might be a different kind of odd you're feeling around Daniel. Abigail looked at Marlena. What do you mean? Marlena just raised her eyebrows at her and gave her a serene smile. Abigail could feel blush spreading across her cheeks and rose abruptly. I think I'll go get Helen a blanket. She must be getting a bit chilled out there. Abigail raced out of the parlor and up the stairs. Marlena sat back in her chair, satisfied that Abigail was not totally immune to Daniel's charms. Helen rocked gently back and forth, running her plan through her head. It was a pretty crazy plan, but it could work. It meant she had to give her trust to a lot of people in this town and ask them for a big favor. She didn't like putting others in such an awkward position, but she couldn't think of any other way to get away from Mayor Wilson and get him to leave her alone. She felt a shiver run through her, but she wasn't sure if it was because of the cold or because of what she had to do to make the plan work. He'd finally found the dame by herself. He'd been sitting in the woods for over 2 hours trying to think how to get into the house. He'd seen one woman leave earlier, but it hadn't been his mark. Now he crept in closer and raised his gun. Abigail was coming down the steps carrying the blanket when a cold blast of fear ran through her. She saw Helen bleeding. "Helen!" she screamed, dropping the blanket and running for the door. She jerked it open and again shouted Helen's name. Helen jerked at the scream and turned to see Abigail running out onto the porch. Then there was a loud bang and a pain seared through her. Abigail screamed again and ran to Helen just as she slumped and began falling out of the rocker. She grabbed the woman and settled her gently onto the floor. "Abigail, what is it?" Marlena shouted as she came running out to the porch. She stopped in shock and then fell down to her knees next to Abigail. "What happened? Helen, can you hear me? Helen!" "She's been shot," Abigail moaned. I saw her bleeding as I came down the steps. I wasn't in time. Oh, Marlena, I wasn't in time." "Mother!" Rose cried out as she ran out of the house. "Mother!" "Rose," Marlena said, her voice harsh and demanding. "Your mother's been shot. You need to go to Doc's. Get him or Adam. Tell them she's been shot. Then go to the sheriff's office." Rose stood clenching her hands in shock and looking at her mother lying on the ground. I can't leave her. Now, Rose, go! Hurry!" Marlena barked. Rose began to run. Ruby came out on the porch holding her apron in her hand and her mouth fell open. "What happened? I heard a gunshot." "Helen's been shot," Abigail said, looking up at the older woman. "Ruby, thank God. Give me your apron. We need to stop the blood." Ruby handed off the apron, her hands shaking violently. Abigail pressed the apron to the wound in Helen's stomach. The blood stained the entire apron in only a few seconds. "We need towels. Bring more towels." "And Ruby," Marlena cut in, "make sure you don't let Jenny come out here. I'm praying she's a deep sleeper and didn't hear Abigail shouting." Ruby ran into the house and was back with towels in just moments. Marlena grabbed the towels and began pressing them on the wound. "Press hard," Abigail said. "She's losing too much blood." "Do we leave her here, or should we get her inside?" Marlena asked as she took another towel and placed it over the wound. "I don't know what to do," Abigail said. "Let's just keep her here and keep the pressure on the wound. Doc or Adam should be here any minute." "I think you're right. Put the chair cushion under her head." Abigail grabbed the cushion and gently raised Helen's head and placed it under her. "I should have saved her. I knew something was wrong." "Ridiculous," Marlena said. "You're not God. Do not blame yourself." "Son of a bitch," he hissed to himself. "That stupid broad came out screaming right when I made my shot. I had her dead to rights and then she moved. But I know I hit her because the women were screaming for a doctor. Damn it. I don't think she's dead yet, though, but I bet she will be soon." He chuckled to himself. "I'll just stick around another day and make sure. Then I'll get my dough and celebrate. I can't wait to get out of this damn town." "We got the bullet out," Adam said to Jason and Wes. "It didn't look like it did too much damage. It didn't ricochet around. There's not a lot of tissue damage, but of course we have to worry about infection and fever, and she lost a lot of blood. She'll have to stay here for a few days. I'm glad Doc agreed to add on to the surgery. She'll be in a sterile atmosphere, and Doc and I can keep a constant eye on her." Jason nodded. "So, she has a pretty good chance?" "Barring an infection, she should make it. She's a strong woman in good shape." "Thanks, Adam," Wes said. "Time to head into the waiting room. We need to tell everyone how she's doing, and then we need to make a plan." The three men went into the waiting room where Doc sat with Rose and Jenny, trying to convince them that their mother was alive. Everyone in the room looked at Adam when he came in. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to tell you that Helen is doing as well as can be expected. She lost a lot of blood and is still unconscious, but there was little damage to her organs. She's very lucky. The bullet hit more on her side than directly in her stomach." "That's Abigail's doing," Marlena said. "She ran outside shouting Helen's name. Helen must have turned to look at her." She looked at Abigail. "See, you did save her." Abigail shook her head, but a tear of relief tracked down her cheek. "So she's going to live? She's going to be all right?" Rose whispered as she held her sister's hand and gave it a squeeze. "I can't give you guarantees, but I have high hopes," Adam said. "Adam keeps up with the newest procedures," said Doc. "Your mother's in good hands." The door to the waiting room opened from outside, and Deputy Will, along with Joe and John, came in. "Anything?" West asked. Will shook his head. "We searched as much as we could. Dark as hell out there. Didn't find anything. Did see some footprints near the front porch that led out back into the woods." West said, "We'll continue the search in the morning, but I doubt our gunman will hang around. I'm sure he knows the law is after him. Damn it, I want that guy." "It's late," Jason said. "We need to get these ladies home. Will, you think you're up to getting everyone back to the boarding house safely?" "Well, yes, Mayor, absolutely." "Before you all go," Jason said seriously, "I want everyone to keep it quiet that Helen is alive. We need some time to think about what the next move is. Cry, show your grief just in case the killer's around. Rose, you and Jenny stay home tomorrow. I'll send someone with an update on your mother first thing in the morning. The news of the shooting will be around town by mid-morning." The ladies rose, and the men helped them into their jackets. When Will finally closed the door behind them, Jason turned to the men in the room. "Let's go into Doc's office. We need a plan in place before the sun comes up." Chapter 14. Jason looked around the desk in Doc's office. Joe, John, and Wes were looking glum. Doc was checking on Helen, and Adam had gone home to get some sleep so he could take over for Doc in the morning. It was 10. They had time to put a plan in action. John spoke up. "Sarah's going to be devastated. She's gotten close to Helen. We need to do whatever we can to keep her safe." Jason nodded in agreement. "Even with us all on high alert, the guy got to her. I'm not happy about that, and I want to make sure nothing more happens." "You thinking the guy's still around, Jason?" Joe asked. "That's exactly what I'm thinking. He needs proof she's dead. Wilson is obviously a man to be reckoned with. Anyone who disappoints him or gets in his way disappears. Our killer is not going to go heading back to Dallas and saying he thinks he killed her." The sheriff was nodding his head in agreement and had a pensive look on his face. "What is it, Wes?" Jason asked. "You got an idea?" "I got an idea, but it's pretty wild." "Run it by us," John said. "I think we're up for anything." Wes leaned forward. "I'm thinking we have a funeral." The men looked at Wes in surprise. Joe was the first to speak. "You mean have the women wear black and drape the boarding house in black so people know there's been a death?" "Exactly," Wes said. "But we need to have a fake funeral, too, to make sure our attacker believes she's dead." "It's definitely a wild plan," Jason said. "Carl always has a few coffins at the ready. The hardest part will be digging the hole. Should be able to as the weather's been mild. What do you think, John? If it keeps Helen alive, I'm all for it. But what about the girls? How do we make sure they stay safe? Joe's eyes lit up. Well, staying on the theme of crazy plans, we could put the girls on a train heading west towards California. Say they have a distant cousin there. They can get off in Andover, spend the night, and then come back the next day. With the funeral and the girls leaving, our guy should be convinced. That could work, said Jason. The ladies could get the mourning started tomorrow, and we could do the funeral in the next day. Then the girls could leave on the 4:15. Should be doable, John agreed. Not too many people know Helen and her daughters. We just need us and our wives to make it look convincing. What about Rose and Jenny? Wes asked. Do you think they'll go for this? Even a fake funeral will be hard for them to stomach. It'll be tough, and I'm sorry they'll have to go through it, but we need it to look real. The girls won't need to do much acting. They know that could have been their mother in the coffin, Jason said. So, we got a plan? Joe asked. We're going to do this? Jason nodded. We've got a plan. I'll get a hold of Carl and the gravediggers, and we'll get the coffin set up. I'll go to Pastor Blake and fill him in, John said. He'll be shocked, but I'm sure he'll want to help Helen and the girls. He's a good man. I'll fill in Will and the ladies at the boarding house, Wes said. I'll fill in Adam, Doc, and anyone else we think we need on this. What do we do about Helen and the viewing? Joe asked. We don't have a body. We don't need one. The only ones who will go into the boarding house to view her will be in on it. When the coffin comes out of there, our guy won't have a clue that it's empty, Jason said. I agree, said Wes. Let's set this in motion. It's closing in on 11, and we still have a lot to do. The men stood, and Doc walked into the office. Helen's is stable, but still unconscious. She's going to be here for at least a couple more days before she can be moved. Glad she's stable, Doc, Joe said. Let me fill you in on our plan. The rest of you get going. The men filtered out of the room, heading in different directions and hoping they would get some sleep before morning. Sarah had her arm around Jenny, and Benji sat on the other side of Jenny. Nell was sitting next to Rose. Clarissa had closed her shop for the morning. She sat rather dazedly next to Abigail, who had filled her in on the night's activities. Samantha held her hand reassuringly. Emma, Mary Sue, and Carla were on the long sofa, and Marlena and Anna sat in the two other chairs. Pearl was in the rocker. Beatrice had worked the late shift and was still in bed. She had been shocked and frightened when she had learned of the shooting. Ruby was in the kitchen making coffee and putting out cookies. Wes and Will had left to make sure all the plans were in order and would report back later about how things were coming along. I don't know if I can do this, Rose said. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and she scrunched a handkerchief in her hands. The thought of watching a coffin lower into the ground and knowing that could have been our mother, it's too awful. Nell patted her hand, but it was Carla who spoke up. I know it's going to be a trial for you and Jenny, but it must be done. Do you want that horrible mayor to come after you again? This is a way to be free from him forever. But I don't feel right not discussing this with my mother. It's ghoulish. Rose looked over at her sister. Jen's so young. She shouldn't have to witness this. I'll be fine, Rose, Jenny piped up. I want us safe. I want that horrible man to leave us alone. I don't want to leave here. You know Mama likes it here. She would do anything to make us feel happy and safe. The lady smiled at Jenny. She was such a brave girl. I know it'll be awful for both of you, Sarah agreed. But I promise you, it'll be worth it. My mom's right, said Benji. We went through hell. Sorry, Mom, Benji said at the curse word. But we did. And look at us now. This will all be over soon, I promise too. And Benji gave Jenny's hand a squeeze. She looked at him in gratitude and smiled. Just think, Samantha said. Adam said your mother can recuperate here. They may be ready to move her in only a couple of days if the infection stays at bay. She's conscious now and sent her love. The sooner we do this elaborate farce, the sooner you get to see her again." Rose nodded her head and then looked at her sister again. "We'll do it, won't we, Jenny?" Jenny nodded. "Yes, we will." "That a girl," Benji crowed, and everyone laughed. With that, the air in the room seemed a little lighter. Helen's eyes opened wide when Jason told her of the plan that was in place. He had been worried about telling her, but Adam said she was so worried about the girls she had to be told. When he looked down at her lying on the bed, she looked so pale and fragile. He was afraid she'd pass out in shock. Instead, she shook her head as if to make sure she was hearing him right. I just can't believe it," Helen whispered. "It's incredible." "I know it may seem rather far-fetched, but we didn't have a lot of time, and it was the only thing that we could think of to keep you and the girls safe." "No, it's not that. Well, you won't believe it, but I was going to come to you and suggest the same thing." Jason stared at the woman. "What? You were planning on faking your own death?" "It's all I could think to do," Helen said. "Mayor Wilson won't stop until I'm dead, so I thought I could make myself dead." Helen closed her eyes and shivered. "But he almost got his wish. I almost died." Jason gave her hand a squeeze, but then he couldn't help but chuckle at her confession. "Wait until the others hear this." Jason actually snorted. "They won't believe it." "Well, Rose will be relieved. She was hesitant to participate without speaking to you first." "She's a good girl, watching out for her little sister. I'm glad you were able to convince her." "It wasn't me. It was the women." "Jason, time's up," Adam said as he came back into the room. "Helen needs a rest." He turned to Helen. "The more you rest, the sooner you get to see your girls." Helen nodded at Adam and turned her head to look back at Jason. "You'll come back and tell me how things went?" "Absolutely. As soon as I recover from the shock." "I didn't know you had it in you, Mrs. Holden. I'm impressed." Jason patted her hand, nodded to Adam, and left to oversee the delivery of the coffin. Abigail stood next to Daniel at the graveyard. She was surprised that he was here, but he had told her Andrew wanted to be here to support Clarissa. He had closed the bank for the morning so both could attend. Abigail was grateful, though she didn't really know why. It was a fake funeral after all, and all her friends were here. Why was it that having a man by her side made her feel safer and calmer? She wondered how Daniel was feeling right now. She glanced at him. He was looking at the hole in the ground, and his face showed no emotion, but she could tell that he was holding himself stiffly. She reached over and took a hold of his hand. He looked down at her, and then at their clasped hands. He gave her hand a squeeze and mouthed, "Thank you." This was not exactly easy for either of them. Both had recently done this for real. A little longer ago for her, but only 2 months ago for him. The wounds were still raw. Abigail glanced at Rose and Jenny. Both girls were sniffling into handkerchiefs, and they were surrounded by the older ladies in a ring of protection. Abigail knew that Wes and Will were nearby, looking for the would-be killer. She looked around and noted that all the men were also in a big circle around the women, each one keeping an eye out for any trouble. Pastor Blake cleared his throat and began the service. So the bitch was dead. His job was over. He breathed a sigh of relief. He'd seen the boarding house draped in black, but until he saw the coffin lowered in the ground, he wasn't going to take any chances. Mayor Wilson was bad enough, but the sheriff was even more scary. His last words to him were, "Don't fuck this up or I'll fuck you up." He blew out a breath. Once he got the money, he was leaving Texas for good. He wanted a new start. He's going to stick around one more night and then head out. He'd been told to leave the girls alone. It would be too dangerous to take out the whole family. The girls were young and harmless and stupid, the sheriff had said. but he wanted to just make double sure nobody was questioning the murder. He knew they were looking for him. He saw the sheriff and deputy wandering around the cemetery. He'd seen them in town questioning people. They would never find him. He chuckled to himself. He could walk right into that cemetery, and they wouldn't guess for a moment that he was the one that killed the dame. His mother had always told him he was such a beautiful boy, blue-eyed and blond with smooth skin and dimple in one cheek. He hated being called pretty boy. But then he realized what it could do for him. He looked so sweet and innocent, he'd been able to get away with anything for most of his life. No one ever suspected him. He'd been able to set up any number of scams or set up any bullies who had messed with him. It amused him to watch all the outrage and frustration that he had caused, and nobody was ever the wiser that he was behind any of it. The key to his success was he never got angry. He just got even. He may only be 20, but he'd already killed 3 people and scammed 3 old ladies out of their money. He smirked again at his prowess and yanked at the skirt that he was wearing, making sure it still covered his boots. He checked the bonnet he wore. It still covered his short hair. Dressing as a woman was one of the smartest things he'd ever done. When the authorities were looking for a young woman who bilked a woman out of her life savings, they walked right past by him dressed as a man. When he stole a horse as a man, they didn't give the woman walking past them a second glance. Even the mayor and the sheriff knew nothing about his disguise. Jason and Joe were seeing the girls off on the 415. The depot was crowded. It was hard to see if anyone was watching them. Wes and Will were hiding out, looking for any suspicious characters. Jason was frustrated as hell. He kept feeling they were being watched, not only at the cemetery, but now here at the train station. Yet he never saw anyone who could be their man. It was like the guy was a ghost and could disappear into thin air. "Do you see anyone?" Joe asked, as he kept an eye on Rose and Jenny. "I don't see a damn thing, but I swear on a Bible he's here. I feel it. I hope Wes and Will have better luck." "I'm feeling the same thing. It's like being taunted, but you don't know who's doing the taunting. I'd like to get my hands around the guy's neck." The whistle blew, announcing the arrival of the train. Jason picked up Rose's bag, and Joe grabbed Jenny's. "You girls know what to do," Jason said quietly. "Check in at the hotel, lay low, then catch the evening train back here tomorrow night. Everything should be safe and sound for you by then." "Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Bauer. You all have done so much for us." "You're more than welcome. Have a safe trip, get some good sleep, and you'll be able to see your mother tomorrow." Rose impulsively hugged the mayor and then Joe. Then she grabbed her sister's hand and they entered the train. Jason and Joe waited until the train pulled out of the station and then headed to the sheriff's office to meet with Wes and Will. He watched the train pull away with the 2 Holden girls on it. He looked at the mayor and his buddy and smiled to himself. He wasn't more than 50 feet from them, but they both stood there like the pathetic fools they were. He turned and sauntered away, swinging his reticule. Chapter 15. Helen grasped both of her daughter's hands, and the tears streamed down her cheeks. "Are you safe, Mama?" Jenny asked. "Is it really over?" Rose squeezed her mother's hand, as if she would never let it go. "Yes, Mother. Are we safe? What did Jason and Wes say?" she asked, her voice tight with worry. "We're safe, girls. Both Jason and Wes think we pulled off the fake funeral without a hitch. But just to be doubly sure, Jason is sending Albert back to Dallas to check that our ruse worked. That man's a saint, sending Albert all that distance and paying for it out of his own pocket. I told him not to. It was too much. But he said he wanted to make sure. He wants us to feel safe and to be able to live as we please and not have to hide or jump at every sound." Helen choked out through her tears. "We're so blessed." Rose took her handkerchief and wiped her mother's cheeks. "Mama, don't work yourself up. You need to stay calm. That way you'll heal faster. Doc Brown said that we can take you home tomorrow. Marlena's making her office into a sick room. That way we can take care of you and not run up and down stairs all day." "Mama," Jenny broke in, "can I go to Benji's? I haven't seen him in days. We need to practice our riding." Helen smiled at her daughter. "You're free to go, and free to run around town and be happy and safe." Jenny whooped, hugged her mother gingerly, and ran out the room like a wild filly, her ponytail flying behind her. Helen and Rose looked at each other and laughed and laughed. It felt good. "I need to go back to work," Abigail said. "Clarissa's going to need my help. Helen will be out for a few weeks, I would think." "I have to agree with you," Marlena said. "Clarissa can't have two workers out at the same time." Abigail could feel her heart breaking. This had been her fear. She would fall in love with Bella, then have to give her up. She sighed unhappily. "I would never leave Clarissa in a lurch, but I don't want to leave Daniel in such a pickle either." "And you'll miss Bella dreadfully," Marlena said, and gave Abigail a sad smile. Abigail nodded, and a tear slipped down her cheek. "I love that sweet little mammaless girl. I even miss her on the weekends when Daniel has her. I don't know if I'll be able to stand it. And what about the twins and Robbie? This is terrible," Abigail moaned. "Emma will figure something out for them. Don't you worry. I wish we could take over, but that's asking too much of everyone here. Anna and I have the boarding house to run, as does Ruby. And Nell doesn't have the stamina to watch 3 little ones. I really didn't realize how much you do for those children, Abigail," Marlena admitted. "It is asking too much, and Emma would never put that kind of burden on them. I guess I better go over to the Masons and tell Daniel I won't be able to watch Bella anymore. Thank goodness it's the weekend. Maybe we can find someone before Monday." "Find someone for what?" Clarissa asked as she came into the parlor. She gave her mother-in-law a kiss on the cheek and then looked at Abigail. "You look sad. What's the matter?" She sat and looked at her friend in concern. "I need to find someone to take care of Bella so I can come back to work. You can't lose both me and Helen. You have so many orders to fill." "I do need you to come back. But why can't Bella come with you? We can set up the back room with a bassinet, and when she's away she can watch us work. We can all take turns taking care of her. You know Pearl and Rose would love it, and I certainly would love having a baby around." Abigail looked at Clarissa in surprise, and then over at Marlena, who was nodding her head and smiling. "Really? You wouldn't mind having a baby at your shop?" "Of course I don't mind. Remember, this will be helping Andrew, too. He needs Daniel. Besides, I want the practice. I'm hoping to be blessed with a little one soon." Abigail's spirits lifted. She felt as if she were floating in the air. She sprang up and hugged her friend fiercely. "Oh, thank you, Clarissa. I was ready to lock myself in my room and weep for days." Clarissa laughed happily. "We can't have that. There's been too much upheaval lately. Speaking of which, I hear Helen gets to come home tomorrow." "She does," Marlena said. "Ruby and Anna have already set up my office as a sick room." "That room is getting too much use as a sick room. I want that to officially end after Helen's stint in it," Clarissa said, frowning. "I agree," said Marlena. "I didn't even help them move a bed back in there. Too many bad memories for me." Clarissa squeezed her hand. "But some pretty wonderful things came of it. Your son is home for good, and you gained a daughter-in-law. And God willing, you'll be a grandmother soon." Marlena laughed. "I'm happy about all that, but I wish it could have happened without me being attacked multiple times by a couple of lunatics." Abigail shivered. "Oh, let's get off that subject. Sam told me that Adam said you probably have saved Helen's life. As the killer was at such close range, Helen probably would have been killed if it weren't for you running out and making her turn to look at you." "He can't have known that for sure," Abigail said. Then she sighed. "I just wish I'd seen my vision a little earlier. I was almost too late." "As I said before," Marlena reminded her, "you couldn't stop it, but you did save her. You're not a miracle worker. You're a woman with a gift that you have used to help others, and we're all so grateful." "I'm grateful, too, that I could be of some help. But right now, what I'm most grateful for is having friends and a boss who is allowing me to bring Bella to work with me. I'm so happy and relieved." Emma, Mary Sue, Sarah, and Carla sat in the Carvers' front parlor having tea and cakes. It was not their usual day for social committee meeting, but Emma had called for an emergency meeting. "What did you want to discuss?" Mary Sue asked Emma curiously. Emma smiled at the women. "I talked with Clarissa this morning. You know she comes to the house a couple mornings a week to see the children. She gets here early enough to see Calvin off to school. She misses them dreadfully. Anyway, we talked about how now that Helen is going to be out for an indefinite period, Clarissa needs Abigail to come back to the shop." "Oh, dear," Carla said. "I hadn't thought of that. Clarissa will be short-handed." "But what about Bella?" Mary Sue asked in concern. "What will happen to her?" "Clarissa said she's going over to the boarding house to tell Abigail that she can bring the baby to work. The baby will have 4 ladies doting over her, just like she had at Marlena's." "I am so glad to hear that," said Sarah. "When I saw Abigail with that baby when I went to the shop to talk with Helen, I could tell she was completely smitten with that sweet girl." "She is smitten." And Clarissa was worried about Abigail if she had to give up the girl. Plus, Andrew needs Daniel, so that issue is now solved. "But what about you?" Carla asked. "Your issue's not solved. Who are you going to find to help out with Hannah and Melinda and Robbie?" "That's why I called this meeting. I've been running something over and over again in my mind since my nanny left and Abigail offered to help out. I'm not the only mother in this town who needs her children looked after now and again. There are a lot of women who have jobs outside of the house now. Many of them had to wait until their children were grown, but some were forced to work due to unforeseen circumstances. Often there are no relatives who can help, and we all know how hard it is to find a nanny, especially a good one you trust." "That's true," said Mary Sue. "I was lucky to find my girl, and I know Sam is already wondering who she can find. She's not going to give up her riding school." "Exactly," Emma said. "And Clarissa is not going to give up her shop either. And remember how Delilah had to bring her son to the post office? And Meg had to set up her back room as a nursery for a short while when she couldn't find any help for her baby." All the women nodded. "What do you have running through that mind of yours, Mrs. Mayer?" Carla asked with a smile at Emma. "I think this town needs a child care center." Emma sat back and looked at the others, waiting for a response. "Child care center?" Sarah asked. "Like a business to take care of children?" "Yes," said Emma. "We could hire women to take care of children while their parents work. Make it affordable. Find women who love children, who have some of their own and want to make some extra income." "That's a fabulous idea, Emma," Mary Sue said excitedly. "Do you have any idea where to have this center, or how much it would cost and who could run it?" "Well, as I happen to be married to the mayor, who happens to know everything that goes on in this town, I happen to know that the store next to Clarissa's shop is planning on moving to a larger store next to the hotel, just like the furniture store that used to be in Clarissa's shop did." Mary Sue clapped. "The apothecaries? That place is crammed full of everything and anything you can think of. I can see why they would need a bigger place. It would be perfect. It has an office in the back and also another room. They even have an ice box." "I thought it would be perfect too, smack dab in the middle of town. We would all be able to check in at any time and keep an eye on things," Emma said. "But you can't even find a nanny for your children. How are we going to find someone to run child care center?" Carla asked. "Well, this would be different. Most of the time, nannies live with the families they work for. We would have set hours, and the woman would get a paycheck and days off. It's not such a huge commitment as being a full-time nanny." "Do you have someone in mind already?" Sarah asked. "I do. How about the Dunn sisters? They're both in their mid-30s. They both lost their husbands, and neither one is interested in marrying again. They are fun and friendly, and I know they're living on a tight budget. They would be perfect." Carla murmured. "Emily loves children, But what about Jessica? She's more of a cat lady. Doesn't she have about 10 of them? Emma laughed. She has so many cats because she saves them. She has a soft heart. You should see her every time she sees the twins. She can't get enough of them. So, we have a possible building and then potential caregivers. But how do we fund it? We would need to get people to generously help us get it up and running. But then what we charge should cover the expenses. I want us to run this as a nonprofit. I read about the Young Men's Christian Association that was founded in London. It was opened by a charitable group. I read about Carla Burton. She started the American Red Cross, Sarah said. John and I have sent money her way. I know John and I would like to give to such a wonderful cause like this child care center you speak of. This is exciting, Mary Sue said. And another new venture in our town. Do you really think we can pull this off? Of course we can, said Emma. And I want this to be run by women only. We will be grateful for any monies our men can donate, but after that, we run things. That's why I asked the 4 of you here. I think the 4 of us should head up the Children's J Care Center. What do you think, ladies? Emma actually crossed her fingers and held her breath. I'm in, said Carla. Caleb has his stud farm. I need something new to keep me busy. This sounds wonderful. Something totally new and interesting. I'm in too, said Sarah. John spends just as much time at the stud farm as Caleb and Jason. I've always wanted to do something that helped others. This is perfect, Emma. Thanks for coming up with the idea. I'm in, Mary Sue said, and then chuckled. I may need the services soon. My girl's been walking around with that Donaldson boy pretty regularly. I think I'm hearing wedding bells already. Emma smiled at all the women. You all are my dearest friends. I'm so happy you want to be part of this. Shall we meet at the beginning of next week? I think we need to run this past our men and get some feedback from them. Oh, and we need to tell Marlena. She'll want to donate, especially because Clarissa and Andrew are hoping to have a baby as soon as possible. Then it's decided, Mary Sue said. Let's meet Monday at my house. Chapter 16. It's just so frightening. What is this world coming to when a man comes after an innocent woman? Flo asked in shock. There are evil, greedy people in the world, Edward said. Never satisfied. Always want more and don't care who they go through to get it. His voice was laced with disgust. Daniel looked at his brother and sister-in-law and said, Andrew told me that Helen would be allowed to go home tomorrow. She shows no signs of infection, but she's very weak and still in a lot of pain, so the ladies of the boarding house are planning on taking turns caring for her. Andrew also told me that Clarissa is going to need Abigail to come back to work. She can't make do with 2 of her workers out of commission. Oh, dear, Flo said in concern. Bella's going to lose Abigail. Flo looked down at her hands and slowly fisted them. She looked up at Daniel. I can do it. I can watch Bella for you. My hands are getting better all the time. Both Edward and Daniel were shaking their heads. Flo, you do not want to be responsible for Bella getting hurt if she wiggles out of your hands or if you spill something on her, her husband said. Besides, you have a lot of commitments around town. That's right, Daniel agreed. You volunteer every Tuesday at the lending library, and you have your church meetings every Wednesday. I can't ask you to give that up. But I want to help. I love that little girl. She loves you too, Flo, Daniel said. But she's a lot of work, and you are helping us. You are here every day after school to take care of Charlie. He likes getting your full attention and not having to share you with his sister. It's important that he has you to rely on now that Jess is gone. You are his only female relative. We do have a good time together, Flo admitted. He's become my little helper and has also become quite adept at baking cookies. And that's important, Edward said, smiling. I refuse to give up cookies, so case closed. You're not going to watch Bella full time. Edward turned to Daniel. So what are you going to do? Got any ideas? I do know a lot more people in town since working at the bank. I'm sure I can find someone. I just feel awful. Abigail loves being with Bella, and Bella loves being with her. Daniel sighed. I guess I better pull my carcass out of this chair and start looking. Thank God it's the weekend, and I have a couple of days to work on this. Can you two watch the children for a couple of hours? Well, of course we can, Flo said. Let's take them out for hot chocolate, Edward. I want to get out for a while. Sounds like a plan. Edward smiled at his wife. She was so happy and feeling so much better. Why don't you go and get the kids ready, Daniel? It's a little cold out, so bundle them up. Abigail stood on the porch outside the Mason's house. She was nervous and her stomach pitched. What if Daniel didn't want her to take Bella to the shop? What if he wanted to find someone else who could give her full attention to Bella? How had she let herself fall so hard for Bella and Charlie? They weren't her children. Someday Daniel might choose to move away. Someday he might meet a woman and fall in love with her. Then Abigail would be left alone, and the children would have a new mother. She moaned to herself. Oh, she was doing it again, worrying about the future instead of living for the moment. Stop it, she hissed to herself. Pull yourself together. She straightened her spine and knocked on the door. Daniel was laughing at Charlie. He was trying to put his coat on. He had one arm in but couldn't seem to maneuver the other arm. He kept spinning in circles, looking for the sleeve. Charlie, come here and let me help you with that before you fall down or knock one of Aunt Flo's vases over. Charlie stopped spinning and went to Daniel. Why aren't you coming with us, Papa? He asked as Daniel finally got his son's arm into the sleeve and started buttoning the coat. I have something important to do. I need to find someone to help me out with... Before he could finish the sentence, there was a knock at the door, and Charlie went flying through the room to answer it. When he yanked it open, he threw himself at the person on the porch. Abigail! He hugged her tight. Did you come to visit us? Are you going to go with us to go get hot chocolate? Papa can't come. He has something important to do. Abigail didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This boy was so precious to her. She swallowed the lump in her throat and bent down in front of the boy and finished buttoning his coat. I did come for a visit. I need to talk to your papa. Who's taking you to get hot chocolate? Uncle Edward and Aunt Flo, Charlie said. Just then, Edward and Flo stepped out onto the porch. Edward was carrying his niece, who was bundled up in a yellow blanket. Hello, Abigail. Flo smiled at the woman and gave her a quick hug. Did you need one of us for anything? I need to talk with Daniel. Oh, yes, of course, Flo said sadly. You come right on in. Daniel, Abigail's here to see you. We're leaving, she called out. I'm so shocked and saddened about what happened to Helen. Please tell her I'll be there for a visit as soon as she gets settled in at Marlena's. I will tell her. She'll be thrilled to see you. We are all still in shock ourselves. But Helen and the girls are safe now. Charlie had apparently had enough of dull adult conversation. He grabbed a hand each of his relatives and dragged them off the porch. Come on, Aunt Flo, quit talking so much. Abigail laughed and waved them off. But as soon as she saw Daniel standing in the door, her anxiety returned. Abigail, hello, Daniel said. Sadly, I know why you're here. Andrew told me that Clarissa needs you. I totally understand. As a matter of fact, I was on my way out to try and find a nanny for Isabella. Well, that's what I want to talk with you about, Abigail said. Well, come in. It's cold out there today. Can I get you a cup of coffee or tea? No, I'm fine, Abigail said, though she wasn't fine. She didn't think she could even keep a cup of tea down. She was so worried about losing Bella. We'll sit here by the fire. Daniel sat too and looked at her. He was trying not to show his sadness. He had become very fond of this lovely, sweet woman. He hadn't realized how much he actually relied on her and how much he liked to be with her and talk to her. He saw her every day. It was the highlight of his day. She was always smiling in a good mood. She always had a story to tell about something Bella did, or what someone at the boarding house did. The thought of not seeing her was bothering him more than it should. "I wanted to run something by you," Abigail said, bringing him out of his musings. "What is it? I'm all ears." "I was wondering if you would be willing to let me continue to watch Bella. Let me bring her to the shop." Abigail spoke in a rush. "She would be safe there, I promise. I know you probably want someone who can dedicate every moment to her, but I swear I could keep an eye on her, and so will the others. She would have 4 women doting on her, just as she had at the boarding house. And Clarissa said I can bring the bassinet in and put it in the back room. And when she's awake, she can watch us sew or play on a blanket next to me." Abigail finally ran out of air and looked at Daniel, her hands held in prayer up to her lips. Daniel stared at her in surprise. She still wanted to watch Bella? He would still be able to see Abigail every day? All of a sudden, he felt so light-hearted he wanted to shout with joy. He pulled himself together. "Are you sure you want to do this? And you say Clarissa's okay with this?" he asked seriously. He was not going to burden others with his problems. "Clarissa's more than okay with it. She wants the practice of being around a baby. She and Andrew are hoping to have a baby as soon as the good Lord blesses them with one. And I can't stand the thought of not seeing Bella each day." Abigail held her breath again. "Well, if you're certain, and Clarissa's certain, I would have no problem having you watch Bella. She loves you. She feels safe with you. I was panicking at the thought of getting someone new." Abigail let out her breath in a great whoosh. "Oh, thank you, Daniel. That means so much to me." "Means so much to you? I'm the one who's grateful. None of us wants to lose you." Abigail smiled into Daniel's warm brown eyes. She felt her spirits lift. "Hey, let's go celebrate," Daniel said, pulling Abigail out of the chair and spinning her in a circle. Abigail let out a little squeal and stumbled, bumping into Daniel's chest. He grabbed her arms and steadied her. "Sorry," he laughed playfully. "I'm just so happy all of a sudden." Abigail felt warm all over, having him hold her so close. She looked up at him and saw that his face had lost its smile. He was looking at her with heat in his eyes, and then he looked at her lips. Abigail stood frozen to the spot, unable to look away from his face, a face that was becoming dearer to her each day. Then Daniel lowered his head slowly, and his lips touched hers in a gentle kiss. Abigail's heart raced, and her hands crept up to Daniel's shoulders. If she didn't hang on, she might fall to the floor. Suddenly, Daniel pushed her away and turned and held his head in his hands, groaning softly. Abigail stood rooted to the spot, her heart still pounding in her chest. She didn't know what to do or think. Daniel had kissed her. Only Darren had ever kissed her. She looked over to Daniel, who still stood, holding his head. "Daniel," she whispered quietly. He turned, lowered his hands, and she could see that he had tears in his eyes. "Daniel, I'm sorry. Are you okay?" "You have nothing to be sorry about, Abigail. I was just so happy, so relieved, so glad that you would still be in our lives. But Jess, she's only been gone 2 months. I didn't mean to kiss you. It just happened." "Oh, Jess," Daniel moaned. Now tears were forming in Abigail's eyes. "It's okay, Daniel. You didn't betray her. You were caught up in the moment. We were caught up in the moment. I know how you feel. I've only ever been kissed by Darren. We both felt so much relief just now, and we've both been lonely. It happened. I'm not mad at you, and Jess would not be mad at you. Please, please don't let this change anything." I don't know what to think or feel right now. Jess was my world, but now she's gone. You are now part of my life. I'm just so confused." "So am I. There's no book telling us how to move forward. I just know I'm happier with all of you being here. I don't want things to change or get awkward between us." "They won't. You're right. I just miss Jess so much. I miss talking and laughing with her. But that doesn't mean I can't talk and laugh with you, does it?" His voice made her heart ache. He sounded so unsure. "No, it doesn't," said Abigail. "You need to have friends to talk with. You need to talk with someone who loves your children. You need human contact. We all do. Can I give you a hug, please?" Daniel wiped his eyes and gave Abigail a small smile and nodded. Abigail stepped closer and put her arms around Daniel's waist and her head on his chest. Her heart hurt. The two of them held each other, both of them thinking about the person that they had loved and lost. Chapter 17. He'd never been so furious in his life. Not only had Mayor Wilson cheated him out of half the money he owed him, but he had bad-mouthed him in front of the sheriff, saying he'd taken too much time to do a simple job, saying he'd cost him days of wondering what the hell was going on. The fat sheriff had smirked at him. Then the mayor had the nerve to tell him to pack up and get lost. No one treated him like that. No one. He yanked the dress over his head, put his gun in the purse, and tied the ribbons of the bonnet under his chin. We'll see who gets the last laugh. Helen laughed when Jenny came bounding into the room to announce that she had jumped higher than Benji today when she rode Starlight. This was the best medicine in the world. Watching her happy daughter numbed the pain and made the whole ugly incident worthwhile. She was alive. Her daughters were alive. They were safe. Clarissa laughed in delight when Abigail came into the shop the next morning. "You're back. I've missed you so much." She hustled over to her friend and gave her a big hug. "Missed me? I came by every few days," Abigail protested, but laughed happily too. She was back doing what she loved and didn't have to give up the little girl she loved. She couldn't wait for Daniel and Bella to arrive. "I'm used to seeing you every day. It just wasn't the same. Just like it won't be the same until Helen gets back." "You need to visit her," Abigail said. "You would not believe the difference in her and Rose. It's like they came back to life. Even though Helen is in pain and must stay in bed, she's radiant, and Rose is glowing. She and her mother talked for hours, and then Rose went out with Will. I think we have a new romance budding." "That's wonderful. They so deserve to be happy. I love when a terrible situation turns out so well, though I still wish that horrible mayor would be arrested. Andrew told me that is the part that is still sticking in all the men's craws. They don't like that the man gets to live free and continue to put people in harm's way." "I'm a big believer in justice," Abigail said. "If that horrible man doesn't get put away in this lifetime, he'll surely go to hell in the next. But it is hard for the men. They want action and want to have everything wrapped up nice and clean. Women are more about moving on and letting God take care of the evil in the world." "Too true," Clarissa agreed. "When is Albert supposed to get back from Dallas? He's been gone over a week." "I'm not sure, but I do wish he'd get back. We need to know for sure this whole thing is over, that the mayor bought the fake funeral." "It was the best fake funeral I've ever seen," Clarissa said. Abigail snorted. "It's the only fake funeral you've ever seen." Both ladies laughed, and then they went into the back room to make sure everything was ready for the arrival of Bella. Daniel laughed at his daughter, who had a hold of his nose as he carried her to Clarissa's shop. "You silly girl, give me back my nose." Bella waved her arms and gurgled at her father. "You are one lucky girl having Abigail in your life. I really think things are heading in the right direction. I feel good about the future for the first time since your mama left us." He cuddled his daughter closer and sighed in contentment. "Yes, Bella, I only see good things coming our way. One day at a time, your Aunt Flo always says. One day at a time." Chapter 18. "I told you keeping an eye on Jessica would pay off," George said to his wife. "You should have faith in me. I'm not going to just let all our hard work go to waste." "But do you have any idea what our grandson's name is?" Adelaide asked. "And how big is he? I want to get him some little suits made up. He needs to be dressed right. He is a Graham, you know." "It doesn't matter what his name is. His name will be George Jr. Samuel was named after his grandfather, so my grandson will be named after me. And don't start making up a room for him or buying him clothes. I haven't heard back from his father yet." Adelaide frowned. "But you said you sent him a letter over 3 weeks ago." "Relax, Adelaide. I have everything under control. Go to your luncheon. I'm sure I'll have news for you in the next day or so." Adelaide stood and then stooped to give her husband a kiss on the cheek. "Well, I'll be back by 7. I've told Estelle to have dinner ready at 7:30. George watched his wife leave the room and then shouted for his assistant. "Sir," Bolton said as he came into the room. "Send in Joshua Greene. I'm ready for him." "Yes, sir," Bolton said, and turned and left the room. George leaned back in his chair. His wife was going to be a problem. He had to keep this plan from her. As much as she cared about the family business and name, he didn't think she would agree to go along with his plan. He'd kept tabs on his daughter the last 10 years, making sure she wasn't embarrassing them or getting into trouble. She had married a man named Daniel Mason. He seemed a decent sort, and that was now George's main issue. The man cared deeply for his children. He wasn't going to be willing to give up his son. No, that was a given. Ever since Samuel's death, George had been thinking of a way to get his grandson, and now he had started the process. Joshua Greene had found a couple who was willing to watch the boy for a month or so. George figured it would take that long before he himself was no longer a suspect in the boy's disappearance. Daniel Mason had no idea that George had kept track of them. It had cost him a pretty penny, but now it would pay off. He would get his heir. His company would remain in the family. He wouldn't make the same mistake with little George Jr. that he had with Samuel. The boy would be disciplined. He would learn his place in the family and in the business. George sighed. The plan would be set into motion soon, and then in a month or so, the boy would be here. Even if the boy's father came to him and accused him of being involved, there'd be no proof. He'd paid well to keep only the best people working for him. When the law and the father finally gave up looking for the boy, then he would be brought here. It was a good plan. If worse came to worse, he could always get rid of Daniel Mason. Chapter 19. Jason sat at his desk and stared at the closed door. Albert had just left him to go round up the rest of the men who would want to be filled in. Jason shook his head. The crazy things that were shaking around in there were making him dizzy. No one was going to believe what he was going to tell them. Carla nodded her head in satisfaction. "This is a perfect site for the child care center." "I agree," said Sarah. "It's in good shape. We won't have to do too much to get it ready for the little ones." Emma, Mary Sue, Carla, and Sarah were touring the rooms, taking notes on what might need to be changed and what items needed to be purchased. "I think the back room will be a perfect place for the children to sleep," Emma said. "We can set up a play area in one part of the front room," Mary Sue said. "A little reading corner would be adorable right over there. Wouldn't it be fun to get little rocking chairs? Elizabeth loves to read in her rocker." Sarah looked around the room. "I think we need a few nice carpets for the little ones to crawl around on. We can put small fences up over there to keep them corralled." Jason and Joe said they'd be willing to build any shelving that we need. They thought it might be nice to have a couple of small tables and chairs so the children can draw or play with blocks, Emma offered. "Well, it sounds like we have the building figured out," said Carla. "How about the Dunn sisters? You said you and Mary Sue were going to talk with them, Emma." "We're going over there this afternoon," Emma responded. "Everyone keep your fingers crossed. I really want this to work. There are so many mothers who need the help." "Fingers crossed," said Sarah. "I have a good feeling." The door to the building opened, and John Drake strolled in. "Hello, ladies." He walked up to Sarah and gave his wife a kiss on the cheek. "I was just told by Albert that Jason wants to meet with the men to discuss what Albert found out in Dallas. I wanted to let you know I won't be home for the noon meal." He turned to the other ladies in the room. "I also plan on talking with everyone about the daycare center. See who wants to donate and how much they think it will cost to get everything up and running. I think you did a great job finding this building." "I guess that means none of the men will be home for the noon meal," Emma said. "I do hope Albert brought back good news." "I'm hoping that too," said John. "You ladies enjoy your free time without us men. Why don't you go to the diner and treat yourselves to a meal you don't have to cook yourselves?" He pecked his wife on the cheek again and waved goodbye to the rest of the ladies. "I think that's a fine idea," said Mary Sue. "And then we can go see the Dunns right after, Emma." "Excellent plan," said Carla. "Let's get to the diner before it fills up. I want that lovely table by the window." The men sat around the large conference room next to Jason's office. Everyone's eyes were on Albert. "It's the craziest thing I've ever heard," Albert said, looking around the table at the others. "Some woman killed Mayor Wilson. Everyone was in an uproar. The sheriff was running around yelling at his men to find the woman or else. I was standing in a crowd of onlookers and could hear everything. It had only happened minutes before I got there. I stayed there for over an hour to see what unfolded, but they never found the woman. They checked all the houses in the neighborhood and all the businesses. They had a description of her, but she just disappeared into thin air." "So the bastard is actually dead. Can't say I feel any sympathy for him," John said. "But I sure would like to know who did it. From the way Helen was talking, Wilson was untouchable." "That's what's so crazy about it all," Jason agreed. "How could a woman walk right into the mayor's office, shoot him, and then escape? She had to have run into one of the nearby homes or businesses. Otherwise, she would have been seen." "That's why the sheriff was ranting and raving. He couldn't figure out how she could have slipped past them," Albert said. "The sheriff was beside himself. His crooked meal ticket was dead." "I wonder," Joe mused, but then sat silently pondering. "You wonder what?" asked Doc. "The guy who came here and shot Helen just disappeared into thin air. We were all looking for him. Jason and I even admitted that we felt like we were being watched, but we never saw anyone who looked suspicious." "That's true," Andrew said. "Matthew and I felt the same way. I kept looking around the cemetery because I felt like something was off. So, are you thinking a woman tried to kill Helen, Joe?" "It wasn't a woman," said Wes. "Those footprints were made by a man wearing boots. The stride was long, too. Not many women can shoot that accurately either." Adam snorted. "Samantha sure can." "Well, that's true," Wes agreed. "But she is not one who could shoot a person in cold blood. Most women can. Guns are usually more of a man's weapon. From what I know, women are more likely to use poison." "So," Jason cut in, "are we thinking the mayor's killer is an exceptionally cold-blooded woman?" "I don't think so," Joe said. "This all feels too connected to me. Someone shoots Helen. We know he's been sent and paid for by Wilson. A couple of days later, Wilson's killed? It has to be connected. I don't believe in that kind of a coincidence." Doc was nodding his head. "It is too coincidental. If the same person who killed the mayor is the one who tried to kill Helen, then how do you explain the difference in the sexes?" Jason had his head in his hands, and he was looking as if he was far away. "Jason has that I got an idea look," Joe said. The men looked at Jason, who was just coming out of his trance. "Well, Jason," Doc said, "what have you got rolling around in that head of yours?" "It would explain why we didn't catch the guy." Jason shook his head, as if to clear the crazy thoughts out of it. "What would explain it?" Wes asked. "He was dressed as a woman. That's why we couldn't find him. We were looking for a man. He dressed as a woman when he shot Wilson, but then changed back into regular clothes. That's why they couldn't find him. They were looking for a woman, not a man. And we were looking for a man and not a woman. It's the only explanation I can think of. How else can a killer just vanish when so many people are looking for him?" You're saying our killer dressed as a woman? Matthew's eyes rounded in surprise. How could he pull that off? There's not a one of us who could pull off dressing like a woman. Our beards, our size, the walk, the hairiness would give us away. I could pull it off, said Will. The men stared at the deputy in surprise. I could. I don't have any facial hair. I got lots of freckles, and I'm thin and not too tall. If Samantha could pull off being a boy, why couldn't I pull off being a woman? I mean, granted, I'd have to learn how to walk properly. God, he's right, said Wes, looking at his deputy. Will could pull it off. A woman's bonnet is big, and their dresses go all the way to the wrist and then cover their shoes. If he learned to walk correctly and maybe hold a parasol or something, we would never know he wasn't a woman. Until he talked, Doc said. Yeah, but our killer never had to talk, Jason said. I think we've nailed it. The killer must be a young man who could pull off such a disguise. God, no wonder we couldn't find him, and they couldn't find him. Makes sense, actually, said Adam. I normally wouldn't believe it, but people see what they expect to see. Sam fooled us for months, and we were around her every day. I wonder why he killed the mayor, John pondered. It seemed he killed his meal ticket, not just the sheriff's. Well, if he's a young guy, like Jason believes, maybe Wilson messed with him and wouldn't pay him what he promised, Joe said. I wouldn't put it past the bastard. Cocky guy who thinks he runs all of Texas wouldn't be afraid of a hired killer he had a lot of dirt on. I don't condone what the kid did, and I wish we could nab him. But I'm grateful that Helen and the girls are safe now. They're going to be relieved, Jason said. That is a relief, said Wes. Thanks, Albert, for all your work. As sheriff, I'm grateful to have that off my back. Wes stood. Come on, Will. Let's head over to the shop and let the ladies hear the good news. Take care, gentlemen. The men waved them off. Now to new business, John said. We need to discuss the child care center. Chapter 20. Why wasn't she feeling more relieved? Abigail looked over at Rose, who had a giant grin on her face. Wes, Will, and Clarissa were smiling at her too. It was good news they had brought. But there was still something off, and Abigail couldn't put her finger on it. She glanced down at Bella, who she was holding, and smiled at the baby. What's wrong with me, pretty girl? Why am I still worried? The danger's over. I should be content, but I'm not. Bella looked up at her, but didn't give her any answers. I know. Let it be. Don't look for trouble. Clarissa came over and sat across from Abigail. I can't tell you how relieved I am. This nightmare is finally over. Rose and Will are heading over to the boarding house to tell Helen. She'll be thrilled. It is relief, Abigail agreed. I hate that someone died, but he was an evil man. You reap what you sow. Speaking of sowing, we need to get back to it. Rose is taking the rest of the day off. We have a lot to do. Put that sweet little girl in her basket and let's get back to work. I feel like I could sew for days. I'm so relieved. Abigail laughed. I'm relieved too, but not so much that I could sew for 36 hours straight. So don't even think about it. She gave Bella a kiss on the forehead and placed her in the basket where she could watch them work and be part of things. Daniel had asked Edward and Flo if they could watch Charlie and Bella tomorrow evening. He wanted to take Abigail to the hotel for a nice dinner. He owed her that for all that she had done for him. He felt nervous asking her, though. Then he told himself not to be silly. It wasn't a date, after all. It was just a thank you for the meal that she had shared with him and for continuing to take care of Bella, even though she had to go back to work. But Flo had given him that look, the one a woman gives when she reads more into a situation than what's there. He was glad he was heading to work. He needed to keep busy. He needed to concentrate on the things that mattered, like doing his job and doing it well. As Daniel entered the bank, he gave a soft groan. Beatrice was at the counter. Andrew was helping her, and when he looked up and saw Daniel, he started to grin. But then he gave a quick head nod towards the office. It was a sign to escape and do it quickly. However, before Daniel could even shake his head in acknowledgement, Beatrice turned. Her eyes lit up and she immediately waved him over. Daniel groaned again and looked over her head at Andrew and thought that his friend was looking downright gleeful. He scowled at him and forced himself to head in their direction. "Good morning, Beatrice. You're here mighty early," Daniel said as he took her proffered hand in his and gave it a perfunctory shake. "I am just so excited. Did you hear about the fundraiser for the new child care center that's taking place at the hotel next week? I bought 2 tickets. It's for such a good cause. I'd love for you to go with me." Beatrice's bosom vibrated with the excitement she apparently was feeling. Daniel's eyes drifted there, but then he quickly looked up and over at Andrew. The man could barely contain himself. His shoulders shook and his eyes watered. "That's very generous of you, Beatrice. I hadn't heard of a child care center. What is it?" "The mayor's wife. You know Emma, of course. She and some of the other ladies feel there's a need for such a place. Well, look at yourself as proof. When the center's up and running, you won't need Abigail to watch Isabel anymore." Daniel gulped. Where is this place? Andrew?" Daniel glared at his friend. "Have you heard of this endeavor?" Andrew coughed and managed to regain his composure before Beatrice turned and looked at him. Yeah, Clarissa was just telling me about that this morning. It seems the building next to her shop is going to become a child care center." "That's right," Beatrice said. "No more children running around the boarding house. They will have their own place right here in town. I think it's a lovely idea." She turned back to Daniel. "I have a new dress to wear to the fundraiser. It's divine. I can't wait until you see me in it. I'm just a girl who loves pretty clothes and pretty men." She winked at Daniel and then rubbed her hand down his left arm. Daniel jumped at the touch and then moved his arm away. He began to straighten the sleeve of his coat. Andrew was chortling again. He was having way too much fun at Daniel's expense. "Clarissa and I are going," Andrew said. "I hear it's going to be quite the shindig." Daniel glared at him. "I do hope they have dancing," Beatrice said. "I'm just a girl who loves to dance. Do you like dancing, Daniel?" She shimmied closer to him, her breasts almost skimming his chest. He quickly stepped back and bumped into someone behind him, and as he did, it was Abigail. "I do hope he likes to dance, Beatrice," Abigail said, "or I am going to be very disappointed, as I expect my partner to dance multiple dances with me." "Your partner?" Beatrice asked with a surprised look on her face. "Yes," said Abigail. "I asked Daniel to the fundraiser earlier, and he said yes. You didn't forget, did you, Daniel?" Daniel swung around and saw Abigail holding Bella in her arms. He wanted to hug them both. He was so relieved. Yeah. I didn't forget. Oh, that fundraiser. That's what you were talking about. I do believe I can manage a few dances," Daniel said, his eyes showing his gratitude. "Oh, fiddlesticks," Beatrice cried. "Emma told me I had bought 2 of the very first tickets. How could you 2 already have tickets?" She frowned at Abigail and then gave an unladylike squawk when Bella reached out a hand and tried to grab her necklace. "Oh, keep those dirty little fingers off of me." She swatted the air around her as if to keep the germs at bay. "Her little fingers are not dirty, Beatrice," Abigail sighed. "And I'm sorry Daniel's not available. Have you thought of asking that handsome cowboy who works for Hank at the stables? He's new to town and probably doesn't know many women." Beatrice's eyes lit up. "A cowboy? I'm just a girl who loves a man on a horse. I'll go right over and introduce myself. The fundraiser's over a week away. That should give me time to get to know him." Beatrice gave Daniel one last longing look and then headed out of the bank. "Well, that was smooth work, Abigail," Andrew smirked. "He was really twisted in the wind. I was kind of having a fun time enjoying the show." "Yeah, a lot of help you were." Daniel glared at Andrew again. "You almost threw me at her. What kind of friend are you?" One who likes a good laugh sometimes. And no more grousing out of you. Abigail saved your backside. Quick thinking, woman. Andrew slapped Daniel on the shoulder and headed into his office, still chuckling. Abigail blushed. I just know how pushy Beatrice can be. I don't really have tickets. Daniel smiled and plucked his daughter out of Abigail's arms. Well, Bella, my love, I think I need to go buy some tickets pronto. We don't want your nanny to be called a liar. He looked at Abigail. That is, if you care to join me. Abigail blushed again. I'd love to, and I also don't want to be known as a fibber. Then it's a date, Daniel said, and swung Bella in a quick circle. The baby gurgled in excitement. What are you doing here anyway? Daniel asked. Though I'm not complaining. I love getting a visit from my two favorite girls. He kissed the top of his daughter's head. Abigail felt warmth spread through her. Did he realize what he had just said? Or was he just thrilled to be free of Beatrice? I'm glad you did come in, he continued to speak before she could answer. I was going to ask you if you would have dinner with me tomorrow evening at the hotel. I owe you one, and you have been my savior many times over, Daniel said. The warmth that Abigail was feeling dimmed a bit. Was he asking her to dine just as a payback? Or did he want to spend time with her? All of a sudden, she realized she wanted to spend more time with Daniel. He was fun to be around. She had missed the company of a man. She loved all her women friends, but talking with a man, and especially being able to talk about the children and how his day went, made her feel wanted and needed. They had a special bond. They'd both lost their spouse, were both new to Elizabethtown, and both loved Charlie and Bella. There was always something to talk about. I would love to go out. I've only eaten at the hotel once. It was delicious. But don't you think it's a little formal for Charlie and Bella? Edward and Flo are going to watch their nephew and niece for me. This is not a working dinner. You deserve to be treated like a queen and spoiled and pampered and whatever else women should get. Don't be silly. You pay me to take care of Bella. You do more than just care for her. You and Flo are the two most important women in her life. I trust you with her life. Abigail's heart felt like it doubled in size in her chest. She had thought that she would never know how it felt to have a baby and care for it. And now here she was, being entrusted with the most precious little girl in the whole world. I love her dearly and would never let anything happen to her. Exactly, my woman warrior. Daniel smiled at her, and then noticed that Abigail had a satchel wrapped around her shoulder that hung to her side. Is that the deposit from the shop? Abigail grasped the satchel. Oh, yes, I almost forgot why I came here. Clarissa asked me to bring it over, as Bella was a little fussy. She thought a walk outside would do her good. Abigail also suspected that Clarissa was trying to throw her and Daniel together as much as possible. Daniel took the satchel and handed his daughter back to Abigail. Well, come on up to the counter, and I'll take care of this for you. Marlena shook her head. Abigail, you cannot go to dinner in your walking dress. This is an occasion. You need to dress for it. It's not an occasion, Abigail protested. Daniel's just paying me back for feeding him last week. Nonsense, Nell chimed in. He is asking you to dine because you are a young and delightful woman who he wants to get to know better. I'm the nanny. He likes me because I take such good care of his daughter. I don't want to look like I'm pursuing him, Abigail said, as she looked down at her brown and beige walking dress. She noticed the cuff on the left arm was a little worn. She sighed. She really did need to make herself a few new dresses. For goodness sake, she worked as a seamstress. It was like when a man works as a painter, but his own home's paint is cracked and peeling. She shouldn't be neglecting her own wardrobe. But ever since Darren died, she had not gone out in the evenings. Marlena rolled her eyes. He likes you, Abigail, not your nannying capabilities. I will not let you go to dinner wearing that dress. Now go back upstairs immediately and put on that lovely blue dress that brings out the color of your eyes. Yes, Mother, Abigail said cheekily, and turned and headed up the stairs. When she was out of earshot, Nell said, I do believe that we are going to have to help those two find their way to each other." Marlena sighed. "I believe you're right. They're so caught up in the rules of mourning that society dictates that they have no notion of how much they care for each other and how much they need each other. Those children need a mother in their lives, and Abigail is the woman, even if she doesn't know it yet." Nell smiled. "Clarissa's been throwing the two of them together whenever possible. You know how persistent your daughter-in-law can be. She wouldn't let up on Samantha and Adam until they admitted their love for each other." "True. She's doing all in her power to help them along." Marlena gave a little snort. "Apparently Andrew is too. Clarissa told me that Beatrice came into the bank, and Andrew wouldn't lift a finger to save Daniel from her rather aggressive pursuit of the poor man. He figured if he went out with Beatrice, he would come running back to Abigail the minute he could break free." "Well then," Nell said, "those two don't have a prayer in keeping with their stubborn beliefs. I predict that we'll get them together before the first spring blooms show its head." "Fingers crossed," Marlena said, and raised both her hands with a gesture. Daniel was nervous. It seemed silly since he saw Abigail and spoke with her every day. But they had only been truly alone for the 15 minutes that Bella was asleep at the boarding house. They had never just been in a room by themselves talking about random things. He and Jess had always made time for themselves at the end of the day to talk and dream about the future. Daniel sighed. It had been a short future. He missed having a woman in his life, that someone special who was on his side and understood him, a woman to hold at night, a woman who was also a good mother. Jess had been all those things. They had been so happy, so looking forward to the new baby. Bella was just like her mother, sweet and good-natured with the same blue eyes. He thought the baby would have brown eyes like he and Charlie. It was still a surprise whenever he looked at his daughter. She would be a beauty when she grew up. Good thing she had a big brother to look after her. He could picture Charlie inspecting any boy who came near his little sister. Daniel grinned. The poor girl would have a tough time finding the perfect man with her father and brother breathing down the poor boys' necks. He reached the boarding house. The windows spilled light onto the porch. It was a welcoming place. He was glad Abigail lived here and was safe and around friends. He knocked on the door and rubbed his hands together. He had forgotten gloves and it was a bit chilly out this evening. The door opened and he was greeted by Marlena. "You're right on time. Abigail will be right down." Daniel entered the warm parlor. A fire was lit, and Nell and Ruby sat in the chairs flanking the fire. "Good evening, ladies. You look more than comfortable." "That we are," said Nell. "There's nothing more soothing than a crackling fire on a cold winter night." "With a glass of wine," Ruby added, holding up her crystal wine glass that gleamed in the firelight. Marlena nodded in agreement. "And with a company of good friends." Daniel heard footsteps on the stairs and glanced over to see Abigail descend into the room. His breath caught in his throat. She looked stunning. She was wearing a blue gown, and her hair was pinned up with a few strands softly grazing her cheeks. You look beautiful," Daniel managed to stammer. He couldn't take his eyes off of her. He'd always seen her in a working dress, with her hair pulled back tight on her head. She looked so soft and feminine, so womanly. Abigail blushed. "Thank you. I wasn't sure what to wear. I haven't been out in the evening in over a year." "You should be going out every evening of every year looking like that. I hope I don't have to beat the men off with a stick." Warmth spread through Abigail and she giggled. "That is quite the compliment, Mr. Mason." "I only speak the truth. Shall we go?" Abigail nodded and looked over at her friends, who all had smiles and sparkling eyes. Marlena winked at her. My coat is by the front door," Abigail said. She raised her eyebrows at Marlena and then let Daniel take her arm and lead her to the door, where he helped her on with her coat. "You two have a lovely time," Marlena called. Daniel and Abigail waved to the three women and made their way outside. "Did you see his tongue practically fall out of his mouth?" Nell chortled. "Yes," Marlena grinned. That poor man has it bad and doesn't even know it." "He is a handsome man," Ruby chimed in. "They will make pretty babies." Nell laughed. "We're just trying to get them to recognize that they like each other, Ruby. You already have them making babies." "She's turning 26 soon. She needs to get going," Ruby said. "She should have many babies. She's a natural mother." Marlena raised her wine glass. "Here's to Abigail and Daniel having many babies." The three women clinked their glasses together and grinned conspiratorially. Chapter 21. Abigail lay in bed, and for the first time in a long time, she thought about a man other than Darren. What a lovely time she and Daniel had had. They sat at a table for two, with a white linen cloth and candlelight in a quiet corner of the restaurant. Every time she had looked at Daniel, he looked more handsome. They had talked for hours about everything. They'd even talked about Jessica and Darren. It was funny, but it almost felt like their two lost spouses were together in heaven, looking down on them. It wasn't awkward or horribly sad to talk of them. It was healing. Of course, they had talked about the children, but then they talked about the future and the things that they were looking forward to. Daniel wanted to remain at the bank working with Andrew. He wanted to learn every aspect of it. It was an interesting job. He was never bored and was constantly meeting new people. Abigail felt the same way about her job. She loved the challenge of coming up with new patterns and ideas. She loved all the women she worked with. They both felt blessed. On the walk home, Andrew had tucked her arm in his, and they had touched from shoulder to hip as they walked. They hadn't said much, just enjoyed the crisp air and the stillness of the evening. When they had reached the boarding house, Abigail wondered if he would kiss her again. The evening had felt like a date. She was surprised that she hoped he would. He had taken both her hands, told her what a wonderful time he had had, and kissed her gently on the forehead. Abigail had been disappointed, but as he walked down the porch stairs, he turned and looked back at her and asked if they could do this again. He wanted to see her again. Plus, he reminded her not to forget about the fundraiser dinner. That meant that she would be with him at least 2 more times. "Darren," she whispered in the dark, "I love you and will never forget you. You're the best thing that has ever happened to me. And because of you, I now realize I might be able to love again. Thank you for loving me and allowing me to love you." Abigail turned onto her side, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Daniel lay in bed. He could hear the soft breathing of his children. It was a comforting sound. The evening with Abigail had been wonderful. He loved talking with her, loved the way she laughed, and loved how her blue eyes darkened when she spoke of something serious. They had talked for hours, even about Darren and Jess. It had felt good to talk about Jess and not have the pain slice through his heart. Instead, he and Abigail had laughed when he told her about how Jess dropped an entire roast on the floor because a spider was hanging down from the ceiling and she had run into it with her face. The shriek she had let out had brought Daniel running, but then he couldn't stop laughing when he saw the tiny spider and all the damage that it had done. Abigail had admitted that she hated spiders too and had been sympathetic to Jess. Walking home, it had taken everything in him not to pull her into his arms and kiss her. Again, on the porch, he had wanted to kiss her, but he wasn't sure if she was ready. He wasn't sure she understood that he wanted to see her again because he liked her as a woman, not just as a friend. There was no rush. He would take it slow for both of their sakes. He wasn't over Jess yet. "Jess, my love, I miss you so much. You were my rock and the best mommy a child could have. I love you and will never forget you. I know you would approve of Abigail. You already know she loves Bella and Charlie. She's a good woman. I hope I can be blessed a second time in my life with someone who is so kind and generous." Daniel sighed, stretched, and then closed his eyes. But then his eyes flew open. He smelled smoke. He sniffed again. Yes, definitely smoke. He jumped out of bed, donned his pants and a flannel shirt, and pulled on his boots. When he opened the bedroom door, the smell was stronger. Where was it coming from? Then he heard a popping noise from outside, and he looked out the dining room window. Good God, Daniel thought. He could see flames. The outside of the house was on fire. He ran to the bottom of the stairs and yelled for his brother. "Edward, wake up! The house is on fire! Edward, do you hear me?" He couldn't wait for a response. Daniel ran into the bedroom and shook Charlie awake. "Wake up, son. Charlie, wake up." Charlie groaned and tried to roll over. Daniel grabbed him and shook him. "Charlie, the house is on fire. Put on your shoes and your coat. Hurry." "What?" Charlie stared at his father groggily. "The house is on fire. Get moving. Put on your shoes and your jacket. Now." Daniel could hear movement upstairs. Thank God his brother had heard him. He grabbed Isabella and wrapped her in 2 blankets. The smoke was beginning to permeate the house. He saw that Charlie was dressed. He grabbed his son's hand, and with his daughter in his arms, he ran out the door. Edward and Flo were just coming down the steps. "Fire? Where? How?" his brother asked, looking around confused. "The corner by the dining room. Outside. I saw flames through the window. We need to get outside. Hurry." Flo came forward and pulled Isabella out of Daniel's arms and headed outside. Daniel, still dragging Charlie, followed her. He could hear Edward moving around in the living room. "What are you doing?" he yelled. "Get outside." Edward came puffing toward him, holding a painting. "It's the painting of Flo's parents. I can't let it burn. Go, go." They all made it outside, and Daniel could see that the right back side of the house was burning. It wasn't an inferno, just flames lapping up at the lower side of the house. "Flo, you take the children and go stand under the tree. Charlie, go with your aunt and you stay right next to her, you hear?" "Yes, Papa." Charlie's eyes were the size of saucers as he watched the flames dance. Edward was already at the well, hefting up a bucket of water. Daniel ran over to him and did the same. They both threw the water at the flames and ran for more water. The flames were creeping higher. After the 5th bucket of water, Daniel heard a shout, and Edward's neighbor, Quentin, came up. He, too, was carrying 2 buckets. "I told my wife to get help. People should be coming any minute." Then he ran to the well and filled his buckets. The men kept working steadily, and Daniel felt that they were making some progress. There were fewer flames and more smoke. They had to save the house. This was all he and the children had left. His brother had opened his house to him. They were not going to lose it. Flo stood with the 2 children, trying to stay calm and not cry. She rubbed Charlie's head. "It's going to be all right, Charlie. See how the flames are going down? It's all going to be fine." Charlie looked up at his aunt. "Are you sure? I like living here. I don't want to move." "We won't have to move. The house is going to smell like smoke, but we can deal with that. All your friends at school are going to want to hear all about the excitement you had tonight. It's all going to be fine," Flo said again, trying to convince herself more than her nephew. Isabella gave out a great wail and then coughed violently. "Oh, you poor baby," Flo hummed to Bella. She hugged the baby to her, turned her back to the fire, and patted the baby's back. Bella stopped coughing but continued to whimper. "It's going to be all right, sweet girl." Daniel saw the sheriff and mayor come around the corner of the house carrying buckets. Both Wes and Jason didn't stop to ask questions, but immediately filled their buckets and got to work fighting the fire. Half an hour later, the fire was out. The men were breathing heavily, sucking the cold night air into their smoke-filled lungs. Wes rubbed his sleeve over his forehead. "Y'all have any idea how this started? There's been no lightning. Did you leave the stove burning or a candle going?" Edward answered, shaking his head. "No, it's a mild night. Besides, I always check that everything's closed down and safe before going to bed. This makes no sense." "I came home late," Daniel said. "I didn't notice anything wrong." Wes and Jason walked to the side of the house. Daniel, Edward, and Quentin followed them. Wes bent down and looked at the damage. Then, with the toe of his boot, he kicked aside a black smoking object. "What is it?" asked Jason, as he too bent to look at what Wes had found. "It looks like a rag," Wes said. He picked it up gingerly, using his own handkerchief to keep from singeing his fingers. He lifted it to his nose and sniffed. "Oil," he said. "Someone started this fire on purpose." "What?" Edward asked, shocked. "Why would anybody want to burn down my house? I've lived here for over a decade. No one I know has anything against me." "That's true enough," Jason agreed. "This makes no sense."
"Daniel! Edward!" Flo screamed. "I can't find Charlie! Charlie, where are you?"
she yelled as she spun in circles, squinting into the dark. Daniel ran to Flo. "Where's Charlie?"
"He was right here, watching you all."
Flo was crying now, gulping for air.
Bella was coughing and crying. I was rocking and patting her. Charlie was right at my side. Oh, Edward!"
She continued to cry as her husband came to her side and held her and his niece close. "It's okay. He probably just wandered away, not even realizing it while he watched the fire. We'll find him." Wes and Jason had already split up, one going north and the other south. They were both calling Charlie's name. Daniel could feel his heart in his stomach. It was pitch dark. Charlie would never just wander off. What was going on? A set fire, and now his son missing? "Edward, I'm going to walk east. You go west. We have to find him." Edward nodded, gave his wife a final hug, and headed out calling Charlie's name. Chapter 22. "Quit your whimpering, kid. You're getting on my last nerve. Nadine, shut that kid up or I will."
"He's scared, Trask. Leave the boy alone. He'll settle down soon."
Nadine looked at the boy, who was huddled in the back of the wagon crying and hugging himself.
"George Jr.," she called out to him, "you need to stop crying. You're going to make yourself sick. It'll only be another hour and we'll be home." Charlie couldn't stop crying. Who were these people? Where were they taking him? He wanted his papa. One minute he'd been watching the fire, and the next minute someone had grabbed him from behind and put their hand over his mouth and then ran with him in the dark. He'd been thrown into the back of a wagon. A woman placed a blanket over him and called him George Jr. and told him that everything was going to be fine. Who was George Jr.? Where was his papa and Flo and Edward? Charlie sat up and wailed, "I want my papa. Where's my papa?"
"Shut up, kid," the man driving the wagon snarled. "Just shut the hell up or I'll gag you."
Charlie didn't know what a gag was, but he didn't want to find out. He lay back, curled into a ball, drew the blanket completely over him as if to hide from the world, and continued to cry softly. Flo thought she might be sick. They all sat in the living room with the doors and windows open to get rid of the smoke smell. Everyone was wrapped in all the blankets she could find. She held Bella and rocked her softly. Charlie was gone. It was all her fault. She was the one who was supposed to be watching him. She really was going to be sick.
"Daniel, you got any enemies that you know of?" Wes asked. "The fire was set to get you all out of the house. Now Charlie's missing. I hate to say it, but I think he's been kidnapped." I can't think of anyone. I have no enemies. I mind my own business. I try to help people when they ask for it. I can't think of who would want to hurt me by taking my son." "He just lost his wife," Jason added. "There's no women problems, right?" Jason looked over at Daniel. No women problems. I'm new to the town. I haven't had time to piss off any women." "What about that Beatrice woman who keeps pursuing you?" asked Edward. Jason and Wes both grunted. "Beatrice pursues every male. It's a game to her. She's not capable of doing anything so nefarious," Jason said.
"And Abigail loves your children," Flo said. "Those are the only two women I've ever heard Daniel really talk about."
"Then what in the hell is this all about?" Daniel growled in fear and frustration. He couldn't just keep sitting here. He needed to find Charlie. What if he was hurt? He had to be petrified. Was he by himself or did someone really kidnap him? Daniel was ready to explode. "Well, it's not going to be about money," Edward said. "Neither Daniel nor I have enough money to pay off any ransom." "So we have nothing except a fire and a possible kidnapping that have to be connected," Wes said. "But we have no idea who's behind them."
"It's all my fault," Flo cried out. "I should have held his hand the whole time."
"It's not your fault, Flo," Daniel said. "You had a frightened baby in your arms. Charlie knew to stay right next to you. Don't you dare blame yourself. This had to have been planned. You couldn't have stopped it." "He's right," said Jason.
As a matter of fact, you could have put Bella and yourself in danger if you had tried to stop the kidnapping. They obviously wanted that boy badly to set the house on fire." There was a sound of footsteps running up the stairs, and then Abigail burst into the room. Daniel rose and went to her. "Abigail, are you all right? What are you doing here?" Abigail was trying to catch her breath. "Emma sent a messenger over to let me know that there was a fire at your house. She thought you would need help with the children during such an emergency. I'm so glad to see the house is still standing. I'm so relieved." Daniel took her arms in his hands and looked down at her. Abigail sucked in a breath at the look on his face. "Daniel, what is it? What's wrong?" This time Daniel could not hold back his fear, and in a choking breath he said, "It's Charlie. He's missing. We're pretty sure he's been kidnapped." Abigail's knees buckled, and Daniel was just able to catch her before she hit the floor. He pulled her up and led her to a chair. Edward handed him a blanket and he wrapped it around her shoulders. Abigail looked up at him, tears running down her cheeks. "Charlie's been kidnapped. I don't understand. Who would do such a thing?" "That's what we're trying to figure out," Daniel said, as he knelt in front of her and gently rubbed her hands. "Oh, Daniel, he must be so scared. We have to find him. We need to get a search party together." "We have searched a mile in each direction," Wes said. "He's not anywhere around here. The fire was set on purpose so the boy could be taken." But that makes no sense. Everybody loves Daniel, Charlie, and Bella. No one would wish any harm on them." "That's what we've been discussing, Abigail, dear," Flo said sadly. "We have no ideas." "No!" Abigail practically shouted. "No, there has to be someone. People don't just randomly grab children in the middle of the night." "We all agree with you, Abigail," Wes said. "But we can't think of who it could be." What about your former employer?" Abigail knew she was grasping at straws, but she couldn't just sit here and weep. "My last boss was totally understanding and kind. He couldn't blame me for losing my wife and having to put my children first." Abigail shook her head. They had to be missing something. Flo stood and brought Bella over to Abigail. She could see how distraught the young woman was. Abigail took the baby and gave her a hug and a kiss on the head. She looked at the little girl, and her eyes blurred with tears. "Where's your big brother, little one? Where is he?" Daniel was pacing the room. His heart ached so much it felt like a huge stone was on his chest. "What about Jessica's family?" Abigail said. "You said she has a father, a mother, and a brother." Daniel stopped pacing and looked at Abigail with his mouth open. "My God, Jess's family? I hadn't even thought of them. We've never had contact with them. Why would they suddenly kidnap their grandson that they don't even know about?" Wes perked up. "Your wife has living relatives? Do they live nearby? Have you ever spoken with them?" "No, I've never even met them. They live outside of Dallas. Her father has one of the biggest coal mines in Texas. He's rich. He's never been in touch with us." "Why is that?" Jason asked curiously. "Women usually stay pretty close to their families." "Jess's family mistreated her. All they cared about was her brother, who would follow in Dad's footsteps. Her brother Samuel could do no wrong. He tormented Jess to the point that she had to leave in order to stay safe from him. That's why we never bothered staying in touch with them. The only time I contacted them was by letter to tell them that Jess had passed. I heard nothing back and wasn't surprised that I didn't." "It's them," Abigail said. "I can feel it." Edward, Flo, and Daniel looked at her curiously, but the others in the room went on high alert. "Are you saying you see something, Abigail?" Jason asked quietly. No, I just have a feeling, and the feeling's getting stronger." "Well, then we have a starting point," said Wes. Edward looked at Wes and Jason. "What are you all talking about? What starting point?" Daniel was looking at Abigail, who was looking down at Bella and nodding her head vigorously. Then he too looked at Wes and Jason. "What do you two know that the rest of us don't?" Jason looked at Abigail. "We need to tell him." Abigail just nodded her consent, and continued to hug the baby to her chest. "Abigail can see and feel things the rest of us can't," said Jason. "It's like she's got some sort of sight." "What?" Flo stuttered out, looking to see if Jason was being serious. "Yeah," Wes broke in. "She helped us last year. She saved Marlena's life. She knew she was going to be attacked. Joe was the sheriff then, and I was the deputy. We were able to save Marlena from being smothered because of Abigail." "But no one's ever said anything about this ability," said Flo. "I've never heard anything about it." "It's because everyone wanted to protect me," Abigail whispered. "They didn't want anyone to think I was a witch. They wanted to protect me. Only a handful of people know about it." Abigail looked at Daniel. "Andrew knows. You can ask him. He'll tell you about what happened to him and Clarissa." "He did tell me some of the horrible things that happened to him, but he left you out of it." "Because he was protecting me." Daniel knelt in front of Abigail again. "Do you really think Jess's parents have something to do with this?" "I do, but I have no idea why. And I have no idea where Charlie is." Wes stood. "Daniel, you need to go to your in-laws and see if Charlie is there. See if they're involved. We have no real proof, so I can't ask the Dallas sheriff to go. Besides, we know he's as crooked as a Brit's teeth." Daniel stood too. "I'll leave on the 7:15. Abigail jumped up. "I'm going with you." Daniel was shaking his head. "It's too dangerous. I need you to stay here and help with Bella." "No, I have to come. I just know it." "Edward and I will take care of Bella. She'll be fine, I'm sure. Clarissa and all the others will help too," Flo said. "Abigail should go with you. She may be able to keep you both safe and figure out where Charlie is." "It couldn't hurt," Jason agreed. He looked at Daniel. The poor man was about to pass out from his fear. Jason couldn't imagine how he would feel if any one of his children went missing. "Abigail is a secret weapon. She'll also keep you from doing anything rash." Daniel looked back at Abigail holding his daughter. She had a determined look on her face. Daniel sighed. "Can you be ready to go in the next hour? It's already 5:30. Abigail gave Daniel a wobbly smile. "I can be ready." She handed the baby to Flo, gave Daniel a hug, and whispered to him that they would find Charlie safe and sound. She then turned and ran from the room. "I think this is the right move," said Wes. "I don't want you to do anything crazy, Daniel. Don't threaten them. Stay calm. Try to get them to talk. They may give us a clue as to where the boy is. And if the father's as cocky as you say he is, he might have the boy in plain sight, not even thinking that you would search for him there. That would be the best scenario." "If that son of a bitch has my son, I'll kill him," Daniel hissed, and then he left the room to pack a few items. Edward shook his head. "You can't blame him. I'd do the same. I hope Abigail can keep him under control. He's strung so tight, he could go off any second." George rubbed his palms together and smiled. He'd just received a telegram that all had gone off without a hitch. It was only 8 in the morning. He needed to go to work soon. He had to do everything as he always did. He couldn't change even one of his daily habits. If anyone came looking for the boy, they would find the grandfather working and acting as usual. He did have one problem, though: Adelaide. She couldn't stop asking when the boy was going to arrive. He either had to tell her what he had done or get her to go somewhere for a while. The problem was that if she left and someone did come to search for the boy, they might think she had him, and then they would go searching for her. He had to tell her, warn her. She could hold her own against anyone who questioned her. He had faith in her in that respect. She could be polite to his most hated enemy, and she could keep a smile on her face even during the most tragic moments. She knew how to act. It was something that they had both learned to do in order to stay on top and keep their enemies close and off kilter. She wouldn't like how he'd gone about getting George Jr., but she wouldn't protest it. She had a huge hole in her heart since Daniel died. She needed someone to fill it. "If the boy won't eat, shove the food down his throat," Travis growled at his wife. "We have to keep him alive and healthy. The boss wants his grandson bad. We're being paid good money. Now get the damn kid to eat."
Nadine threw her hands in the air and walked back into the bedroom where the boy was locked up. She had to get him to eat. Trask had a temper. He might hurt the boy. He was too afraid of his boss to do any permanent damage, but bruises would heal in the couple of months that they were keeping him. She had a few bruises of her own. She had to keep the boy safe and fed. There was too much money at stake. She unlocked the door and peeked in. The boy was sleeping. He had to be exhausted after such a horrific night. The plate of food still sat untouched on the stool by the bed. Nadine sat on the side of the bed and looked down at the boy. He had dark circles under his eyes, and even in his sleep his lips were a tight line. He was scared silly, as he should be. She had to get him to cooperate and behave. She hoped the child had enough sense to listen to her. He was awfully young. He had cried for his mama. Nadine thought she had heard that his mother died, but the boy had kept calling for her. He'd also been calling for someone named Abigail. This worried Nadine immensely. Who was Abigail? And if she loved this kid like her own, she would most likely stop at nothing to find him. Nadine knew that nothing would keep her from him if it were her son. She had looked forward to having a child with Trask, but now she wondered. He treated the boy like he was a dog. What kind of a father would he be? Nadine sighed and pushed George Jr.'s hair off his forehead. She'd do what she could to keep him safe. How had she and Trask found themselves in such a predicament? Was the money really worth it? Chapter 23. Abigail jerked awake and for a moment wondered where she was. Her heart sank. She was on a train heading to Dallas to find Charlie. Daniel stirred beside her. Apparently he too had dozed off. Neither of them had gotten any sleep last night. Abigail couldn't believe that they had gone from having a wonderful dinner to this nightmare. "Where are we?" Daniel croaked and sat up straight and rubbed his eyes. Abigail's heart ached. She had seen Charlie rub his eyes in the exact same manner when he was tired. Abigail glanced out the train window, and when she saw the name on the depot sign, she sighed. "We're still 4 hours outside of Dallas." "What the hell?" Daniel groused as he looked at his watch. "We've been on this train for 5 hours. Is it moving backwards?" "Albert told us it would be an 8 to 10 hour trip," Abigail reminded him. "Every hour that passes by means Charlie's in more danger," Daniel hissed in fear. "He's a smart and sweet little boy. Why would someone take him just to hurt him? If his grandparents are involved, it means they want their grandson. Why would they hurt him?" Daniel felt the ache in his heart ease a bit. "You're right. No one took Charlie because they hate me. I have to believe what you're saying or I'm going to go crazy." Daniel gripped Abigail's hand as the train departed the depot. Nadine breathed a sigh of relief. She'd managed to finally get some food into little George early this morning. He had gone right back to sleep as he was exhausted from all the crying. It was now noon, and Georgie was getting fussy again and asking for his father. She had to keep him busy and quiet. Trask had drunk a lot of whiskey last night in triumph. He was nursing a hangover and in a nasty mood. She wished she could take the boy on a walk, but Trask had nixed that idea. "What if someone sees you, for God's sakes?" he'd shouted at her. Who would see them? She had thought to herself. They were on an abandoned property. The nearest neighbor was a mile away. Nadine saw her knitting bag sitting next to one of the battered chairs in the living room. Maybe she could teach the boy to crochet. She didn't have much hope, but there was nothing else to do. Why had the boy's grandfather not thought to send some toys? Nadine grabbed the bag and headed for the boy's room. "The coal mine's 20 minutes up ahead," Daniel said as he steered the wagon they had rented due east on a well-kept road. It was 4 in the afternoon. Charlie had been missing 16 hours. Abigail could feel the tension emanating off of Daniel. Her own stomach was doing loops and making her feel a bit nauseous. 20 minutes, and they would be there. Would they find Charlie?
Nadine watched as Charlie's tongue poked out of his mouth while he concentrated on the stitch she taught him. He was working on a scarf for Abigail. That was the only way Nadine could get him to try crocheting. She had asked him who he wanted to make a present for. He had immediately said Abigail. He must love this Abigail woman very much. Bless his little heart, he was a good boy. A young man sat at a desk in the office looking at some papers in front of him. Daniel slapped his hand on the desk and growled, "I'm here to see Mr. Graham. Tell him he has a visitor, now." The young man looked up in shock at the angry look on the stranger's face. He looked at the woman who accompanied the man and saw tension in every line of her face. What was going on here, he wondered. Who were these people? "Do you, have an appointment?" he stuttered out. "I don't need one. You have 5 seconds to inform him he has visitors, or I'll break you in two and head in there myself." Abigail put a hand on Daniel's arm, trying to calm him. She'd never seen or heard him act this way. She could barely keep her own fear and anger at bay. Was Charlie here? Was this nightmare going to end? I'll be right back." The young man fled through the door behind his desk, slamming the door behind him. Daniel straightened and looked around for any signs of his son. Abigail was already walking around the office, looking at pictures and shaking her head. What did that mean? Daniel wondered. Was she feeling something? The young man came back out, wringing his hands and looking horribly uncomfortable. "Mr. Graham isn't seeing anyone right now. No one—" Before he had even finished his sentence, Daniel was storming through the door. Abigail rushed after him. "Daniel, wait! You need to calm down." As Abigail entered the office, she saw Daniel already leaning over the desk, his face only a foot from the old man who sat behind it. "Do you know who I am?" Daniel hissed. "I'm your worst nightmare." Again, Abigail placed her hand on Daniel's arm. The old man sat up straight and glared at Daniel. "Who in the hell do you think you are barging into my office?" He stood and bellowed to his assistant. "Bolton, get in here now. How dare you let this lunatic into my office?" Daniel turned, walked to the office door and slammed it shut and locked it before the assistant could do anything. Abigail looked at Mr. Graham. His face was a mottled red. He looked ready to explode. "How dare you?" he hissed at Daniel, practically spitting the words. "Quiet, old man, and listen carefully. If you have anything to do with my son's kidnapping, I will kill you." "Son? Kidnapping?" The old man looked confused. He was either a very good actor, or he wasn't part of Charlie's disappearance, Abigail thought. She was leaning towards the former. There was something about his eyes and his body language. He had anticipated this meeting, she realized. Her heart sank. She had a terrible feeling Charlie wasn't here. "My son, Charlie Mason, your dead daughter's son," Daniel snarled. Abigail watched as Mr. Graham deflated and fell back into his chair. "My daughter? So you're Daniel Mason, her husband? I was devastated when I received your letter. I can't believe she's gone." Daniel gave a nasty snort. "Please do not waste my time with your false grief. We both know you didn't give a damn about her. You had no contact with her for over a decade. You never bothered to meet your grandson." "She left us. We didn't leave her," Jess's father barked out. "I tried to reach out to her. She ignored me. She was always jealous of her brother." "She wasn't jealous of her brother. She feared him. He tormented the life out of her, and you let him. Where is the son of a bitch? I'd like to introduce myself." This time the grief that swept across the old man's face seemed sincere, Abigail thought. There was something going on here. Samuel's dead. He was killed a few months ago." Both Daniel and Abigail sucked in a breath. We're sorry to hear that," Abigail said softly. "Yeah, I don't wish death on anyone, even if he did put my wife through hell," Daniel agreed. "But he is no concern of mine at the moment. Where's Charlie? Where's my son? What have you done with him?" "Me?" George Graham said. "You think I kidnapped your son?" "No, I think you kidnapped your grandson,
and now I see why. You lost your son. Now you want me to lose mine. You want him to fill in for your dead son. It's all clear to me now. I have nothing to do with you misplacing your son. The last words came out in a gasp as Daniel reached over the desk and yanked the old man to his feet. I did not misplace my son, you smug son of a bitch. You took him, and I want him back. I did not take your son. You can look through this entire mine. Go to my home in town. Check every house in the neighborhood. You won't find the boy here. I didn't take him. Daniel slammed the old man back into his chair. I will do exactly that. When I find him, there better not be a hair out of place on his head. Threaten all you like. He's not here. Send in my assistant. I'll have him give you a tour of the entire place. George took a piece of paper and scribbled on it and handed it to Daniel. Here's my home address. Go see my wife. Question her. You'll see that we had nothing to do with this.
Chapter 24. Daniel's head leaned on the back of the seat in the train. His eyes were closed. Abigail sat with her hands clasped at her lap, her head hanging down in defeat. I'm sorry, Daniel whispered. He did not open his eyes. Abigail looked up at him. Sorry for what? That wasn't me back there. I don't threaten people. I don't swear. The fear has such a grip on me. Tears began to drip down Abigail's cheeks. Oh, Daniel, I know that's not you. I too feel like a vice is squeezing my heart, she sniffed softly. Daniel's eyes opened, and his heart ached even more when he saw Abigail's distress. Abigail, sweetheart, I'm so sorry. I've been so caught up in my fear for Charlie, I failed you. He wrapped his arm around her. I'm sorry, he whispered into her hair. You've been a trooper. You kept me from hurting that horrible old man. He kissed her head. He could feel her calming, so he rocked her softly and kept talking to her. We'll find him. We won't stop until we do. Abigail turned so that she could look into his sad face. You've been my rock too, Daniel. I know we'll find him. Charlie's too sweet and good to allow evil to get him. We will come out on top. I'm just frustrated that we have to travel so far just to be disappointed. But I know that man's responsible. I agree, Daniel said, and this time he kissed her temple. Abigail sighed and closed her eyes. Daniel kissed her cheek, and his hand went into her hair, turning her face more towards him. He took her lips into a gentle kiss. Abigail gave a small moan and kissed him back. She wrapped her arms around his neck. She just wanted to escape into this kiss, into the feelings it was bringing out in her. This man was someone she cared for deeply. He and his children meant more to her than anyone else in the world. For the first time in a long time, she felt like she had a family. Family. Her mind whirled. She wanted to be part of this family. Her heart beat a staccato in her chest, and she held on to Daniel even harder. Daniel pulled back, looked down at her. Abigail looked back at him. Neither said a thing. Their eyes said it all. The train came to a stop, snapping them out of the moment. Where are we? Daniel managed to get out. I don't know. It's so dark out. We got on the 10:20, and we've been on the train for at least a couple of hours. We should be in Austin around 8 or 9 in the morning. We should try to get some sleep, Daniel said. He wanted to talk to her about the kiss, about how he was feeling about her, but it was not the time. Charlie was his priority. He needed to get sleep in order to be fresh and continue his search. Yes, Abigail said. We have to keep up our strength so we can continue the search. Abigail wanted to tell Daniel. Wanted to tell Daniel what? That she loved him? Loved him? Was that what she was feeling? Daniel pulled her close. Put your head on my shoulder. Let's try to sleep. Abigail did just that, closed her eyes and sighed softly. She hoped that she would dream of that kiss. Abigail saw a crooked brick fireplace, a warped porch surrounding a dilapidated house. A tree had one huge branch that was bent all the way to the ground. She strained to look closer, looking to see if there were many people. Was there a shadow moving behind the curtained windows? She strained forward even more and growled in frustration. "Abigail, are you all right?" Daniel saw that she was twitching in her sleep, her face tense and lips pursed. "Abigail, sweetheart, wake up. You're having a bad dream." Abigail came awake with a start to find Daniel looking down at her in concern. "What?" Abigail looked around. "Are we in Austin?" "We'll be there in 20 minutes. Are you okay? You were moaning and groaning." Abigail sat quietly for a moment and let the vision come back to her. I saw something. A house. There were people in it. I was trying to look inside. I needed to get inside. I needed to find Charlie." Daniel sat up straight and took Abigail's arms in his hands. "What are you saying? Did you have a vision? Did you see Charlie?" I didn't see him, but he was there. I just know it." "Where, Abigail? Where? Where is this house?" Daniel's voice was pitched low, as if he was afraid his normal voice would break some sort of spell she was in. "I'm not sure, but I think it's somewhere in Austin." "Austin? Why would Graham hide Charlie in Austin?" "It makes sense, Daniel," Abigail said, more sure by the moment. "Think about it. He can't take a distraught, crying child onto a train for a 10-hour ride. Mr. Graham knew we would search for him in Dallas. He has to hold Charlie somewhere outside of Dallas. He probably figured that we would never even think that Charlie was so close." My God, you could be right. Charlie would be scared and crying. They would need to get him somewhere as soon as possible before the sun came up and someone saw them. Daniel could feel hope growing in him. "We need to get off the train in Austin." Wes sat across from Sheriff Dawson. "You're here awfully early," his mentor said. "I haven't even had my first cup of coffee." "I need to discuss a case with you. Jason remembered that you found a missing girl. I think it was a couple of years before I became your deputy." "Well, that's right. It was that little Baldwin girl. 4 years old. Her parents were frantic. We couldn't figure out why she was taken. There was no ransom. Why are you asking about that?" "We got a missing kid. A boy. Charlie Mason, 5 years old. His house was set on fire and he was taken while everyone was putting it out. It was planned." "Any idea who's behind it?" "We think it's his grandparents. We don't know why, but Abigail had one of her feelings." Sheriff Dawson sat up intrigued. "Abigail? You got to take that seriously." "Exactly. She and the boy's father went to Dallas to see the grandpa and grandma and try to find Charlie. I expect them back sometime today. They sent a telegram. They couldn't find the boy." Sheriff Dawson nodded. "You got any ideas?" "No, that's why I'm here. Wanted to talk to you about your case. See if it helps me come up with something to work with." Sheriff Dawson put his feet on the desk and crossed his ankles. "Well, the thing that surprised me was that she was kept hidden right next door to her own house. It was the childless neighbor who had taken her. Nice woman, none of us suspected her. She wanted a child of her own." "How in the world did she expect to keep a child hidden when her family lived right next door?" West asked. "You can't keep a kid quiet and hidden for years. That makes no sense." "She was planning on moving. She'd already told everyone around the neighborhood she was moving to Philadelphia within the next week to be with her sister. She took the child and hid her in the cellar. We checked her home and the cellar, but she had a hidden room behind some shelving." "Well, how'd you find her?" "The fact that the girl was taken in the middle of the day and no one saw anything. There were people on the road all day long. How could no one have noticed a little girl with blonde hair wearing a bright red sweater? We started looking at the closest houses again, and I personally sat each night at a different house looking for any sign of her. It paid off on day 3. I saw a second shadow in the woman's house. Snuck up and listened and waited. Finally heard the high-pitched voice of a little girl. Our boy was taken in the middle of the night, so nobody saw him either. So the kid wasn't in Dallas, as far as you know. It's a big town. But if Abigail's heading back, it means she knows the boy's not there. And that means he has to be somewhere between here and Dallas. That's a lot of ground to cover. It sure is, Wes sighed in frustration. The door to the sheriff's office opened. Wes looked over and then stood and headed quickly to the 2 people who had walked in. Daniel, Abigail, you're back. What are you doing here? Daniel shook Wes's hand. We wanted to talk with the sheriff. What are you doing here? Wes laughed. I wanted to talk with the sheriff, too. He had a missing child case a few years ago. I thought I would pick his brain. Sheriff Dawson had come up behind them, and he held out his hand to Daniel. I'm Sheriff Dawson. I'm sorry about your son. You need anything from our office, we're more than willing to help. He turned and smiled at Abigail. Hello, Miss Anderson. Good to see you again. Hello, Sheriff. We do want to talk with you. I had a vision. I want to ask you about it. Daniel and I think Charlie is somewhere here in Austin. Wes looked at Daniel with interest. What makes you think that? We think they kept Charlie close because Charlie would obviously be crying and yelling. You can't take a screaming child onto a train without everyone noticing. We think they brought him here, somewhere close. We think his grandfather is keeping him hidden until we no longer suspect him. The guy's guilty as hell. If Abigail wasn't there, I would have strangled the man. I know he has my boy. Sheriff Dawson waved them into the office. When they all had been seated, Daniel nodded to Abigail. Tell them what you saw, he said. I saw a house. It's dilapidated. It has a crumbling fireplace and a warped porch. There's a tree. It's large and old. One of the branches is bent and it sweeps the ground. I saw shadows behind the curtains. One of them was a child, I'm sure of it. Daniel looked at Sheriff Dawson and Wes. Any abandoned properties you know of around here where someone could hide? Both men were deep in thought. Wes was chewing on his lower lip. What about the place a mile or so beyond the Stratton's house? There's also the place on the east side of the city. Old man Carter died over 2 years ago. The place has been empty ever since. He never kept the place up. It was falling down around his ears, Dawson said. Daniel looked at Abigail. You have any feelings about either one? Abigail shook her head. No, but I think we need to go to both and check them out. Sheriff Dawson opened the door to his office to see if his deputy had arrived. Stevenson was just hanging up his hat. Put your hat back on, Sheriff Dawson said. We're heading out to look for a missing kid. Is Donaldson in? Tell him to grab his gun. We're heading out in 10 minutes. Stevenson nodded and headed back into the back room to get his partner. As Sheriff Dawson headed back into the office, he could see Wes had given Daniel a gun, and Abigail was standing, twisting her hands and looking worried. We'll do everything we can to keep everyone safe, Miss Anderson. We know what we're doing. We just need you to come and confirm if either of the houses is the one you saw. Abigail nodded and looked at Daniel. For the first time in the last day and a half, he looked like he had hope. Abigail said a quick prayer to herself and followed the men out of the office. Chapter 25. Nadine got out of bed slowly and painfully. She was sore and bruised. Trask had been drinking again and had wanted her last night. He had not been gentle. She could hear him in the kitchen, stoking the fire in the stove. He would want breakfast soon. She splashed water on her face and scrubbed her teeth with tooth powder. She ran a comb through her hair. She was glad to see there were no bruises on her face, just one on her neck, which she could cover with her scarf. She didn't want to frighten Georgie. She slipped quietly into the hall and went to the young boy's room and unlocked the door and peeked in. The boy was still sleeping soundly. Nadine sighed in relief. She wanted to get food into Trask. Then he was planning on going into town to see if there was a telegram from Georgie's grandfather. She and the boy would have the rest of the morning to themselves. She closed the door quietly, not bothering to lock it, hoping that he would come seek her out when he woke up. In the kitchen, she found Trask drinking coffee and whittling a small stick. "Eggs?" she asked him, and she headed towards the stove. "Bacon?" "Yeah," he grunted, not even looking at her. Nadine sighed. How had things come to this? She had been so in love with Trask. He was handsome and virile. He was rough around the edges, but she figured she could smooth those edges a bit. She sighed silently. Silly girl. And that was what she had been, a lovesick 19-year-old. At 25, she was no longer starry-eyed. Trask was not a nice person, she had come to find out. He had a quick temper and liked to lash out with his fists. But what really made her ill was the fact that he was not honest, that he would steal a child away from his loving family just because his rotten boss would pay him to do so. She had begged him to return the boy, but he had just told her to shut up. The money was too good to pass up. She sighed again. When this terrible ordeal was over, she needed to figure out how to get away from Trask. He was no good. She didn't love him anymore. She couldn't imagine spending the rest of her life with this man. The problem was she didn't have any family. She also didn't have any friends. Trask had taken care of that. And she had no money. Her heart dropped into her stomach. She was doomed. She'd never get away. "Oh, my goodness," Abigail whispered. "That's it. That's the place." The 5 men looked at the house that was partially hidden by overgrown bushes. Daniel could feel his muscles tighten. He was wound tight. He wanted to rush the place and find his son, but he knew that might put Charlie in danger. This was Wes and Sheriff Dawson's show. They were the pros. "What's the plan?" he asked instead. Sheriff Dawson answered. "Wes, you and I will go around back and see if there's an entry back there. Stevenson, you head to the right corner. Donaldson and Daniel, you go to the left. Don't make any moves until I give you the signal." Daniel could see that Abigail was shaking. He pulled her into his arms. "We'll be careful. You stay here behind this tree. I can't be worrying about your safety, too." Abigail pulled back and placed her hand gently on his cheek. "Be careful. Let Wes and Sheriff Dawson do their jobs." He kissed her cheek. "I will." Then he looked towards Donaldson, who was waving him over. Abigail held her breath as she watched the men surround the house. Charlie woke up to the smell of bacon and his stomach growled. Where was Nadine? Why wasn't she coming to get him? His stomach growled again. Charlie scrubbed his hands over his face and yawned. He got up and pulled on his pants and put on his boots. He looked down at his shirt that he had on, that he had slept in for the second night. It was a wrinkled mess. His mama would be shocked. She always told him that cleanliness was next to godliness. God would not be happy with him right now. He wandered to the window and looked out at the bleak landscape. Everything was overgrown. Aunt Flo had so many nice bushes and trees. He could hear her tisk, tisk if she saw this place. A movement to his right caught his eye, and he saw 2 men disappear around the side of the house. Who were they? He scrunched his forehead and moved his face closer to the window, trying to see where the men had gone. Then he saw 2 more men to the right. Those weren't just men. "Papa," Charlie whispered to himself. It was his father. He ran to the bedroom door and was surprised when it opened. Charlie stuck his head out and looked down the hall. He could hear Nadine and Trask in the kitchen. Charlie eased down the hall and headed to the small side door that would let him out into the backyard. His heart beat fast in his chest. "What was that?" Trask stood up so fast his chair fell back onto the floor. Nadine looked up from where she had just scraped the scrambled eggs onto a plate. "What?" she asked, frozen to the spot and holding onto the skillet. "There's someone in the yard," Trask hissed. He grabbed his rifle that had been leaning against the wall by the small kitchen table and went to the window. "God damn it, who is that?" Nadine heard glass smash and saw that Trask had the rifle on his shoulder, pointing out the window he'd just broken. Trask, what is it? Nadine whispered fearfully. Charlie burst out of the side door and ran around the side of the house. A man in a uniform jumped up in surprise. Charlie ran right past him. He had to get to his papa. Kid, wait! He heard the man call. But Charlie ignored him and pumped his little legs harder. He ran into the front yard and yelled loudly for his father. Abigail cried out when she saw Charlie running in the yard. He was yelling for Daniel. Abigail ran from behind the tree, ran as fast as her skirts would let her. Charlie was here. He was alive. Son of a bitch, Trask yelled. How did the kid get out front? He's running away. Not on my watch, you little shit. Trask raised his rifle and took aim. No! Nadine screamed. She raised the skillet she didn't even realize she was still holding and brought it down on Trask's head as hard as she could. Unfortunately, Trask had already gotten off a shot. Charlie! Abigail screamed. She launched herself at the boy, pulled him into her arms, and rolled in the dirt with him. Something splintered next to her, and small rocks and dirt showered over them. Daniel's heart was in his throat. He saw Charlie running towards him and calling his name. Then he saw Abigail running, and then he heard a gunshot that all but stopped his heart. Abigail and Charlie fell to the ground and rolled. Charlie! Abigail! He cried out and ran towards them, barely able to breathe. Wes and Sheriff Dawson burst through the kitchen door when they heard the gunshot and found a woman holding a skillet while looking down at a man on the ground. Ma'am, put down the skillet, Wes ordered. The woman either didn't hear him or was in shock. She just stood there, looking at the man whose blood was spreading across the floor. Wes walked quietly towards her and cautiously removed the skillet from her hand. He placed it on the table. Dawson was on his knees checking the inert man, and he looked up at Wes. He's dead. Wes caught the woman just before she hit the floor. Daniel reached his son and Abigail just as Abigail sat up and pulled Charlie into her arms. Both of them were crying and clinging to each other. He dropped down next to them and swept them both into him, first kissing his son and then Abigail and then his son again. Are you hurt? Are either of you hurt? Daniel was already feeling his son's arms and legs, watching his face for any signs of pain. I'm fine, Papa. Charlie used his sleeve to wipe his face. Dirt and tears smeared both his cheeks. You found me. Are you taking me away from the bad man? Yes, Charlie, you're safe. He looked at Abigail, who was using a handkerchief to wipe her eyes. You saved him, Abigail. You saved Charlie. That bullet just missed you two. I just reacted. I didn't hurt you, did I, Charlie? Charlie grinned at her. I ate some dirt. He turned his head and spit. Both Daniel and Abigail laughed. That was an injury they could both deal with. The front door opened, and Wes and Sheriff Dawson came out holding a woman by her arms. Her head hung down as she shuffled down the stairs between them. Nadine! Charlie cried out. He stood up and before Daniel could stop him, ran to the woman. Nadine jerked her hands from the two men and went down on her knees to receive the boy who flung himself at her. She kissed Charlie's head. Are you all right? Did Trask hurt you? And just as Daniel had done, Nadine ran her hand over the boy looking for injuries. I'm fine, Nadine. My daddy's here. He came to get me. Mean old Trask is in trouble now. My daddy won't let him hurt me. Mean old Trask will never hurt you again, Charlie. She gave the boy another hug and then stood. Charlie took her hand and led her towards his father and Abigail, who were making their way to them. Papa, Abigail, this is Nadine. She took care of me. Nadine looked first at Daniel and then at Abigail. I'm so sorry. Tears streaked down her cheeks. Nadine, why are you crying? Everything's all better now. My daddy came to save us. Nadine smiled down at the little boy. I'm very glad he came, Georgie. Daniel frowned. Georgie? Why are you calling him that? His name is Charlie. Nadine jerked at the harsh tone. I'm sorry. That's what Mr. Graham demanded we call him. Daniel looked at Wes and Sheriff Dawson. It seems Abigail was right. Charlie's grandfather was behind the entire thing. I'm going to kill that man. "We'll get him," Wes said. "But right now, we got a deceased man in the house. Miss Harper here says his name was Trask Harper. He was her husband." "Thank God you killed him before he got off another shot," Daniel said gratefully. "We weren't the ones to take him out," Wes said. Daniel's eyebrows rose in question. Wes nodded at Nadine, who again had her head down and her hands clasped. "She hit him over the head with an iron skillet." Nadine looked up, her face wreathed in agony. "I couldn't let him hurt Charlie. He's the sweetest boy. I couldn't let him." And she began to weep quietly. Sheriff Dawson handed her his handkerchief. "She saved us from losing Charlie and Abigail. We wouldn't have been in time. He almost got them with his first shot." Abigail went to the weeping Nadine and put her arm around the woman's shoulders. "Thank you, Nadine, for your bravery. Thank you for choosing Charlie's life over your husband's." Nadine shuddered and wiped her eyes. She looked at all the men. "Trask was greedy. He lost all his morals. All he cared about was the money. He didn't hurt Charlie, I swear. I protected him the whole time." Abigail saw the bruise on Nadine's neck. "But he did hurt you, didn't he?" Nadine said nothing, but nodded her head. "He's a meanie!" Charlie shouted. "I hate him!" "He's gone, Charlie," Daniel said. "You don't have to fear him or hate him any more." He turned to Sheriff Dawson. "What's the next step?" "We take this young lady back to the office and question her. I'll leave Stevenson and Donaldson here to deal with the deceased." Wes broke in. "You need to send a telegram to Edward and Flo. They're worried sick." "You're right," Daniel agreed. "Let's head back to town." He picked up Charlie, took hold of Abigail's hand, and they walked back to where the horses awaited them. Chapter 26. Nadine could not believe how kind these people were. She had taken part in Charlie's kidnapping. Not that she had agreed with it or wanted to do it, but they didn't know that. They sat in the sheriff's office. It was a tight fit. Charlie sat in his father's lap. The woman, Abigail, sat next to them. Sheriff Riggs and Sheriff Dawson sat on the other side of the desk. Apparently a telegram had been sent to the rest of the boy's family, and now it was time for her to explain herself. Nadine felt sick. She had helped kidnap a child, and she had killed her husband. Not that she had meant to do it. She had just reacted. She couldn't bear the idea of Trask hurting the little boy. "Mrs. Harper, can you tell us from the beginning how it is that you and your husband came to kidnap Charlie Mason?" Sheriff Dawson didn't look angry. He spoke calmly. "Trask came home one evening, gloating that he was going to come into some big money. He wouldn't tell me how he was going to get the money. He just said that his boss wanted him to do him a big favor, and he was willing to pay good money for it." Nadine shook her head sadly. "I should have known he was up to no good. Trask liked to do things the easy way. He didn't like to work. Oh, I should have known," she repeated. "He's changed so much since we were first married." "When did you become aware that he was planning on taking Charlie?" Wes asked. "When he came running back to the wagon with Charlie. I was sitting in the wagon wondering what we were doing out so late. Why had we come to that town? Trask never answered any of my questions." Nadine shivered. "If I asked him too many questions, he had a tendency of hitting me. He's not a patient man. Was not a patient man," she corrected herself. Nadine could see that Charlie was falling asleep in his father's arms. She was glad. She didn't want him to discover what a weak woman she was. "Did you go straight to the house after taking the boy?" Dawson asked. "Yes. Trask told me that the boy's grandfather wanted him nowhere near him for a month or two. We were supposed to care for Charlie until it was safe to bring him to Dallas. I kept asking Trask why the man had to steal his own grandchild. I knew all this was wrong, but I couldn't do anything to stop it." Abigail looked at the woman and smiled at her with compassion. "We are just so grateful that you took such good care of Charlie. He obviously likes you. Thank you for protecting him and keeping him safe." How can you all be so kind to me?" Nadine had tears dripping down her cheeks again.
"I agree with Abigail," Daniel said. "You had no choice. Your husband's the guilty one. You were frightened of him. And even so, you took good care of my son. I, too, am grateful."
Nadine was openly weeping now. "I would have never done such a thing on my own. I wanted away from Trask, but he frightened me, and I have no family and no money. I was stuck and too scared to take Charlie and run."
"It's a good thing you didn't try to run, Miss Harper. You could have put yourself and Charlie in even more danger. Keeping your husband calm and Charlie quiet was the best thing you could have done," said Sheriff Dawson.
Will I be charged with murder?" Nadine whispered.
West leaned forward and patted her arm. "No, Mrs. Harper. You reacted to save others' lives. You saved Charlie and Abigail. And had you not intervened, your husband may have had the opportunity to kill a few of us. We're grateful you stepped in. You did a brave thing."
Nadine still couldn't take it in that she was not being arrested. She looked at Abigail. "Charlie loves you. He's making a present for you. I needed to keep him occupied, and the only way I could get him to cooperate was to ask him if there was anyone that he wanted to make a gift for. He named you. He said he wanted to make a gift for Abigail." Abigail could feel the tears forming. "I love Charlie too. He's a special little boy. Thank you for telling me that." Abigail looked at Sheriff Dawson. Is there a place that we can get Nadine freshened up?" She looked at Nadine. "I have a skirt and a blouse that should fit you. Wouldn't you like to get into something clean, something new, and start fresh?" Nadine looked down at her worn and torn smock dress and cringed. She must look a sight. "I'd like that. I look awful. Trask never let me buy anything nice. He didn't want men looking at me." Dawson pointed to a back room, and Abigail grabbed her small suitcase, and she and Nadine left the office. As soon as the women left the room, Daniel whispered fiercely so as not to wake Charlie. "I want that man arrested. I don't care if he is Charlie's grandfather and rich. I want that man in jail."
"I don't plan on allowing him to get away with this," Sheriff Dawson said. "Wes and I need to write up a report and get Mrs. Harper to sign it. Then we go to him. I'll also charge him with Trask Harper's death. But I have to warn you, this will not go smoothly. Graham has money and power. We need him to slip up, or we need to find a weakness and use it against him. I'll get in touch with the sheriff in Dallas, fill him in, and get his take on Graham." Chapter 27. Charlie's welcome home was the most poignant thing Abigail had ever seen. After Edward had almost crushed the boy in a fierce hug, Flo wept over him, causing Charlie to pronounce that he would drown if she didn't stop. Now Charlie was sitting on the sofa between his father and aunt, and he was holding Bella in his lap. The baby smiled and waved her arms in excitement. "Look, everyone," he called out. "Bella missed me. She's happy I'm home." Flo began to tear up again. "She missed you horribly, just as we all did." She hugged Charlie again, and this time he complained that she was squishing both him and his sister. Flo laughed. "You're going to be one big bruise when I'm finished with you." "That's okay, Aunt Flo. I can take it," Charlie said. He looked at Abigail. "Abigail, do you want to hold Bella? I think she misses you, too. She didn't get to see you while you were in Dallas." Now Abigail began to tear up and was only able to nod her head. Charlie brought Bella over to her and handed her the baby. "What's with all the crying, Papa? Why are Abigail and Flo crying?" "They are crying because they're so happy to have you back. We can't live without you, Charlie. You're a pretty important person to all of us." Charlie puffed out his little chest. "I am, huh?" Everybody laughed. There was a knock at the door, and before anyone could respond, it burst open and Calvin flew in. "Calvin!" Emma huffed out in frustration as she tried to chase her son down. "You don't just break into people's homes."
Calvin ignored his mother and ran to Charlie and threw his arms around him. "Are you okay? You missed 2 days of school. My dad said you were kidnapped. Was it awesome? Did you beat up the bad guy?" "Calvin, you're strangling Charlie with your arms and your words," said Jason as he entered the room behind Emma. "Give him some breathing space." Emma was on her knees, pulling Charlie from Calvin so she too could give Charlie a hug. "We were all so worried about you. Don't you dare disappear again, you hear?" "I won't," Charlie said. "I missed everyone, and my house too. What did I miss at school, Calvin?" The boys went off to a corner where Calvin filled Charlie in on a fight that happened during the lunch hour between two of the bigger kids. "I'm sorry we barged in," Emma said, "but Calvin was worried sick. He just had to see that Charlie was okay with his own eyes." "I'm glad you did barge in," Daniel said. "Look at them." He nodded at the two boys with their heads together, and then they burst into laughter. "That's the best medicine there is for Charlie right now." "He doesn't look any worse for wear," Jason observed. "He was well looked after by a woman named Nadine," Daniel said. "She's one of the reasons I'm here," said Jason. "Today I have my mayor's uniform on. I met with Wes briefly, but he felt we should get all the men together, so you only need to tell the story one time. Emma's here to get Abigail. Nadine's free to leave the jail." Abigail stood immediately and handed Bella off to Flo. "I promised Nadine I would take her to the boarding house. I told her that Marlena would be more than happy to let her have a room. Nadine doesn't believe me. The poor woman has not had it easy." "Well, you go get Nadine," said Emma. "I'll find Mary Sue and Carla, and we will meet at the boarding house. That way you will only have to tell the story once, too. Flo, will you and Bella join us?" "Yes, I want to know what happened. But what do we do with the boys?" "I'll drop them off at our house. My nanny's there watching the twins and Robbie." "You and Bella go," Edward said. "I'm going with my brother to the mayor's office. I want to hear what everyone thinks should happen to Charlie's grandfather." Within minutes, everyone had on their coats and were heading in their destinations. "I don't know about this, Abigail. They'll hate me when they find out what I did," Nadine said as she hung back at the porch. "Nonsense," Abigail responded, and pulled Nadine towards the door. "They will see you as a hero. The ladies have all been through their own tragedies. They'll not judge you." Abigail opened the door to the boarding house and pulled Nadine with her. "Abigail, you're back! Oh, thank goodness!" Marlena cried out and hurried to give her a hug. "We heard that you and Daniel found Charlie and he's safe and sound." Clarissa and Samantha were the next to hug her. "We're so relieved. I hope the evil monsters that took him are in prison," Clarissa said fiercely. Nadine cringed and tried to pull from the grip Abigail had on her wrist, but Abigail wouldn't let her go. "The monster's dead. He won't hurt Charlie or anyone else again. Nadine here saved Charlie." Marlena looked at the strange woman and smiled. "We couldn't be more grateful. Charlie and his sister Bella are favorites of ours." Helen and Rose entered the parlor. "Abigail, thank the Lord you're back," Helen cried, and still moving gingerly, came to give Abigail a hug. Rose was at her side too and took Abigail's hand. "We're so relieved Charlie's back. We've all had our hearts in our throats." "Ladies, this is Nadine. She protected Charlie. She's the reason we have him back safe and sound." Nadine blushed. She still couldn't get over the fact that everyone was giving her credit for helping Charlie instead of accusing her of taking him in the first place. He's a sweet boy. He talked about all of you. I feel I know you." Marlena took Nadine's arm. Come, sit down. We want to hear all about it. It has been a stressful 48 hours. There was a knock at the door, and then it opened. Emma, Mary Sue, Carla, and Flo, carrying Bella, entered the room. "Looks like the gang's all here," Marlena said, smiling at the women. "Let's get a few more chairs." As the ladies took seats, Nell, Anna, and Ruby came into the parlor, and another wave of greetings took place. "Start from the beginning, Abigail," Marlena said. "What happened in Dallas?"
Abigail told them about the confrontation at Mr. Graham's office and how she just knew the man was involved, but that Charlie was not there. "But how do you know this awful man was involved?" Ruby asked. "If he denied it like you say he did." "Because we discovered his son Samuel had died. He lost his only son and his only daughter. He owns a coal mine. We figured he wanted to groom Charlie to take it over in order to keep it in the family," Abigail said. "But Charlie's just a baby," Nell said. "He's much too young to be groomed for anything." "His grandfather is getting old, and he looked pretty feeble," Abigail said. "We think he wanted the foreman and the workers to understand that Charlie would be the future owner." "Didn't Daniel mention that Jess's brother was only 25 or so? How tragic for him to die, even if he wasn't the kindest man. I wonder how he died," Marlena asked. I know how he died," Nadine said quietly. Every set of eyes looked at her with eyebrows raised. "What happened, Nadine?" Abigail asked. "I'm sure it must have a lot to do with Charlie being taken." "He was murdered," Nadine said bluntly. "Do they know who killed him?" Anna asked, always curious for the gruesome details, as she was the fiancée of the sheriff. "My husband, Trask, told me that an employee shot him. He shot Mr. Graham too, but he survived." Everyone stared in shock. "Why would someone want to kill them? Wouldn't that shut down the mine and make him lose his job?" Clarissa asked. "Both the son and his father were hated by everyone who worked for them," Nadine answered. "Trask said Samuel, that's the son, was mean and lazy. He ordered everyone about, but he did no work himself. He was a young man who knew almost nothing about the business, but he was telling men who'd worked there for 25 years what to do. Mr. Graham did nothing to curb his son's behavior. One of the men, whose wife was sick and asked for some time off, Samuel said no, and his father backed up his decision. The wife died and the husband was crazy with grief. He burst into the office and shot them both. Then the security guard shot and killed him." "Well, I don't condone murder," Nell said, "but I can sure understand a grief that would cause such a reaction. The poor man." All the women nodded in understanding. "Let's get back to what Abigail and Daniel did in Dallas," Rose said, curiosity wreathing her face. Abigail couldn't help but smile. Now that Rose was involved with Will, she was acting like a lawman too. "Mr. Graham, of course, denied everything. He gave us permission to check the entire mine and his house. He told us to talk with his wife and any of his neighbors. That's when we knew for sure Charlie wasn't there. He was too sure, too cocky. I thought Daniel was going to strangle him right then and there." "Well, he should have," said Ruby. "He is an evil man. No deserve to live." Marlena chuckled. "That's our bloodthirsty Ruby." "But how did you end up in Austin?" Anna asked. "It seems so crazy. Wes went there hoping to get help from Sheriff Dawson, and then suddenly you and Daniel show up." "I had a dream," Abigail said. All the women nodded their heads, and a few said, "Ah." Nadine looked around totally confused. "I don't understand," she said, looking at Abigail. "You had a dream? A dream of what?" Marlena smiled and chuckled again. "Our Abigail here has a special talent. She can see and feel things the rest of us can't." Nadine was still looking confused. "I know it sounds crazy," Helen broke in, "but she has visions." Helen smiled at Abigail. "She saved my life just a couple of weeks ago." "And she saved my life last year," Marlena said. Nadine looked at Abigail again, but this time with a new interest. "You mean you saw where Charlie was?" "I saw a house with a crumbling chimney and a wrapped porch and a huge tree. It looked abandoned. I saw shadows in the window, and one was a child. I just knew." "And you knew it was in Austin?" Nadine asked, fascinated. "No. Daniel and I figured that part out. We knew Charlie would be distraught.
He'd be crying and possibly yelling. How could anyone take a child against his will onto a train? We felt he must have been taken somewhere close by. Mr. Graham knew that we would come looking for him. He didn't want the boy anywhere near him.
But how did you find the house? Rose asked. There are hundreds and hundreds of properties in Austin. We went to the sheriff's office, Abigail said. Wes was there. When we told him what I saw, the two men started naming properties they knew were abandoned. The first one we went to was it. Wow, Nadine whispered. She had read about people who could see things. She'd never met one. Marlena looked at Nadine and frowned. How are you involved in all this? How is it that you saved Charlie? Nadine sucked in a breath and looked at Abigail in panic. This was it. The ladies would all turn on her. Abigail patted Nadine's hand and then faced the ladies. Nadine's husband is the one who took Charlie. The women's mouths fell open, and they stared at Nadine in surprise. Mr. Graham hired Trask to take Charlie and keep him hidden for a month or two until things settled down and Daniel stopped looking for his son. Mary Sue let out a humph. As if Daniel would ever stop. It goes to show what a horrible father this Graham character is if he thought Daniel would ever give up finding his son. I think Mr. Graham has so much money and power, he just figured he could do as he pleased and it would all work out, Abigail said. He lost his son due to his uncaring attitude, and now he's lost his grandson. Well, let's get back to how Nadine became involved, Marlena said. I still don't understand. I was there the night Charlie was taken, Nadine whispered. The shock on the women's faces had Nadine cringing again. I didn't know he was taking Charlie. He didn't tell me. He knew I would protest. He needed me to take care of Charlie. And that's what she did, Marlena. She kept Charlie safe, Abigail said. Trask was a violent man. He hurt Nadine, but she wouldn't let him hurt Charlie. She sacrificed herself in order to keep Charlie safe. Oh, you poor dear, Helen cried out. I know exactly what it feels like to be afraid of a man. That's why we moved here. We had to get away from an evil man. All the women were nodding and understanding. Anna burst out. My own brother almost killed me. I almost didn't get away. You're so brave to have stayed and helped our Charlie. Nadine could feel tears forming. No one was disgusted with her. No one was blaming her. There's more, Abigail said. The women looked up at her in anticipation. When we arrived at the hideout, the men split up and surrounded the house. I hid behind a tree. Apparently, Charlie saw Daniel. He came running out of the house yelling for Daniel. I was so scared to death because Wes had warned us that the kidnappers would be armed. I grabbed Charlie and threw him to the ground just as a gun was fired. The bullet just missed us. If it hadn't been for Nadine, we might have been killed. Rose had clapped her hands to her mouth, her eyes huge. The rest of the ladies were all in different states of shock. Well, what is it that Nadine did? Carla finally managed to ask. She hit Trask over the head with a skillet and incapacitated him. I killed him, Nadine choked out. I didn't mean to kill him. I just didn't want him to hurt Charlie or the men outside. I had to stop him. Tears streamed down her face. Carla stood and went to Nadine and pulled her up into a hug. You did what you had to do. Don't blame yourself, dear. But I married him, Nadine wailed. You were obviously young, and you made a mistake. We all make mistakes when we're young. I still make mistakes. We're human, dear. Carlene gave her another squeeze and let Nadine settle herself back in the chair. We are so sorry your husband is dead, sweetheart, Nell said. Nadine shook her head and said through her tears, That's just it. I'm happy he's gone. I thought I'd never get away from him. Did I kill him to get away from him? Abigail sputtered in anger. Absolutely not. You did not kill him on purpose.
Wes said you fainted when Sheriff Dawson said Trask was dead. You did what you had to do to keep us all alive." Nadine couldn't stop crying. It wasn't because she was sad or scared. She was feeling something else. Was it relief? The pressure that she'd been carrying for the last year was melting away. She was free of Trask. She'd never have to put up with his abuse again. "I just feel so guilty because I'm relieved. I'm free from Trask. But I have no idea what I'm going to do. I have no family and no money." Marlena tisked. "Abigail brought you here because she knew that we would be happy to take you in. We have a room on the 3rd floor. It's right across from Anna's." Marlena looked at the rest of the ladies. "What do you think of a job possibility?" "The hotel always needs someone," Nell suggested. "Very true," said Marlena. "I also think I heard Janet lamenting that she needed help at the bakery." "And you know I can always use more help," Clarissa said. "My business is growing so fast. We just sent 4 crates of clothing to New York last week." "Adam's receptionist is retiring," Amanda said. "He'll need help." "There's also the new child care center that will open soon," Emma reminded them. "What do you think, Nadine?" asked Marlena. "Do any of those jobs sound good to you?" Nadine sat dumbfounded. You want me to stay here and work here?" "Why, of course," Marlena said, as if it should be obvious to Nadine. "We take care of our own in Elizabethtown, and you are now one of us for saving Charlie." Nadine began to weep again. The women all smiled at her indulgently. It was a lot for the young woman to take in. She was used to fending for herself against an abusive husband. Having so many people want to help her was a revelation. Chapter 28. The men had all greeted Daniel and told him how happy they were that Charlie was back safe and sound. Daniel looked around the table at each man. Only a few months ago, he had been all on his own with his 2 children. He looked at Doc Carver and John Drake speaking quietly to each other. They were the patriarchs of the town, and 2 of the nicest people he'd ever met. Andrew and Adam were sitting together. Those 2 men were now his closest friends. Jason, Joe, and Wes, all lawmen or former lawmen, were so competent that Daniel felt good leaving things in their hands. Edward sat next to him, the big brother, always ready to offer support. It really was a miracle that he and his children had come to Elizabethtown. What would have happened if they had been somewhere else when Charlie was kidnapped? Would the people have cared as much? Would they have rallied around him like these people were? And the women were amazing. They were watching over Abigail, helping her to get through her shock. And now they were apparently going to help Nadine Harper, too. Daniel closed his eyes for a moment. "Jess," he said silently, "you would have loved this place and these people. I know you're happy that we came here. My world has changed so drastically, but I'm ready to face it and move on because of all the good people here." Jason cleared his throat, and everyone stopped talking and looked at him. "I want to first let you know that Albert got a letter from his uncle. There's a new mayor in Dallas. Seems he takes his job seriously. He's already gotten rid of the sheriff. He's a good man that we can trust. He's also so new that this Graham fellow would have no time to bribe him. Charlie's grandfather is in for an ugly surprise." "Well, that's a relief," John commented. "I'd guess Graham had Mayor Wilson in his back pocket." "You're probably right," Doc agreed. "The man runs a mine. He doesn't want anyone sticking their noses in his business." "So what's the plan, Jason?" Joe asked. "I'll let Wes answer that, since he was involved from the very beginning." Wes nodded at Jason and then looked around the table. "Sheriff Dawson and I will be paying a visit to Graham. The kidnapping took place in my jurisdiction, but the rescue took place in Dawson's. He wants to be involved. There's nothing that angers him more than someone abusing a kid. He wants Graham to pay." "I want to go with you," Daniel growled. "I'm not finished with my father-in-law." Edward put a hand on his brother's arm. You just let the professionals take care of this. You can't leave Charlie right now. He would panic if you left. He needs you more than ever." Daniel sighed and let his anger deflate. "You're right. He needs me. But that son of a bitch needs to be taken down." "Leave that to Dawson and me," Wes said. "We've already sent a telegram to the mayor telling him we'll be there tomorrow night. We plan on meeting with him and filling him in on the kidnapping. We want to see if he has any ideas as to the best way to confront Graham." "I'm just worried he's going to get away with it. All we have is Nadine as proof he was involved. He could discredit her easily since she was part of the kidnapping," Daniel said. "He has too much power and too much money, and he's cocky as hell. Even after an employee killed his son and tried to kill him too." "His son was killed?" Joe asked. "By an employee?" Wes answered. "Yeah, it seems both Graham and his son were universally hated by everyone in the company. At least that's what Trask told Nadine. Graham was shot in the arm, lost a lot of blood. He's still not fully recovered. His son being murdered is what started this whole thing. Graham hired Trask Harper to take the boy and hide him in Austin for a couple of months until things cooled down. Then he was going to bring the boy to him and groom him to take over the company." "Charlie's too young to be groomed to take over a company," Edwards said, not knowing that he was parroting Nell. "What was the crazy old man thinking?" "I don't think he was thinking," Daniel said. "His grief was real when we spoke of his son. I think he did go crazy." "I don't care if he did lose his son," John said. "I lost my wife, and Mary Sue lost her mother. It doesn't give us the right to break the law." "I lost my parents when I was only 10, Adam said. "It didn't turn me into a criminal. I'm sorry to say it, Daniel, but Jess's father's a nasty piece of work." "That he is. I'm just grateful Jess got away from him. Her mother's no better, you know. She's a cold, condescending snob. She didn't want to allow Abigail and me into her precious house." Daniel shivered. God, Charlie would have been miserable there. They would have sucked the life right out of him. Edward again put his hand on Daniel's arm. "That's never going to happen because you would never stop looking for your son. That's what Graham doesn't get. He doesn't know what love is." "No, he doesn't," Daniel agreed. "He's a miserable SOB, and I want him to be even more miserable." Wes stood. "Well, on that note, I think I'll head out and go pack a few things so I can go make the SOB more miserable." He saluted everyone at the table and made his way out the door. "Go get him, Wes," Jason called after him. "Make the old man cry." Everyone around the table felt lighter. Justice would be served. Chapter 29. Daniel and Abigail sat in the parlor of the boarding house. It was 9:30. Daniel had made sure Charlie had fallen asleep before leaving. Flo and Edward were sitting up playing cards and listening for any sounds of distress. They had shooed him out, knowing he needed to see Abigail. Everything had been so crazy. He and Abigail had had no time to talk and discuss what happened. But now they had the place to themselves. The women had all made themselves scarce, recognizing that the two needed some privacy. It had been 2 days of hell. Abigail smiled at Daniel. "Can you believe that only 2 days ago we had a lovely, quiet dinner?" "It seems like weeks ago. The last 2 days of my life were the worst I've ever gone through. Jess would have felt the same. It's all so different when it's your child. The fear chokes you." Daniel looked at Abigail and then took her hand. "I would not have made it through if it weren't for you. Having you by my side gave me hope. I need you to keep me centered and under control. Thank you for insisting on coming. You probably kept me out of jail." Abigail squeezed his hand, let go, and sat back in her chair, looking at him with a serious expression. "You would not, under any circumstances, have hurt that old man. You don't have it in you. Having overwhelming fear and anger is a dangerous combo. But you kept from becoming violent. But if I'd had a stick, I think I would have hit that horrible man over the head," Abigail admitted. The reason I stayed so calm is because I needed to help you stay calm." Daniel laughed. "Good thing neither of us had a weapon, or it could have gotten ugly." Daniel sobered up. "Abigail, this nightmare and losing Jess have shown me how precious life is. I want to live my life to the fullest. I don't want to live in fear or be grieving. I want to live in this town and create a life for my family. I want to wake up every day surrounded by the people I love." Daniel took a big breath. "And one of the people I love is you, Abigail." Abigail drew in a breath, and her heart beat wildly in her chest. Had he really said that he loved her? "I know it's only been a few months since I lost Jess, but I know she would approve. Abigail, you are so kind and giving. You love my children. You found Charlie. You risked your life for him. You were like a mother to my children already. But I want more than that. I want a wife." Daniel stood and knelt before Abigail as she sat stunned in her chair. He took both her hands in his. "Abigail, will you marry me? Will you become my life's partner? Will you stand by me and help me raise our children?" Tears flowed from her eyes, and she couldn't answer. She just sat quietly crying and looking at Daniel. "I'm sorry, so sorry, Abigail. I gave you no warning. I didn't tell you how I feel. I know you still grieve for Darren. I'm... Abigail was shaking her head, the tears still tracing down her cheeks. No, Daniel, it's not that. It's not that." "What is it? What has you so upset?" "I'm not upset," Abigail managed to finally get out. I'm happy. You said our children, not yours, but ours." And Abigail flung herself out of the chair and into Daniel's arms. He managed to catch her, but then fell backwards, taking Abigail with him. She landed on top of him and began to kiss him wildly. Her cheeks were still damp from her tears, but now she was laughing in between kisses. Daniel wrapped her tightly in his arms and rolled them over so that her back was to the carpet and he could hover over her. "Abigail Anderson, you're making me crazy. First you cry, then you attack me, and now you're laughing. Is this your answer to my very serious question?" Daniel tried to look stern, but he couldn't hold back his own chuckle. Abigail cupped that dear face in her hands. "Daniel Mason, I love you too, with all my heart. I never thought I could love again. I never thought I would become a mother. I was just living life day to day until you, Charlie, and Bella came into my life. And when you said our children, I fell in love with you even more. Oh, Daniel, yes, I'll marry you, and yes, I want to be the mother of our wonderful children. And I promise to keep Jessica in their lives. She was a good mother, a good wife, and a good person. I'll never let them forget her." Daniel leaned in and kissed Abigail again. This time the kiss lasted so long that both of them were breathing heavily when Daniel finally drew back. He looked down at Abigail and began chuckling. "Can you imagine what the ladies would think if they found us lying on the parlor floor?" "Oh, my goodness!" Abigail pushed at Daniel's shoulder. Get up, get up! I don't want to shock everyone." Daniel rose and pulled Abigail up with him. He couldn't resist kissing her again. He took her to the sofa, and they sat side by side holding hands. "I don't want to leave you," Daniel groaned and squeezed her hand. "But I worry about Charlie having a nightmare. He seems back to his normal self, but he was put through a frightening situation." "The reason I fell in love with you is because you're such a good father. Yes, go. I'll be fine. I will dream about us. I won't let any of the last 2 days take away from the joy I'm feeling right now." Daniel rose, and Abigail took his hand and went with him to the door. He gave her one last kiss. "We'll talk tomorrow. Let's keep this to ourselves until I can talk with Charlie, Flo, and Edward. I just don't want to shock them. I know they'll be thrilled, especially since I've been getting the feeling that Flo has been trying to push us together." Abigail giggled. "I wouldn't say anything. I'm not ready for Clarissa to start gloating yet. She too has been doing a lot of pushing." Daniel laughed. "I think there'll be a lot of people in this town congratulating themselves." He pecked her on the cheek and headed home. Abigail closed the door, leaned against it, and closed her eyes. Her heart was full. She was going to be a wife and a mother. She would be able to put Charlie and Bella to bed each evening and hear their prayers. She would be able to be with Daniel every night for the rest of their lives. She opened her eyes. How things had changed for her this year. She thought she might just float up the stairs. Daniel woke up the next morning feeling conflicted. On the one hand, he had Charlie, who had slept through the night and woken happy and chipper. And he had Abigail. Daniel smiled to himself. How lucky could one man be finding two women to love that loved him? But he still had his father-in-law to worry about. Would the man try anything more? Would he be held accountable? Would the money and the power he wielded allow him to get away with his crime? Daniel could feel the anger burning inside him. He also hated not being with Wes and Sheriff Dawson. He knew deep down that they would do all they could, but just sitting and waiting was beyond frustrating. The men would be there by this afternoon around 4, as they planned on leaving on the 7:15. Would he get a telegram today? Would he have to wait days to discover the old man's fate? Daniel growled to himself. Knock it off, Daniel. Deal with it you have the power over. Daniel headed into the kitchen, where he could smell sausage frying. He couldn't wait to see the looks on his brother and sister-in-law's faces when he told them that he was getting married again. For that matter, he needed to talk with Charlie first. Would his son be happy? He thought so. Charlie loved Abigail. Chapter 30. George Graham sat behind his desk and took a few deep breaths to calm his nerves. The visit by the two sheriffs had shocked him. He'd had no telegram from Trask Harper. He'd been incensed that the idiot was not keeping him posted on his grandson. Then he'd had to control his features when the two men had announced Trask was dead. He was pretty sure he had pulled it off. Trask? Trask Harper? The guy who used to work for me? The sheriffs had given each other a look. George needed to take a sip of water, but he was afraid his hands would shake. The two men had proceeded to spell out all the crimes he had committed. Apparently, Trask, the fool, had said too much to his wife. George grunted in disgust. She would have to be taken care of. He had barely had the thought when Wes Riggs announced that Nadine Trask would be under 24-hour protection. She had also signed a report as a witness to the crimes. After he had heard he was also being held accountable for Trask's death, he'd finally lost his composure and bellowed at the sheriffs. "You're going to believe a woman who murdered her husband? That's insane!" Both men had smirked at him, and that horrible sheriff from Austin had said, yes, 100%. They also had his grandson to back up all that Nadine had said. George wasn't concerned about the boy, who was not yet 5. His lawyers would make mincemeat out of the boy and that Nadine woman. The question and the threats continued until George couldn't take it anymore. He finally threatened to sick the mayor of Dallas on them. He was a powerful man, and he, George Graham, owned him. He had the man and his crooked sheriff under his thumb. And then they had dropped the hammer. Wilson was dead. His sheriff run out of town, and a new mayor installed, one that he had not met with yet. Both men had informed him the new mayor could not be bought, and that they had already met with him and filled him in on the situation. George could feel himself sweating. He knew money would not get these two goody two-shoes off his back. He'd finally had enough of them and had thrown them out. They'd left saying they would be speaking with his wife next. Could Adelaide hold up to their questioning? What would she do when she discovered Georgie wasn't coming? He didn't know how she would react. She was getting more difficult to control each day. He took out his handkerchief and mopped his forehead. He noticed his hands were shaking, and he cursed himself for showing such weakness. After breakfast, Daniel asked Flo to watch Bella. He wanted to take Charlie on a walk and talk with him. They headed towards the park in the cool, crisp air. Charlie was talking a mile a minute about school. He couldn't wait for Monday to come. Daniel smiled. As of right now, there was no lingering effects from his ordeal. He knew that didn't mean Charlie wouldn't have some nightmares in the future, but right now his son was happy and normal. He hoped he would be even happier when he told him about Abigail. They reached the park and Daniel led Charlie to a bench. "I want to talk to you, son. Ask you a very important question," he began. Charlie looked up at him curiously. "What about, Papa?" "I wanted to ask you about Abigail. Are you happy she's in our lives?" Charlie nodded his head enthusiastically. "She's the best, and she reads great stories to me. She saved me, Papa. I think she really likes me and Bella, too." "She loves you and Bella. She's a very special person. I love her, too." Daniel stopped and waited to see if Charlie had anything to say to that. "Look, Papa, 2 squirrels are chasing each other." He laughed uproariously and clapped his hands. "I wish I could climb a tree like that." Daniel chuckled. He would have to be more straightforward with his son. "Charlie, I would like to ask Abigail to marry me and become your and Bella's mama." He stopped again, wondering if his son had understood what he was saying. "You're going to marry Abigail? You mean like Calvin's mommy and daddy are married?" "Yes, just like that. We would find ourselves a house, and we would become a family and all live together. Would you like that?" Charlie stood and began dancing and hooting and hollering. "Yes, yes," he cried out. "I would have a mommy just like Calvin." Daniel swallowed the lump in his throat. He felt like he was replacing Jess. "Yes, Abigail would become your mama because you lost yours. Your mama loved you so much. She wanted you to be happy. She wants you and Bella to have a mama who will love you forever and ever." Charlie sobered a bit. "My mama died. She's in heaven." "She is, son." "I miss Mama." "I know you do. That is why Abigail wants to become your mother. She loves you and wants to take care of you. She's not taking the place of your mother. You can keep your picture of Mama, and we will still pray for her every night." "Will Uncle Edward and Aunt Flo come live with us too?" Charlie asked excitedly, his happiness restored. "No, they want to stay in their house. We would find something very close by to them. You would still go to their house every day after school." "All right," he said, nodding his head. "Could I have my own bedroom like Cal has?" "Absolutely. That's why we need to move. Our time at your uncle's house was only temporary. There's not enough room there. We're all living on top of each other." "Of course we're living on top of each other," Calvin said, looking at his dad as if he were silly. "It's a 2-story house." Daniel chuckled and swung his son up in the air and turned in fast circles. Charlie screeched in happiness. He put Charlie down and said, "How about we go tell Uncle Edward and Aunt Flo our news?" "Can I be the one to tell them?" Charlie asked as he held his father's hand and skipped beside him. "I think you should be the one to tell them, Charlie." Charlie burst into the house yelling for his aunt and uncle. "Good grief, Charlie," Flo admonished him as she came into the parlor carrying Bella. "What in the world has you so excited?" "Papa and I have something to tell you. Where's Uncle Edward?" "I'm right here. What's all the commotion about?" "Sit down, everyone," Daniel said. "Charlie has something to tell you." Charlie was bouncing on his toes, anticipation shining in his face. "My, it must be good news," Flo said as she settled herself and Bella into a chair. "It is, it is!" Charlie clapped happily. He looked at his father. "Now?" Daniel nodded. "Daddy and Abigail are going to get married, and Abigail's going to be my new mommy," he shouted gleefully. Flo and Edward's mouths opened wide, but then seconds later they were both smiling broadly. Flo stood and handed Bella to her husband, and then went to Daniel, who stood and let her give him a fierce hug. "I am so happy for you. She's a dear girl. She loves you all so much." "And we love her," Daniel said. Edward came to him and shook his hand.
This is the best news you could have given us. We're so happy for you." Bella squirmed in his arms, waving her arms at her father. Daniel took the little girl and gave her a kiss. "What about you, my little princess? Do you want Abigail as your mother?" Bella gurgled happily. "That's her saying yes, Papa," Charlie said. "Guess what, Aunt Flo? We're going to get a house, and I'm going to have my own room just like Calvin." Flo's smile dimmed a bit. "That's wonderful, Charlie." "Don't worry, Flo. We will stay close, and Charlie will still come over every day after school." "Do you hear your papa, Charlie? You still have to come here all the time, or I'll miss you too much." "I will. I still need to help you make cookies and rub your medicine on your hands." Flo hugged Charlie to her. "I love you so much," she sniffled. Abigail and Daniel sat in the boarding house parlor. The ladies had made themselves scarce again. "I'm feeling guilty, but I love having some time alone with you," Abigail said. "We won't have to keep our news secret for much longer. Charlie has school on Monday, and I don't think there is any way that he can keep such a big secret. He's so excited about you becoming his mama." Abigail's eyes teared up. "I'm so excited to become his mama. You're sure he's okay with all of this?" Daniel laughed. "Okay." He was jumping around like a puppy chasing a ball. Flo and Edward are thrilled too. "When do we tell everyone?" Abigail asked. "I was thinking that we announce it on Sunday at Charlie's birthday party." "It's Charlie's birthday. Why didn't you say something? Why didn't Charlie?" "I think he's forgotten due to all the excitement. I'd forgotten too. I've been sitting on pins and needles waiting to hear from Wes and Dawson. Flo had to remind me. She wants to invite the Dunbar and Bauer kids and make a big cake. I'm going to have to think of what to get him for a present. It's already Friday," Daniel groaned. "You leave that to me," Abigail said. "That's what a soon-to-be wife does. I would love to think of a gift to get Charlie. I'll talk to Emma. She would know what a little boy wants." "Thank you. That eases my mind. I wonder if Flo can handle so many children in her house. It's awfully small." "Let's have the party here. Marlena won't mind. The ladies all miss the children. Flo can still make the cake, but she won't have to worry about decorating and cleaning up." "Are you sure Marlena won't mind? And what about Ruby?" "Ruby loves to throw parties. It won't be a problem, I promise. I'll talk to Flo first thing in the morning. I don't want her to think I'm usurping her role. I want her to be involved with everything if she so chooses." "This is why I love you so much. You're always so thoughtful. I best get home. I need to remind Charlie that he has a birthday coming up. I want him to have the joy of anticipation for a couple of days." Daniel rose, pulled Abigail up with him, twirled her around and kissed her hungrily. "I want to get married soon," he growled. Abigail laughed happily. "As do I. I can't wait until we can be alone," she whispered softly. Daniel groaned again. "Now I really need to get out of here before I do something Marlena would not appreciate." Abigail giggled and gave Daniel a pinch on his bum. "Watch yourself, woman," he threatened, then laughed and headed out the door. Flo thought Abigail's suggestion of using the boarding house was a good one. It also gave her a reason to go talk to Marlena. She hustled over there immediately after Abigail left. She had a plan to put into place. Chapter 31. As Abigail helped decorate the parlor Sunday morning, she thought the decorations were a bit sophisticated for a little boy's birthday party. There was a lot of gold and silver, she noted. It all looked beautiful, though. And it would look especially beautiful in the evening with the lamps lit. The light would reflect on the sparkling colors, and the room would shimmer. But the birthday party was scheduled from 3 to 5, so no one would really get to appreciate the beauty. Ruby and Nell were in the kitchen making a punch and fun snacks for the kids. They had shooed Abigail out, saying they had everything under control. Abigail looked at the table that already held the gifts that she had purchased for Charlie. Daniel had approved, telling her she'd done a great job. She wanted everything to be perfect.
This was her first try at being a mother. It was the first birthday that she would plan for her soon-to-be son. Her heart expanded in her chest. How could anyone be so happy? It almost hurt. The big clock bonged twice. The party would start in an hour. Everyone was coming to celebrate Charlie's safe return home as much as to celebrate his birthday. The boy would be overwhelmed with all the gifts. "That party was a huge success," Daniel said, as he gave Abigail's hand a squeeze. "I hope he doesn't expect something like this every year. Look at all those gifts." He nodded to the overflowing table of now open gifts. "It was perfect, wasn't it? Flo's cake was a hit. Even Ruby was impressed. She wants the recipe." It was going on 5, and many of the young children were winding down or already sleeping in their mother's arms. Abigail could see Emma and Mary Sue rounding up their broods and putting on jackets and caps. "Come into Marlena's office with me," Daniel said, and began pulling her towards the hall. "Daniel, we need to say goodbye to our guests." "Will only be a minute. They'll still be here." Abigail giggled and followed her fiancé. "She's gone. Hurry, everyone," Marlena whispered. Everyone was in motion at once. Andrew and Adam went down to the basement to get the champagne. Anna, Ruby, and Nell whisked away cups and plates, while Emma and Carla put new tablecloths on the table. The front door opened, and Emma and Mary Sue's nannies came in, followed by Benji and Jenny. "Perfect timing," Clarissa called out. "We have all the children ready to go." Within minutes, all the little ones were gone. "Hurry," Sarah said to her husband and Doc Carter. "Get all the scones lit." Sam and Clarissa came out of the kitchen carrying trays of food and arranged them on the tables. Jason and Joe hustled over to Andrew and Adam as they brought in boxes of champagne. They began to place them on another table. Ruby came in with crystal glasses. Carla, Nell, and Marlena had managed to collect all the wrapping paper and bring in more chairs for seating. Matthew Manning lit the logs on the fireplace. Marlena looked around the room and it sparkled. "Perfect," she whispered. Clarissa came up to her. "Do we have everything to write?" she asked. "I think we do. Abigail is going to be so surprised. Imagine her thinking that she could keep something like this a secret. Thank goodness for Flo coming over and suggesting that we have an engagement party right after the birthday party." Clarissa giggled. "She will be surprised, though she did mention she thought the decorations were a bit odd for a little boy's party." Marlena chuckled. "There was no help for it. There's no way we could change all the decorations in 10 minutes. Oh, Matthew, light the candelabra, please. I want the place to glow." "Daniel, stop." Abigail could barely catch her breath. Daniel had been kissing her for at least 10 minutes. "We have to say goodbye to our guests." "Let them wait," he growled and tried to kiss her again. "This is beyond rude. Behave yourself, Mr. Mason." She swatted him in mock anger. "Fine, fine," Daniel moaned. "You're a cruel woman, Miss Andrews." He opened the door to the office, took her arm, and escorted her back to the parlor. "They're coming," Clarissa whispered. Everyone held their breaths, not making a sound. When Daniel and Abigail came around the corner, everyone shouted, "Surprise!" Abigail stopped dead in her tracks, her eyes widening at the beauty of the room. What is this? What's going on?" She looked at Daniel, who just smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Clarissa came up to her and gave her a hug. "How dare you keep your engagement a secret?" But how did you find out?" Again, she looked at Daniel. "Don't look at me. I'm just doing as I was told." "If it wasn't for Flo, we would all be very mad at you. How can you get engaged without having a celebration?" Flo came up to her. "I hope you're not angry. I just wanted you to see how happy we all are to have you in our lives. I threatened Daniel to keep it quiet. Don't be mad at him." "Oh, Flo, this is so sweet. I'm overwhelmed." Tears leaked from Abigail's eyes. "Don't cry, sweetie," Clarissa said as she thumbed away the few tears. "You don't want your eyes to get all red." Abigail smiled. "I'll stop. I don't want to look a sight at my engagement party now, do I?" Abigail looked around the room and sighed happily. What a wonderful night it was. Again, she couldn't get over the people of Elizabethtown. Her friends had all done this for her and Daniel. It was like a dream coming true living here. Clarissa and Sam came over to where she was standing. "Are you having a good time?" Clarissa asked, smiling at her friend. "You know I am. This is so special. Everyone's here. I still can't believe it." Abigail looked around at all her friends again, and then she frowned. "Where's Nadine? Was she not invited?" Sam answered, "She'll be here soon. She's neck deep in Adam's files. She said she needed to neaten things up before heading out. She's been working every day." "I still can't believe she chose to work with Adam," Clarissa pouted. "I could have used her." Abigail laughed at her friend. "Nadine doesn't like sewing and knitting. It was something her husband said a woman was supposed to do. She only knitted and crocheted to appease him." "She told Adam she wanted to be of some use. She wanted to help people the way the people in Elizabethtown were helping her," Sam said. "Adam said she's already given him grief over his files and record keeping, and over his messy handwriting." Sam laughed. "She wants him to put the medication he doles out to each patient on the same section of each file so that he can find the information quickly. She also said he should put all procedures done on a patient on another section of the chart. That way, with just a glance, he can see what he wants instead of having to peruse all the entries. She's rewriting all of his charts. She's already on people whose last names start with C. Adam's impressed with her. He says she's smart, even though she hasn't had much formal education." "I am so happy for her," Abigail said. "She deserves to feel needed. It's a good feeling." Sarah came over and gave Abigail a hug. "I'm so relieved that you and Charlie are okay. I can't believe I missed it all. I was shocked when John told me what happened when I got back from visiting my friend in Chicago. Has that horrible man been put in jail yet?" Abigail sighed. "Not yet. Wes and Sheriff Dawson came back yesterday. They claim things are going in the right direction. The mayor of Dallas wants to meet with Daniel, Nadine, and me. Then he plans on arresting Charlie's grandfather." "How can a grandfather do such a thing to his only grandson? It's outrageous," Sarah sputtered in anger. "I don't understand how there can be so many evil people in the world. Look what Louis and Catherine did to Marlena, Andrew, and me," Clarissa reminded them. "And my first husband," Sarah added in. "And let's not forget John's first wife. Lydia was horrible. She had everything that she could want. A loving husband, a beautiful daughter, and more money than she could spend, and it still wasn't enough." It is frightening when you think of how pretty much everyone in this room knows someone who's suffering or grieving or has done something unspeakable, Sam said, shivering and hugging her extended stomach as if to protect her unborn child from the devil himself. "It's the human condition," Sarah said. "It's been going on from the beginning of time. There have always been greedy, violent, and power-hungry people in the world. Every person in every town, in every big city, in every state, and in every country has experienced tragedy. It is also human nature to be curious, to want more, to hate, and to love. We unfortunately can't turn off the bad in people and just keep the good. But remember, for every evil man, there are dozens of good ones. Just look around this room." She smiled when she caught her husband's eye, and John smiled back at her. "My, we are having quite the philosophical conversation here," Abigail said, and then caught Daniel's eye from across the room and smiled. "Sarah's right. There are many more good people than evil ones. That's why I fell in love with Daniel so quickly, because he's such a good man." "I didn't exactly fall in love with Andrew right away. I wanted to throttle him when I saw him in Marlena's sick room acting like he had a right to be there." Sam gave her friend a little shove on the arm. "You two were wild for each other. All that bickering was actually a love song." Clarissa humphed. "Love song? Marlena had to send us to our separate corners multiple times." "I think I fell in love with John during our first dance," Sarah sighed in remembrance. "He was so light on his feet and so positive and caring." "I fell in love with Adam the first time I saw him," Sam said. Clarissa burst into laughter. and that was quite the spectacle." Sarah and Abigail looked confused. "She was dressed like a boy, remember?" Clarissa said through her laughter. "Adam was totally creeped out by her." "Oh, dear." Sarah put her hand over her mouth to smother her giggle. "I forgot about you playing a boy. That is funny. Do you remember Benji's face when you revealed your true self? His mouth flopped open to his chin. You're still his favorite person in the whole world, whether you're a man or a woman. You introduced him to horses. As he said so eloquently yesterday, when Sam pops out that baby, he and Jenny will have even more responsibility at the riding school." Sam laughed at the memory. "I was so worried he'd drop his lessons and not want to be taught by a girl. He's a wonderful boy, Sarah. You did such a good job with him." Sarah blushed in pleasure. "John has a lot to do with it, too. He has never disappointed Benji the way his own father did." "I hope Andrew and I never disappoint our child," Clarissa said. "Being a parent is such a tough job." Sam and Abigail looked at Clarissa closely, and then Abigail smiled. "Clarissa Rule, are you with child?" Clarissa placed her hands over her heart and nodded. Sam squealed and grabbed her friend in a sideways hug as her stomach was getting rather big. "Our babies will only be 5 or 6 months apart. Oh, Clarissa, this is the best news ever." Clarissa smiled at her friend. "I want us to be like Emma and Mary Sue. I want our children to be friends from the moment they're born." She looked at Abigail. "We will give you 2 months to get pregnant." Abigail stared at the two women. "Me? I hadn't even considered that. Bella's only 2 months old." "She'll be 1 by the time her little brother or sister shows up," Clarissa said. Sarah grinned at Abigail. "Did you think a baby was in your future?" No, I didn't. Darren and I were married for over a year, and we were never blessed with a child." She blushed and looked down. "I thought maybe there was something wrong with me." "Did you ever consider there might have been something wrong with Darren?" Clarissa asked. "You won't have to worry about that with Daniel." Abigail blushed even more. "Clarissa, really? This is not a conversation for a party." "I'm just saying," Clarissa said, unperturbed. Abigail saw Nadine enter the room and hesitate. She looked a little uncomfortable. "There's Nadine. I need to introduce her to everyone." Abigail swept across the room to go rescue Nadine and escape the embarrassing conversation. She could hear Clarissa calling her a chicken and making squawking sounds. Abigail couldn't help but laugh. Her friend was incorrigible. Chapter 32. Daniel saw Andrew and Adam talking animatedly in the corner. He looked for Abigail and could see her laughing with her ladies. He grabbed a couple of drinks off the table and headed over to his friends. "Drinks, gentlemen?" he said as he handed each a glass. "What are you two so excited about?" "Andrew just informed me that the donation from Clarissa's father's estate got deposited in the bank today, and he received a telegram that the donor I've been pursuing will send his money this week. Our dream to expand the medical offices is close to being realized." "Congratulations!" Daniel clinked his glass with Andrew and Adams. "How many donors do you have?" "My mother donated, as did John and Jason. We're probably $1,000 short for what Doc and Adam would like to accomplish," Andrew said. "But the rest is coming from Travis Bartholomew." "Who's that?" Daniel looked at Adam curiously. "He's finishing up his medical degree at Harvard. He wants to get in on the ground floor of a new hospital. Doc's friend, the head of the Harvard Medical School, told Travis about Elizabethtown and how we were planning on expanding." "He wants to come to a small town like this instead of staying in Boston and making big money?" Daniel asked. "His aunt left him some money and asked him to use it to help people who don't have access to doctors and hospitals. She grew up in a small town she loved and was outraged when she saw children dying from illnesses and accidents they could have been saved from. Travis doesn't want to work at a large city hospital where he has no voice and all the rules and procedures have already been established. I personally wrote him, told him about the town and the plans we have to expand the medical offices into a small hospital. We got lucky. This is exactly what he was looking for." "I can't tell you what that means to me," Daniel said. I still wonder if Jessica would have lived if we were closer to a hospital. It's something that haunts me. Believe me, I know how you feel. I'm a doctor, and I still worry about delivering our baby. Sam's as healthy as a horse, and I believe I'm as up-to-date on birthing as I can be. I've been to the hospital in Austin 3 times in the past 2 months talking with the doctors there. But unforeseen things happen. I feel the same way about Clarissa, Andrew said. I know every day thousands of babies are born with no complications. But the cemeteries are too full of young women and babies who didn't make it. I hope the future holds new procedures that will keep mothers and their babies alive. It's supposed to be the most beautiful moment of a parent's life, not a tragic one. Daniel sighed. Man, this is a depressing conversation. Hey. Daniel gave Andrew a closer look. Is Clarissa pregnant? She is, Andrew said, a huge smile breaking across his face. He already looked like a proud papa. Adam slapped his friend on the back. Well done. You didn't waste any time at all. Sam will be thrilled. Our kids will be born the same year. He turned to Daniel. You best not waste too much time. We have a baby already. You think you can let us get married first? We haven't even picked a date. Well, you got a point, Andrew said. He held up his glass. To Elizabethtown, getting a hospital, and a new doctor, and 2 new citizens. The men clinked their glasses again and smiled as they saw their women heading towards them with excitement wreathing their faces. Looks like Clarissa told them, Andrew said. Chapter 33. George Graham sat at his desk in the mine's main office and stewed. He was furious. The mayor had sent one of his lackeys to question him about his grandson's kidnapping. He'd answered all the questions politely, but by the end of the interview he had threatened to sick his lawyers on the whole lot of them, including those 2 sheriffs from Austin area. Who did they think they were? Did they not know who they were dealing with? His ire ran deep. He'd lost his grandson. How was he going to get him back now? He had to start all over. He rose from his desk, his agitation mounting. No one, absolutely no one, could get away with standing in his way. They would all pay. He donned a heavy jacket, jammed his hat on his head, and stormed outside. It was Sunday, so he had the entire mine to himself. Having to give his workers a day off just so they could waste it going to church added to his already sour mood. Fools, letting their wives drag them into listening to some pompous minister tell them how to live good lives. Fools, he thought again. You didn't get anything in life sitting in a church. Hard work is what brought money and power your way. He trudged towards one of the main mine shafts. It was damn cold out. He looked around his empire and smiled. This was all his doing. Sure, his grandfather had started it, and his father had expanded it some, but it was he that had made it into the biggest mine in Texas. Some of the pressure gripping his heart loosened. He'd be 60 next year. He had plenty of time left to get his ducks in order. First, he needed to deal with Adelaide. She had screamed at him about losing Georgie Jr. and then cried. She was getting downright hostile. Second, he had to deal with these lawmen and get them off his back. He needed a new lawyer, one who was cutthroat. Langston did a good job with his financials, but he was not a criminal lawyer. Third, he had to rethink how he was going to get his grandson. His heart clenched in his chest again, and he began to sweat even though it was cold out. This was his greatest frustration. He had to have that boy. George looked around again at all that he owned. This is my legacy, he hissed to himself. I will pass this on to my grandson. No one is going to stop me. He waved his fist at the sky, as if to threaten God himself if he tried to interfere in his life. His breath was coming in quick puffs, and he felt dizzy. He needed to calm down. He needed to control his anger. He still had too much to do. Oh, Samuel, how could you have left me in such a predicament? He practically spit in agony. George clutched at his chest. A searing pressure was building within him. He couldn't feel his arm. What was happening? He wondered. He couldn't catch his breath. He staggered and fell to his knees. Help! He croaked out before falling face first into the dirt, and then he lay still. Daniel, Edward, and Flo were sitting in the front parlor Monday night. The children were already in bed. Daniel had had dinner with Abigail earlier. She'd still been giddy over the surprise engagement the night before. Daniel looked at his sister-in-law. I can't thank you enough for setting up that engagement party. Abigail was thrilled. I don't think she realized how many people care about her in this town. Flo smiled. She deserves every happy moment she can grasp, as do you. It was so much fun surprising her. It was a great party. Edward smiled at his wife. He had been so worried about her this past year. Her health had been waning, and he had the impression that she was losing the will to live through all the pain. Now she was practically pain-free, looked 10 years younger, and smiled all the time. Jessica, he said to himself, you've brought new life into this house with your death. I will never forget you for that. There was a knock at the door. Edward rose to answer it and came back with Wes trailing behind him. Wes, Daniel said and stood up. Do you have news for us? Do I ever? Y'all best sit down. They all sat, and Daniel could see the concern on his brother and sister-in-law's faces. They all wanted this to be over. I got a cable from the mayor's office in Dallas, Wes said. He looked at each person in turn. George Graham's dead. Daniel could hear Flo sucking a breath. Dead? How did he die? He asked, not sure how he felt about this news. Apparently he had a heart attack. Some of his men found him this morning when they came to work. Found him lying on his face in the dirt. He must have been out there all night because he was practically frozen solid. I don't wish death on anyone, Daniel said. But I can't pretend not to be relieved. Charlie's safe now. Thank God, Flo whispered, and reached for both Daniel's and her husband's hands. Thank God this is all over. It's not quite over. His lawyer has already been in touch with the mayor asking for your information. There's a will to be read, Wes said. Daniel's eyebrows rose. A will? What does that have to do with us? We want nothing to do with the Graham family. Edward coughed. Daniel, I know you hate the man, but he was Charlie's grandfather whether you liked it or not. You owe it to Charlie to meet with the lawyer. Perhaps he left the boy something from his mother. Daniel snorted. That man doesn't have a warm sentiment in him. If anything, he's probably going to try to sue me from the grave for keeping his grandson from him. Flo looked shocked. Can he do that? Daniel patted her arm. I was just making an inappropriate joke. He can't sue me. I would have liked the old man to have paid for his crimes, Wes said. It feels like he slipped away from us. It's all for the best, Edward said. Charlie's safe. Who knows what his grandfather might have still planned? I doubt he's ever taken no for an answer. Do you think the grandmother will cause any issues? I doubt it, Daniel said. I doubt she cares enough. She's a cold fish. Wes rose. I need to send a telegram to Dawson to fill him in. He'll be glad, as I am, not to have to take that long trek back to Dallas. Daniel rose and walked Wes to the door. Thanks, Wes. It really is good news you've brought. It would have been a long and ugly battle fighting that man. That it would. You say hi to Abigail when you see her. I'm guessing she'll be happy to know the danger to Charlie is done and gone. Daniel slapped him on the back. She will be very relieved. Abigail was more than relieved. She was ecstatic. I had such a bad feeling about him. He wasn't done with Charlie. I just know he was not going to give up. I don't wish anyone dead, but he was an evil man who has never been held accountable for anything. Can you imagine if someone like him had even more power to wield? If someone like him became president of the United States, our country would be destroyed. God forbid that ever happens, Daniel laughed. We'd have to move to another country. Oh, Daniel, Abigail laughed. It feels so good to laugh. I feel like we can move on with our plans now without that horrible man hanging over us. Does that mean that you're getting ready to get married, Miss Anderson? Daniel leered at her. Abigail laughed again. "Behave yourself, Mr. Mason. I'm a good girl. I need that ring on my finger." "Let's pick a date," Daniel said, "and make it soon. Charlie wants us to be a family, and he wants a room of his own like Calvin." "How about February 20th? That gives me 3 weeks to sew a trousseau, and maybe it'll be snowing then. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Abigail clapped her hands happily. "Since we've both been married before, I want a simple ceremony, and we just had a lovely engagement party, so we don't need anything else." Daniel stood and pulled her into his arms. "I can't wait to call you Mrs. Mason." He kissed her soundly, and Abigail sighed happily in his arms. A week later, Daniel was at the bank when a gentleman came in looking for him. Daniel's heart sank. This had to be the lawyer Wes had mentioned. It seemed George Graham was still not totally in the past. "Mr. Mason, I'm Charles Langston. I'm the lawyer for the Graham family. I have some news I need to share with you." Daniel nodded his head. "I was expecting you. Come in the office. Can I get you a cup of coffee?" "Well, yes, thank you. I just had time to check into the hotel before coming over here. I'd appreciate it." "I hope you don't mind, but I'd like to have my fiancé and my friends sit in on our meeting." "Not at all. It's always good to have an extra set of ears." Daniel left Mr. Langston sitting in the office and went to Andrew to tell him that the lawyer was here. He'd warned Andrew earlier about the visit and told him that he would appreciate it if he would sit in on the meeting. "I'll get the coffee," Andrew said. "You go get Abigail." 10 minutes later, 4 of them sat around the conference table. Clarissa had come to support Abigail. Andrew had closed the bank for an hour. Daniel could feel his anxiety building. What was George Graham going to do to them now? Charles Langston cleared his throat. "I read the will and shared its contents with Mrs. Graham. She's been given the house and a large chunk of money." He looked at Daniel. "The mine has been left to your son, Mr. Mason. He is Mr. Graham's only living relative. He rewrote his will 2 weeks after his son Samuel died." Daniel's mouth had fallen open, and Abigail gasped and then gripped his hand. He left the mine operation to Charlie? Daniel looked at Andrew helplessly. "What are we going to do with a mine that's hundreds of miles away?" He looked back at the lawyer. "Can we sell it?" The lawyer shook his head. "That is the one stipulation in the will. The mine cannot be sold until Charlie's 20 years old can make his own decisions concerning it. Mr. Graham was determined for it to stay in the family." "A 5-year-old cannot run a mine, and I have no urge to be involved or to move to Dallas. What in the world are we going to do?" "I would think that Graham had competent people helping him run the place. Perhaps they can run it for Charlie," Andrew said. Langston was nodding. "The foreman and 5 supervisors who work under him are more than willing to run the mine, especially if raises are involved. Many of them have worked there their entire lives. They don't want it to shut down. They would lose everything." Abigail spoke up. "Would you, Mr. Langston, be willing to oversee the financial well-being of the company?" "I would. I've been working for Mr. Graham for many years." Langston looked uncomfortable. He was not a generous man. I'm sure you heard that his son was murdered by an angry employee and that Mr. Graham himself was shot. The mine needs some major changes to happen in order to keep the employees on board and things running smoothly." "What kind of changes?" Andrew asked. "To begin with, everyone needs a raise. The men work hard. It's a dangerous job, and Graham has not given anyone a raise in over 2 years. I tried to get him to understand that the workers are getting restless and angry, but he wouldn't listen." Langston shook his head in disgust. "The employee housing needs to be updated. Many of the places are falling apart." Andrew, always the banker, asked, "Are there sufficient funds to do all this?" "There is more than enough money, and then some," Langston said. Daniel looked at Abigail and then at Andrew and Clarissa. "What do you all think? If we can't sell it, It seems we need to do as Mr. Langston here has suggested."
Clarissa leaned forward. "My one concern is that a business needs to have a visible owner at times. Someone has to keep an eye out for Charlie's legacy. Are you willing to travel to Dallas a few times a year to oversee things, Daniel?"
Daniel looked at Abigail, and she nodded her head. "I guess I would have to. I don't want the mine to close and people to lose their jobs. Mr. Langston, can you set up a meeting with the foreman and the supervisors for the end of February?" Mr. Langston nodded. "Absolutely. That will give me time to put together a list of expenses for you to approve." Daniel looked at Abigail again. "How would you like to have a honeymoon in Dallas?" he asked, and grinned at her.
Abigail giggled. "It sounds exciting, but I insist we bring the children along. Charlie's going to want to see his mine."
Everyone around the table laughed at the idea of a 5-year-old visiting his own mine. "All expenses will be paid through the company for any travel, hotels, and food, etc. There will also be a monthly allowance that will be put into a fund here at this bank for Charlie's use. You, as his father, will have access to it to buy him anything he might need." "I'm more than capable of providing for my son," Daniel said. "Well, I'm sure you are. You don't need to use the funds, but they will be deposited each month. It's in the will, and I can't do anything about it. Your son is going to be a very rich young man, Mr. Mason." "I hate this," Daniel growled. "I don't want money to ruin my son."
Abigail patted his arm. "It won't, Daniel. We won't let it. Charlie will grow up earning his way for the things he wants. He won't turn into Samuel." Clarissa nodded. "That's right. He's a sweet boy. Look how much he's helped Flo. I'm sure money won't change him, and I know you won't let things happen anyway."
"I agree," Andrew said. "I had lots of money. It didn't change who I am. You said Samuel was a problem from the time that he was a little kid." Daniel sighed. "True, my Charlie is no Samuel. Abigail and I will make sure that he doesn't turn into one."
Mr. Langston placed his papers back into his satchel and rose. He shook hands with the men and smiled at the ladies.
"It was nice meeting you all. The workers will be thrilled to know the new owner of the mine is generous and thoughtful. I will watch over everything and await your visit at the end of February."
When Mr. Langston left, the 4 of them all blew out a breath in unison. That caused everyone to laugh.
"I hope the old man doesn't end up getting the last laugh by leaving us with this huge endeavor. I may be obliged to deal with it, but I'm not going to be happy about it."
Chapter 34. "Stop fidgeting," Clarissa said as she checked the back of Abigail's dress. "I'm so nervous. I never thought I would marry again. Darren and I only had the minister and his wife as witnesses. There must be 50 people out there. I thought Daniel and I were going to have a quiet wedding." "Well, who out there were you willing to not invite?" Clarissa asked sensibly. "Maybe Nell or Doc and Carla?" "Of course I would invite them. They are all dear friends." "Exactly. All those people out there are your friends. Hence, larger wedding than you anticipated. Think of Daniel. He's only known these people for a few months." "Men are different," Abigail said as she twisted, trying to see the back of the dress. "No one's staring at them and assessing their dress." "I would hope not," Clarissa laughed. "Daniel would look terrible in a dress." Abigail giggled at the picture that formed in her mind. Clarissa stepped back and eyed her friend. "You look beautiful. Come on. Edward's waiting to walk you down the aisle. I'll see you up front." She winked and hurried to the door. As maid of honor, she needed to be the first to enter the church. Abigail looked at herself one more time in the mirror, smiled, and then whispered, "I hope you approve, Darren. I do love him so much." She heard the music. Her heart flipped in her chest, but settled when she saw Edward waiting for her. She took his proffered arm and headed down the aisle to the man she loved. Epilogue. Charlie flew up the stairs to the front porch of their new house. He was jumping up and down in excitement. Abigail held Bella. She glanced at Daniel next to her. He was smiling at Charlie, who couldn't stop bouncing. "We'll have to replace that strip of wood if he doesn't settle down," Daniel said, grinning.
Papa, hurry, Charlie called out. I want to show Mama my new room. Abigail stopped in her tracks and clutched at Bella and then looked at Daniel. He was looking down at her and smiling. He called me Mama, she whispered, and tears formed in her eyes. Daniel leaned in and kissed his wife. Yes, he did. You are his mama now. And if this little one here starts saying Mama before she says Papa, I'm going to be mad. Abigail looked down at the baby in her arms. My sweet little girl, your daddy has thrown down the gauntlet. I'm going to do everything in my power to get you to say Mama. Daniel laughed. We'll see about that. He kissed his daughter on the head. Papa, Mama unlocked the door already, Charlie cried out. What's taking you so long? We're coming, son. Hold your horses. Daniel took his wife's hand, and together they climbed the steps to the home that they would make a million memories in. The end.